When I saw the Dogman, I was 17 years old and about to be a senior in high school. I saw it in the Bighorn Mountain Range, which connects to the Rockies. This was up in northern Wyoming. I was there with two of my cousins, Aaron and Elizabeth, my Aunt Rachel, and Elizabeth's friend Gwen. Aaron was 19 when this happened, and the two of us had bonded over our shared interest in paranormal phenomenon. Elizabeth and Gwen were both 15 at the time. We were camped out next to Park Reservoir, which is a lake that's pretty popular for camping. As fate would have it, when this happened, and maybe the exact reason why it happened, it was just us and an older couple for the weekend. I had spent the day four-wheeling in the sand with Aaron, and then we went fishing in the lake, trying to catch some trout we could cook up for dinner. Elizabeth and Gwen spent most of their time either inside the camper or swimming in the lake. My aunt just relaxed in her folding chair, enjoying nature or going on one of the four-wheelers herself. At night, we would sit around the campfire and tell scary stories, trying to creep each other out, as one should during a camping trip. This night was cold, cloudy. The clouds were actually blocking out the view of the stars, and you could only see bits and pieces of the moon as the clouds rolled by. Of course, we had hoped for a better night, but we'd take what we could get. At least it was fun being outdoors. Aaron and I stayed up after the others went to sleep because we wanted to do some night fishing. He said the moon was full enough to go out on the lake and that it was the best time to go out there to get some trout. I don't know if that's true or not, but we did end up getting 6 fish that night. We kept on fishing until about 11:30, trying to get some bigger fish, but it just wasn't working out. Nothing out of the ordinary had occurred while we were out on the lake, but when we got back to camp, it was a different story. I often wonder how much happened while we were gone, while the others slept. Was that thing at our campsite, or was it trying to watch from the shore while we fished in complete ignorance? Aaron and I slept in a tent, while Aunt Rachel, Gwen, and Elizabeth slept inside the camper. We didn't mind though. We preferred staying inside the tent. It was a perfect place to talk about scary stories, gossip between friends, and other things. I preferred a tent over a camper anyways. We talked for a while, but after that we fell asleep. Then, at some point in the night, I woke up to a piercing howl. It sounded like an injured dog or something. It sounded like maybe it was on the other side of the lake, which meant it was far enough, but not too far. I actually thought it was kind of neat at this point, thinking maybe it was a wolf, but probably just a coyote. If it was a wolf, it was pretty rare, and that'd be a pretty cool thing to see, but I knew it'd be too dark for me to see much outside the tent. I remember staying still, just listening to the sound for a moment, thinking if there was a wolf just outside somewhere, I could brag about hearing it to Aaron in the morning. I tried to go back to sleep, but my body just wouldn't let me. I couldn't explain why, but I felt on edge. I thought maybe it was because of what we'd been talking about before going to sleep. I even thought about waking Aaron up to tell him about the wolf, but I decided against it. I didn't want to be ridiculed for being scared. After a while, I guess I was dozing off again, but I heard something rustling in the bushes from behind the tent. It was then that I could feel my heart start beating faster. I hoped it was just a raccoon or a mule deer. I'd seen bear poop earlier that day and hoped it wasn't a bear that had come to pay us a visit. I wouldn't have been surprised if that bear decided that it could get an easy meal from the campground. I thought about food that we might have left outside and started to worry. Bears around here are known to come into campgrounds looking for leftovers. There's signs all over the place telling campers to use the boxes and to put food away. We had a flashlight in our tent, so I grabbed it and decided to investigate. Don't get me wrong, I was still very nervous. My instincts were trying to keep me from leaving the tent. It was like my brain was screaming at me, "Don't go out there," but curiosity had gotten the better of me. I went outside the tent and shined the flashlight towards the direction of the noises, but I couldn't see anything. I didn't move very far from the tent at all. I stayed in place while slowly shining the flashlight, hoping I would catch a glimpse of the culprit, whether that be a raccoon or a bear. Instead, I saw absolutely nothing though. I figured it was just a deer that had passed by and went through the bush behind the tent. After a quick double check, I crawled back into the tent, being as stealthy as possible so I didn't wake up Aaron. By that point, my uneasiness had started to calm down, quite a bit actually, and I felt that I could fall back to sleep. I only slept for maybe an hour. I can't be sure. All I know is that when I opened my eyes, it was still pitch black outside. I heard what sounded like the cooler crashing onto its side, spilling ice and soda cans all over the place, which slowly rolled to the ground. I immediately felt my heart pounding and my adrenaline picking back up. I was so afraid to get up this time. I didn't want to check it out, but eventually I found enough courage to finally grab the flashlight again. I slowly got out of my sleeping bag and heard the crumbling of aluminum, as if this thing was now digging into something. As quietly as possible, I unzipped the cover to the tent and kept the flashlight off in order to keep my location hidden. As if that mattered, because whatever it was had already seen me and was staring at me with these bright amber eyes. I felt like this thing was looking right through me. There was something that was just not right about those eyes. To start, I'd say they were 7 feet off the ground. Easy. 7 damn feet off the ground. What the hell could that have been? My heart pounded so hard I thought I was going to die. I felt like my heart was just going to stop or burst out of my chest. And then I pointed the flashlight at it. I shouldn't have done that. Today, I am still scared of what I saw that night. I saw this humanoid dog creature. It was dog in look, but human in shape, and it stood on 2 legs. It was leaned over the table, eating something. It was covered in ruffled jet black hair. It had hands on the front, not paws. Hands that were capable of grabbing things. I stood there, frozen in total shock. I couldn't even manage to scream. My legs wouldn't let me run either. The creature's gaze seemed to hypnotize me and keep me in place. That creature, the Dogman or werewolf or whatever the hell it was, twitched and pointed its ears in opposite directions, then opened its mouth. It was horrifying. It had butter-colored canine teeth layered with streaks of brown plaque. It had purplish gums with black outlines above the teeth. I could smell this strong and disgusting stench of rotten meat even from my tent. I mean, it was so potent it made my eyes water and my stomach nauseous. I mean, this odor was so foul that it put the stench of sulfur and methane to shame. Honestly, I don't know if it was that thing's breath or body odor, and I don't even care at this point. I just know that it was the most disgusting thing I've ever smelled in my entire life. But what it did next made my heart sink to the ground and left a deep scar in my memory. I swear to you, I watched this thing smile a wide, toothy grin that spanned across its muzzle. It was like it knew why I was terrified and enjoyed seeing me like that. Then, before I knew it, it swirled around and took off on all 4s and back into the forest like it wasn't searching for food, but just looking for someone to terrify. It knew we were there, but we didn't know it was there, and I think it got pleasure from that. I stood there like a statue, completely petrified from what I had just seen, until I heard a voice coming from the tent behind me. It was Aaron, asking why I was out of the tent. Not gonna lie, when he spoke, I almost shit myself. I just stuttered, too afraid to reveal anything of what I had just seen. I slowly looked over towards the tent. I could only see his outline. I didn't think he could see me all too well, but I still slowly shook my head from side to side, too afraid to speak. I climbed back into the tent, but any thought I had of ever sleeping again were gone. I stayed awake for the remainder of the night, and when morning came, I woke Aaron up to tell him the story. I started from the beginning, with the wolf howl and the rustling in the bushes from behind the tent, all the way to the encounter with whatever the hell that thing was. I told him he was just a few seconds too late, or else he would have seen that creature too. I thought for sure he was gonna think I was crazy, or that I was just overreacting to a bear encounter. But fortunately, he believed me. He said my fear felt genuine to him, and even though he felt scared a little bit when he saw me up in the middle of the night, he was sure that it didn't compare to the fear that I felt. When the girls woke up and saw the mess, they asked what happened. I just told them it was a black bear, that it came through camp the last night, because I knew for certain that they wouldn't believe my story. We cleaned up the mess and left that afternoon after loading up the 4-wheelers in the camper. I searched around the area for a print, but I didn't see any tracks that were left behind from this thing. The only evidence that it was ever there was the mess that it had left behind, and the scar in my memory that it left behind too. I didn't speak on the way back home, which was very unusual for me, and everybody seemed a bit concerned. I was quite a talkative person on road trips, but I just stared out the window thinking of that creature that I saw, chills running down my spine again. And I just played that night over and over and over, trying to come to terms with what I saw. My aunt asked me what was wrong, but I said I was fine, just tired. When I got home, I started to look up sightings of this thing in the Bighorn Mountains, but I couldn't find any information. Eventually, though, I did stumble upon something called the Michigan Dogman, and there were hundreds of sightings of this thing. Their descriptions of the creature were far too similar to my own to be a coincidence. I saw a dogman that night. It wasn't in Michigan, but I saw a dogman that night. So just be careful if you visit the Bighorn Mountain Range. My name is Ronald Bierce. I'm 20 years old and I live in the back skirts of a small town in Wayne County, West Virginia called Lavalette. Originally, my family and I lived in Jacksonville, Florida, but we moved up here because it was getting too humid for us to handle and we couldn't deal with the hurricanes down there. Now, what I'm about to tell you is 100% true, and to this day, what I saw was something I will never forget. I was in my freshman year at Marshall University, located in Huntington, West Virginia, but I didn't own an apartment to live in at the time, and still don't, so I still had to live with my parents and little brother. Of course, I had to get used to all the stress that occurred in our house, and my brother was kind of being a nuisance to me. Well, he usually is, but I still love him just as much as I love our parents. Little brothers, you know? This happened on August 27th, 2017, on a Saturday evening, about somewhere between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. I was taking a very long drive out of my white 2009 Ford Fusion, and it turns out I got lost on the way home. I guess I was driving too far away for my liking. Eventually, it was getting dark, and I found my way home, and I was coming upon the road I usually take to get home, which was Mount Union Road. I take that road all the time to get past this Baptist church, and further up that road, I pass this barn. A family friend of my dad works at it, as well as this great big curve that overlooks a field where a herd of black Angus roam. I pass by a little cemetery, and drive along a cliff where it overlooks the entire valley. Once I pass that, I come upon one road that leads me straight to my house, Walnut Gap Road. Well, I know my description of my way home sounds a little confusing, but that's why everything looked the way it did. Anyway, I drove past an abandoned white church that has to be over 100 years old in my opinion, and up ahead comes this blind curve where I can't see who's coming from the opposite direction. So I usually just slow down before I drive around to make sure no one was going to come flying around the corner. Suddenly, when I slowly drove around the corner, I stopped the car when I see this thing stepping onto the road on all four legs. At first, I thought it had to have been a 500-pound black bear, because we do have some of those around here. It also looked to be the same size and had black fur. But when I can see it in my headlights, I realize it's not a black bear at all, but something else entirely. It looked like a wolf, but much bigger. Bigger than anything I've ever seen before. It had the same pointed ears and long bushy tail, which told me that it wasn't a black bear, considering bears only have a very tiny tail. I was excited at first to finally see a wolf out in the wild, but at the same time, something seemed rather off about this encounter. A wolf shouldn't be this big. In fact, there shouldn't even be any wolves here in West Virginia anymore. Was the government secretly trying to repopulate wolves in this state? Did some wolves escape from a zoo or something? Somehow found their way right here and right now, right in front of me? Those ideas were immediately shot down for me, though, when I saw this creature pierce its eyes straight at me. And then, even while inside the car, I could hear what sounded like joints popping loudly. And then, to my shock, I watched this giant wolf-like monstrosity stand up on two hind legs and place its hand on the top of my car's hood. You heard me right. Its hand. Not its paw. Its hand. We're talking fingers and fingernails. And by the time it stood up, That's when I got a really good look at it. It stood approximately 8 feet tall, possibly weighing around 600 to 650 pounds. Maybe more, maybe less. I don't think I'm embellishing, but the mind plays crazy tricks on you when you see something this completely out of the ordinary. It looked very muscular too, with broad shoulders and long forearms, and the hands looked almost like raccoon hands with these jet black claws on each fingertip. I could see the muscles of this thing very definitively in the headlights. Its chest seemed to puff in and out as it took these deep breaths. The hind legs resembled more of those of a canine, the legs making that bent backwards appearance, huge paws at its feet. But the head was what scared me the most. Its head was like that of a wolf or a large German shepherd, but bigger in proportions. It had a long muzzle with a sort of pointed nose and these great big fangs gouging out from the front, which eerily looked similar to those of a smilodon or saber-toothed cat in a way. It had long pointed ears with tufts of fur standing at the ends of them. But the eyes. I know a lot of people say it, but I'll say it again too. I will never forget those eyes. They were this amber yellowish color, and the way they were looking at me, I felt as if they were piercing into my soul. Instantly, I was frozen in fear. My heart was beating in my throat, and it must have been beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. You know the feeling you get even though you're an apex predator? You feel very vulnerable in the eyes of such a beast like this, like a lion or a bear or a crocodile. That's exactly how I felt when it looked at me. Top of the food chain? Not us. Not when this thing's out there. Not to this thing at all. I knew it was the apex predator. No lion could come up against this thing, or bear, or wolf, especially not me. I was its prey, and I knew that it knew that. This creature could tear my car up with me still inside. It could have tore the door off and tried to pull me out. Even if I tried to escape and run as fast as I could, I knew it could outrun me, catch up to me, rip me to pieces and eat my remains. And I would never be found again, even if I was screaming for help. I honestly thought I was going to die that night, that I was never going to see my family or my friends again, that I was about to be eaten alive by this predatory creature that I never even knew existed until now, and there was nothing that I could do about it. Fortunately for me, though, that never happened. As if God was watching over me that night, the creature instead let out this monstrous snarl, took its hand off my car hood, and then walked to the other side of the road in 2 strides. Like a ghostly phantom, it disappeared into the darkness without making a sound, but not before turning around to look back at me one last time. When that happened, I could have sworn that it wasn't alone, because I think I saw several more glowing amber eyes staring right at me too from the darkness. I knew instantly that one of these things is intimidating enough, but imagine what it was like to run into a whole pack of them. With that terrifying thought in mind, I decided to get the hell out of there. I finally slammed my foot on top of the accelerator and drove my car out of there like a bat out of hell. I got home in literally 1 minute. At the time I got home, I was in tears. I've never felt that scared in my entire life, and that was the first time I've ever cried that much in so many years. I told my parents and little brother about what I saw, but of course they didn't believe me. My parents just assumed I was merely faking the incident to make them believe me, and my brother was constantly harassing me about it. But at least they were concerned when they saw me in tears. At this point in time, I've then shut out everyone I know to the point where I isolated myself to my own bedroom. I still do today, and since then, I've never told anyone about my encounter ever again. I mean, who's gonna believe me that I actually saw not 1 or 2, but a whole damn pack of these real werewolves, or dogmen, or whatever you want to call them? Eventually, I'd open myself back into social life and began spending time with my friends and family again, but at the same time, I did some intense research to explain what I've seen that night, and that's when I discovered the Dogman phenomenon for the first time. According to eyewitnesses, they're describing the same exact thing that I saw, and then I found your channel, and I heard how you narrate these terrifying experiences that so many of your creatures of the night had with these dogmen, and other things for that matter. It made me so happy and relieved that I wasn't alone, that there are other people out there who agree to this day that what they saw was real. Now, I may have an imagination. It might be active and unique, but I didn't imagine this whatsoever. I wasn't drunk, considering I always follow the rules about DUIs and car safety. I wasn't delusional. I wasn't hallucinating. I've never been delusional, and I've never hallucinated. Hell, I wasn't even dreaming about it. It was, without question, a very real and very nightmarish experience that I will never ever forget in my entire life. I don't know why it didn't kill me when it had the chance. But I know that whatever it was that I saw is completely real. Thank you and your creatures of the night so much for taking the time to listen to my story, and I do pray to God that no one else would have to experience something that scary ever again in all of their lives. Thank you. My encounter with the Dogman happened to me when I was by myself at the house that me and my brother share in Tennessee. It happened in 2001. What's funny is there are things I remember very vividly. Oh so stupid little details that have no point in the story, but I figured I'd put them in anyways because they're the things that I remembered about this encounter. All I know is other portions of the story, like how I reacted after I saw the Dogman, are completely gone from my memory. It's like I blacked it out or something. Maybe it's my mind trying to protect me. This is the only time I saw something like this, and I still can't believe that I was the one that actually saw something like it to begin with. I'm a pretty private person, as you can tell by my email address. I don't use my real name. I want to keep my name out of this just for privacy's sake, and the exact location I don't want to give out because this is still on the property that my brother and I own. I will tell you that it happened in Middle Tennessee, and that we're pretty far out from other people. Our nearest neighbor is about 2 miles down the street. But that didn't stop my brother from erecting this wooden fence to signal where our property line was in our backyard. It's because of this fence that maybe I didn't see the Dogman as quickly as I should have, but this fence could have also been the barrier that maybe even saved my life. When it happened, it was about 4 in the afternoon. My brother hadn't gotten home from work yet, and I was at home by myself. I was in the backyard having a cigarette and probably daydreaming about something or other. One of the stupid little details that I remember is playing with this little pedal with my foot before all of this happened. The next thing I knew, everything went really quiet, or at least I stopped daydreaming enough to realize that it was quiet. Hell, I don't even know exactly how long it was quiet before I realized it, so it could have been a couple of minutes, or it could have happened as soon as I noticed it. I looked around to try to figure out what was going on. Usually our property is as noisy as hell with birds and bugs and other critters, but at this point in time, none of those critters were making any noise at all. As I was scanning the property, I noticed movement at the fence, but on the opposite side that I was on. It looked like something big was shuffling around the other side, so it definitely piqued my interest. The fence itself is 6.5 feet tall, which is 3 inches taller than myself. Whatever was moving on the other side looked like it was about 5.5 feet tall and was shuffling around. The fence is wood, just normal slats, wooden. There's these tiny little gaps in between each piece. The gaps aren't big enough to see through at the distance that I was at, but if you walked right up to it, you could look through without any problem. From where I was at, you could definitely see movement and the light being blocked out from the gaps in between the fence posts. Right on the other side of the fence is this big tree that had been there for only God knows how long. Some of the branches were hanging over our side of the fence, and others stuck out in the direction where this big mass was walking around. After my encounter, I went to the tree limbs to measure the distance from the ground to the limb. It was 9.5 feet tall off the ground. Keep that in mind for later on in the story. At first, those movements looked like a big dark mass that was pivoting back and forth, like somebody would if their legs were getting tired, or if they were shifting their weight, or if it was trying to get a good look through the slats of wood. It looked like whatever it was trying to peer through the fence because the top half, which I'm assuming was its head, was bobbing back and forth like it was trying to see through the slats. It looked very human at first, and I figured it was some trespasser that was trying to look into our land. Or maybe my brother had gotten off work early and was trying to scare me. Wouldn't be the first time. We just have that kind of relationship. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I watched it for a few seconds and realized that whatever this thing was looked like it was really trying to keep out of sight. I thought maybe it was a bear or something like that, but this was very peculiar behavior for a bear. And it reverted back to my thoughts that it was my brother trying to scare me. I wasn't going to let him get the best of me. I got up, moving quietly and slowly, trying to act as casual as possible. I wanted to get a better look, but if it was my brother, I was going to beat him to the jump and scare him instead. I chuckled to myself, but tried not to be obvious. I was going to ruin this scare for sure. As I moved closer, though, this thing must have noticed me and started standing perfectly still. Then after a few seconds, it looks like it was backing away from the fence. Still, I crept closer, though, and tried to remain as casual as possible. I grabbed the fence at the top with my hands and looked over it. I never should have done that. What I saw has been the source of a lot of nightmares since then. I think I yelled out something like, "What in the hell?" What I was looking at was an honest-to-God wolfman, but it was about 40 feet away from me. It was still close enough to make me want to piss all over myself, to drop dead from a heart attack right then and there. It was moving in the direction away from me, and was doing this crouch and walk like it was trying to sneak away. It turned and looked back at me, and my blood ran cold. I don't know if you've ever felt that kind of fear, but it felt like my blood actually ran cold. My entire body started to freeze, and I was numb. This thing was moving away from me on only 2 legs. I was looking at a monster. As it turned back and went from a crouch and walk position to standing up to its complete height, I swear to you that this thing was over 8 feet tall. Its arms were heavily muscled, especially at the neck area and the thigh area. Its arms hung down past its knees, and where paws should have been on the front limbs looked more like these humanoid hands, almost like a raccoon. There were long claws or nails at the ends of these hands. The anatomy of the upper arms looked more human than canine. It looked like if I had hung my arms down to my sides, only a lot longer and completely covered in thick hair. And of course extremely buff. The chest area also had long fur on it, but it looked more matted around the chest and shaggy around the abdomen. And the legs, it looked like it was standing on its toes like a dog does. I'm not really sure why that's a question of interest that you asked me, but the legs looked more canine than human. This thing did have a long tail that looked bushy, just like the rest of its body. I didn't see any anatomy either, so I couldn't verify whether or not it was male or female, but based off the fact that I couldn't see a penis, I'm going to go on a limb and say this animal was female. As far as what the head looked like, well, it looked like a wolf, or a werewolf. Picture any werewolf movie you've ever seen on TV, and that's what it looked like. It had long teeth, it had a long snout, and a nose that looked wet to me. I could see its lips curl up. It had predatory eyes, and it also had pointed ears that were more towards the top of its head than the sides of its head. She just stood there staring at me, doing nothing but breathing. And then, she was as still could be. I was frozen, and couldn't run away. I was privileged, if that's what you want to call it, to seeing this wide grin spread across this thing's face. And let me tell you this, it was the most evil look I've ever seen anything give in all my life. At 52 years old, at this moment, I can still tell you I've never felt fear grip me like it did in that moment. Because the look on this creature's face, just had this feeling of evil and malice. She continued to stare at me, and I really felt like I was locked in her glare. It felt like a stare down or something. It felt like I had a million thoughts screaming through my head at the same moment, but also this hazy, confused feeling as well. All I knew is that if this monster started running at me, I was going to barricade myself in my house and grab my shotgun. But I was also scared because sooner or later I knew my brother would be home. So if I was locked in the house with this creature outside trying to get in, he'd have no way of knowing where it was. It wasn't a risk that I wanted to take. I loved my brother, and I didn't want to see him end up as dog food. Then this thing looked like it was falling over at first, I guess. But what it was actually doing was dropping to all fours. And as it did, there was this loud popping noise, like when you pop one of your bones, but a lot louder. And it stood there looking at me for a second on all fours. And I swear to you, even on all fours, this thing had to be like 5 feet tall. And then, as fast as this encounter happened, it ended, because she turned around and trotted off back into the forest. It took another look back, and I think it helped me realize what was going on. Like, that haze that my mind was going through was lifted. I could think again. And then she turned around and went into the woods without a second look. I wanted to run. I knew I could run at this point. But I still stood there at that fence for a long time, just staring at that area where she went off to, trying to figure out what in the hell just happened to me. After that, though, is where I blacked out all the information, because I don't know how I got back into the house. I don't remember going back into the house at all. I didn't remember that day, and I don't remember all these years later. I don't remember the time it took getting into the house to the time it took to my brother getting home. I don't remember grabbing my shotgun, but I did, because it was in my hands when I told my brother. As he pulled up, I walked out there as calmly as I could with my shotgun over my shoulder, and he was curious about what was going on. I remember him eyeing the shotgun up and down and giving me this perplexed look, but in between those moments, I have no idea what happened. I told him what happened, at least the parts that I could remember. I got him to come into the house before I told him the story, and I poured each one of us a glass of whiskey. He didn't believe it was a wolfman. He thought that maybe it was some kind of bear, but after a while I convinced him that I saw some kind of supernatural creature, and eventually he came to terms with it too. That night, I slept with the lights on. Now you show me a grown man here in Tennessee that actually sleeps with the lights on, and I'll pay you whatever debt you have. But here I was, a grown man, clutching my shotgun, sleeping with all the lights on in my room. I went out on the other side of the fence the next day and looked around, trying to see if I could find some kind of evidence, something that said that that Dogman creature was there. All I found were deep scratch marks in the tree that was right next to the fence. That's where those branches come in that I was talking about earlier. Because that branch that I was looking at was over 9 feet high. And I bet you my bottom dollar that it was the Dogman that made the scratches near that branch, because the scratches themselves were also about 9 feet off the ground. Like I said earlier, I haven't seen it again, and my brother has never had the misfortune of running into it, but we did have a friend down the way that found a large deer that was eviscerated. Not only that, the poor creature's head was missing. Now you can blame it on a poacher. We do get some out here. You go right ahead and say it was a poacher. Be my guest. But because I saw this thing in the same area that that poor deer was ripped apart, I'm willing to bet you that that Dogman creature was what was responsible for killing it. This encounter has not tested my faith. I'm a Christian man that believes in God. I say my prayers every night. I believe it was His grace that protected me from this creature, and after reading a lot of encounters and threads, there's a lot of people that believe that we're seeing more of them because it's signaling the end of times. I'm ready for that. I've made my peace with this world, and I know that I'm going to spend eternity with God. I know these things are supposed to be a myth. Lots of people say they don't exist. You don't have to convince me. I just don't know exactly what they are. Whether they're a natural species or if they are something that crawled out of hell to cause Armageddon. Either way, I hope I never have another run-in with one of them. Sincerely, a grown man that still sleeps with his lights on every now and then. From Tennessee. I live in New South Wales, Australia. This encounter took place in October of 2014 when I was 12 years old, and it was my last year of primary school. We went to the school camp that year, and we would spend 2 days down at the Mogo Gold Run Colony, an old preserved gold rush colony from the times of the gold rush in Australia, since at the time we were learning about British colonization and our early history. It's located a few miles south of Bateman's Bay, and it's surrounded by the bush. The bus ride was fun, but taxing since we lived in Wollongong, which is nearly 3 hours away from Bateman's Bay. We finally arrived late in the afternoon and were sorted into our cabins. My friend and I were put in the cabins closest to the tree line, which was also closest to the bridge leaving the living quarters. My friends and I packed our PSPs, board games, and my friend David even brought his small pinball machine. We were also completely packed up on sweets and snacks. We were planning to stay up long into the night having fun. After dinner that night, we were made to sit with our formal partner and listen to the local Aboriginal elder named Sam. Sam talked about a lot of things. He went into great depth about the British impact on the Aboriginals, talked about the troubles they brought along with them, and eventually asked if we liked scary stories. Everyone excitedly said yes. Sam told us that the Aborigines had many creatures from their stories they believed in, like the Bunyip and the Yowie. His face eventually grew dark and grim before saying the British also brought their own monsters with them. He mentioned one beast in particular that all of us kids recognized: the European werewolf. One boy laughed and said werewolves weren't real. They're just old myths made up by movie makers. That old man looked over to that boy and said, "Well, I pray you never meet one yourself then." And as cliché and silly as he sounded, he looked dead serious, even concerned, which only made me feel a little more unsettled. We were then told to go back to our cabins to unwind, and it took many of the rowdier cabins a few hours to do that, but soon it was just us. One of the teachers had come down because Liam had broken a light bulb by accident, so she had to take him back to stay with the teachers because the assistant principal had also gone with us, so she had to follow the school's protocol. That only left Cohen, Brody, Lachlan, David, and myself in the cabin. Lachlan had been hit by an extreme homesickness now, so Brody, being the fair dinkum he was, kept him company, comforting him and telling him that it's all going to be alright. We're going to have a great time. We all had a set of double bunk beds lining the cabin up to the bathroom at the back. It was like a flat almost. It was quite cozy. It was like a double cabin. There was another group that had one next door to us. The cabin only had 2 windows. One in between my bunk and the bunk that Lachlan and Brody were sharing. The other was above the toilet. It had a shutter that we kept open for light from the outside. At around 1 a.m., it began pelting down rain. Lachlan was still crying, David was playing his PSP with his headphones on, and Cohen and I were talking. I had the urge to go to the bathroom, and as I stood up there doing my business, I suddenly heard Lachlan screaming that something was standing at the window. I glanced out the window to the side of the cabin, and I see it. This huge black figure covered in fur. It appeared to be squatting on 2 legs, which were bent back like the Hollywood werewolf. Its arms were down to its knees, with long bony fingers that ended in claws, the length of steel nails. It had a semi-muscular body, and the head of a dog, but there was something wrong with it. Its muzzle was more like a wolf's, and its ears were smaller. It had a shaggy mane, and a wet black nose that dripped from the downpour outside. It had placed one of its hands on the window, looking inside at the kids. With its other hand, it scraped down the glass with a claw, as if measuring how thick it was. Its face was mischievous, intelligent, like it enjoyed the fear that it was giving Lachlan. I began to slowly close the shutter to the bathroom window, not taking my eyes off of this beast. However, the blinds made a loud squeak, and as soon as I started, the beast turned instantly to face me. I wish I hadn't done that, because that beast stared at me, and that was when I got a good look at its face. I tremble every time I think of that face. Words fail to describe exactly what I saw, but I'll do my best. Its eyes were like a bright amber that seemed to glow like the embers of a fire. It slowly began to bare these sharp teeth at me, with this sinister-looking snarl. I saw a mixture of saliva and rain dripping from its exposed mouth. It let out a low growl, so deep I could feel it vibrating my chest. I was completely frozen in fear at this point, and I could feel myself lost in this thing's eyes. Its gaze was one of hatred and rage, but I also felt it had this sense of curiosity to it. I wanted to see what it was going to do next, given that if it meant trying to attack me, I could run, or at least try to hide somewhere. And then it began to run its razor-sharp claws down the side of the wooden wall on the cabin. All the while, it didn't break eye contact with me, and I couldn't turn away from it. I could see the black claws glistening in the rain from the light of the gazebo. Then I saw a flashlight bobbing behind it. It was the teachers. They must have heard Lachlan screaming because all of them came running down the trail. The beast then glared angrily in their direction before giving me one last look. It got down on all fours and began to take off at this alarming speed, kicking up bark chips everywhere as it ran. I glanced to the window it was at before and watched this beast bound towards the colony and over the bridge. All the while, it kicked up that dirt and grass. David had still been playing his PSP with his headphones in and didn't see or hear any of this, and Brody had stayed on the bottom bunk, which he chose to stay on because Cohen stayed in his. Lachlan was now sobbing hysterically at this point. The teachers unlocked the door and burst inside. Lachlan kept on repeating that there was a monster at the window, but our teacher, Miss Chapman, didn't believe him. She turned to me and asked, "Did you see a monster?" I pointed at the scratches on the window without saying a word, and moved past her to climb onto my bunk. She looked at them and then simply said that she would find the little troublemaker who did this. To which I replied, "Good luck. I hope you know how to deal with a werewolf." She clearly didn't see the size or width of the scratches, or she refused to buy it or something like that. In Australia, we don't have big cats or bears, so I guess to her it was nothing. For hours, I laid there wondering if it was going to come back, wondering what it wanted to do. I closed the shutter to the window above my bed, and soon I must have fallen asleep. I woke up last that morning. Lachlan, Brody, and Cohen were quiet. We didn't speak a word until we got changed for the day. That day, we were taken on a tour of one of the mines that had been restored, and David and I decided to slip off from the group to explore the colony on our own. As we wandered through the town, I couldn't really help but wonder why there were claw marks on some of the walls of these old buildings. Immediately, I thought of that creature the night before, and it sent chills down my spine. I knew what did it. I know what I saw that previous night. We decided to check out the back of the barbershop, which was immediately backed by this thick forest, and there we were hit by this foul odor. David said we should follow it and find out what it was. This sounded like a terrible idea, I know, but I gave in to peer pressure. What can I say? I was curious to see if we would run into this hairy friend of ours again. I guess I was just too young and stupid to realize how awful of an idea it could have been, running into that creature. I mean, I saw how dangerous it was that night, but I guess my curiosity just got the better of me. What we saw, though, made me throw up. In a clearing, not too far from the barber's backlot, was this mangled mess of what looked like it used to be a kangaroo. There were parts of it scattered all over the ground, and the forest at the base of this large gum tree. It looked like something much bigger than it had slammed it against the tree repeatedly. I heard David's breath catch as he asked what could have done this. I urged him that we should leave, and thankfully, after seeing that mangled carcass, he agreed. We ended up rejoining the group, who were down at the road at the blacksmith. I did take the chance to tell him what we saw the previous night, since he had missed it. I told him how Liam used to own a book called Werewolves, Vampires, and Zombies, which contained a section on cryptids, and in particular, I told him about the Beast of Bray Road, and how it looked similar to the drawing in that book. He wasn't skeptical at all, given the slaughtered kangaroo we found, and soon the guide led us into the barbershop with the class, and not long after that, everyone began complaining about the smell. So the guide discovered the handiwork of the beast for himself, and then told us we had to go back to the old school. A little later, while all of us kids were safe at the schoolhouse, I saw a few of the workers meet up with the guide to help. They looked like what they were discussing was something important, like what to do with this situation. And then they disappeared, I'm guessing to clean up that monster's mess. During lunch, David and I went to explore the caravan park, stumbling upon the largest gaggle of geese we'd ever seen. These geese were vicious though, and they roamed the whole property. After that night of formal dance practice, we returned to the cabin to unwind for bed. Before it got dark, I closed the outside shutters on the window and we locked everything down. We even shut the blinds for good measure. I locked the doors and withheld from Lachlan that we barricaded the door with the wardrobe. Liam didn't understand why we were doing all of this and asked what on earth was going on. I simply told him the lock was busted, and we all fell asleep that night fairly fast to the sounds of the cicadas and crickets. But I was slowly awakened around 4 by this subtle bump. The sounds of the night had ceased, and not even the early birds were making any noise. Let me tell you, when it gets that quiet, it's eerie. But then soon after that, that thumping continued, and soon it sounded like this screeching of steel as something began to claw the metal around the building. There wasn't a lot of that, so it had been going out of its way to do this, and I think it was a scare tactic. I knew immediately that the beast was back. I was beginning to shake and feel nauseous, thinking that this thing could easily smash its way inside. And then I started to wonder if it was watching us that day as we explored. I closed my eyes, beginning to pray, reciting the Lord's words, and asked for aid. And soon I could hear it growling at something. Then the scratching and thumping ceased. I could hear the distinctive sound of geese, followed by a deafening roar that shook the building. Then there was the sound of fluttering and honking. It sounded like hundreds of them. Then there was another roar that seemed almost annoyed. It growled and snarled and then walked away into the bush. The sounds of the geese continued and seemed to follow it, and soon everything went quiet again and the sounds of the night returned. By then everyone was awake, and Liam was begging to know what the hell was going on. I told him I wasn't sure. After unlocking everything at 5:30 a.m. and unbarricading the door, Lachlan and I decided to examine the outside of the cabin. Man, what a mess. Claw marks down the shutter, indentations in the wood from the pounding and pounding, bark chips everywhere, feathers scattered about, and a few dead geese. We removed the dead birds. We knew we'd be questioned about the damage, and the dead geese wouldn't help. So we dumped them in the creek, separating the cabins from the colony, and then we began to pack our things. Later that morning, we stopped at the Mogo Zoo, and shortly after that, we were on our way home. We didn't talk about anything on the bus ride. The past 2 nights had been very traumatic for us, and Liam and Brody were still skeptical, even though the evidence of the creature was right there, and it was clear in their faces. A few months after that, I started high school. During that time, I became obsessed with Skyrim, and when I did the quest where you could become a werewolf, I was instantly hit with a wave of nauseousness. It was uncanny how similar the werewolf in that game and the beast we saw a few months back were. The only person I ever told about this was my dad, and with a frightened expression, he quickly believed me and told me his own story, which happened about 30 minutes south of the Gold Rush colony. He was sleeping in a granny flat under the house that could only be accessed from the outside. He and his brother woke up to what sounded like the tapping of steel on the glass. They looked and saw a beast with the head and face of a dog. It looked like it was trying to peek in, and he swears it had a grin on its face, just like what I saw. To this day, I wonder what would have happened to us if we hadn't been separated by a wall from that terrifying monster who turned animals outside into pulp. One more thing I think about regularly is that Sam, the Aboriginal guide, seemed to know a lot about werewolves. Of all the creatures that he talked about, he could have described any other one in such detail that night, but he chose the werewolf. A creature that wasn't even part of the lore that he was telling us. A creature that he himself had been brought over to Australia from settlers from Britain. I don't really think it was a coincidence that we happened upon something that looks remarkably like a werewolf, especially on the very same night that he was talking about it. Sometimes I wonder if he knew more than he was letting on, or maybe Sam and the thing we saw those 2 nights were one and the same. Maybe he was the wolf the entire time. What do you think?
My name is Lenny. I was 11 years old, almost 12 at the time of this encounter, and I'm 55 years old now. I'm actually writing you this on my birthday, and this is the first time I've talked about it in a long time. This is the very first time I've ever put it to paper and sent it to somebody to tell my story for me. I figured as a birthday treat this year, I'd tell my favorite YouTube narrator what it was that I saw so many years ago. When we saw the Dogman, we were on an unofficial camping trip with our Boy Scout unit, and it was in Brush Creek State Forest. That's in Ohio. The year was 1976. There were 11 other boys that went on this trip, but only 6 of us, including myself, and 1 scout leader saw this thing. For years and years, I had no other term besides wolfman or werewolf, or even monster. But now, thanks to the things on YouTube and the Sci-Fi Channel, and even the Discovery Channel, I can say that what I saw was most likely a Dogman. This wasn't one of those camping trips where you pitch a tent and earn some hours and badges to prove that you can move up the ranks of Boy Scouts. This camping trip didn't actually count for Boy Scout units at all. We just wanted to go on another camping trip because the last time we did it, it was so much fun. And that was the time we actually got to earn hours and badges so we could move up in the ranks. At the time of this, I was a tenderfoot, and I was eager to move up to the next rank, but this camping trip actually scarred me for a long time, and I ended up leaving the Boy Scouts after this. One thing I'd like you to know about myself is that I absolutely love the outdoors. I did then, and I even do now, although it took me a long time to go back into the woods. And now as an adult, I'm a lot more cautious, and I never go into the forest without a firearm. Back then as a boy, I would go hiking all the time with my father, even in the parts where I saw this Dogman before the encounter happened, and I never saw anything out of the ordinary until that day. I've been in that forest more times than I can count since then, too, and even after that encounter, I haven't seen anything strange. But I know it's out there now, and I'm always looking over my shoulder, expecting another encounter with one of these creatures. I believe that the smaller our forests get, and the larger our numbers get in population, the chances of meeting these creatures are always expanding. One day, I expect somebody to bring in proof that these creatures actually exist. Anyways, on to what I saw. We were hiking one afternoon. It was me, 5 other boys, and one of our scout leaders. We decided to split into 2 groups, and I just happened to be in the group that was in the direction that the Dogman encounter happened. Lucky me, right? During the hike, we heard this commotion like nothing I've ever heard before. There was this dog barking and snarling like it was fighting for its life, and this other noise that sounded more like a roar, and this squeal all combined into one. But it was deep and unnatural, for lack of a better term. 2 of the boys, and oddly enough the 2 boys that were usually the ones that got in trouble, ran off in the direction of this noise to see what was going on. You'd think if you were in the forest and you heard these god-awful noises like that, you'd be a little more cautious, right? Not these 2. So they ran off towards what sounds like World War III, and obviously our scoutmaster, a man named Jim, went after them. The rest of us boys had the sense not to go in the direction that all these noises were coming from, but we ended up chasing after Jim anyway. We come up to this clearing in this little field area, and that's when we saw something that gave me nightmares for years to come. There in the middle of this field was this big black dog, jumping and snarling and biting at this gigantic werewolf creature. The dog itself must have weighed 100 pounds. It had long, shaggy black hair. It had droopy ears and was pretty muscular for a dog. He had this long tail that had all his hair hanging off of it, and thinking back on it now, that dog probably could have passed for a hippie. But even the sight of this big dog that was lunging and snarling couldn't compare to the other creature that was in that field. If that dog weighed 100 pounds, then this thing must have weighed 300 pounds. It towered over the other dog, and that was when it was on all 4 feet. It had long shaggy fur too, but this fur was a dark gray color, with specks of brown mixed in some of the hair. It had big ears on the top of its head, and teeth that looked like it could eviscerate that dog if it got a hold of it. This thing looked more muscular than any animal I've ever seen in my entire life. And this creature had a long shaggy tail too. But the weird thing about this creature was, it was swiping at this dog. What kind of canine swipes its claws out when it's fighting? And while we're on the subject of its paws, this thing didn't look like it had paws at all on the front limbs. It was using hands to swipe at this dog. This thing looked more like it had the hands of a raccoon than the paws of a dog. It had fingers that were articulated to grab a hold of things. The scene itself, when all of us boys and our scout leader got there, was pretty chaotic. You had a couple of us yelling that we wanted to go back, and a couple of us yelling what the heck was going on. All of us were yelling. Some in fear, some in curiosity, but either way, all these young boys yelling at the top of their lungs, things got pretty loud. Jim was shishing us, trying to get us to all calm down, but I don't think that those 2 dogs that were fighting could hear anything over the noises that they were making. Jim was telling us all to get back and get out of the way and run back to camp because he didn't want us to get attacked by either of those creatures. But he looked like he couldn't pull his eyes away from the battle himself. I think he was more curious than any of us boys were. And that dog just kept lunging and snapping at this werewolf creature, and it was barking its head off. But those barks, even as loud as they were drowned out by the screams that this werewolf creature was making. Sitting here now, trying to type this story out to you, I'm having a hard time describing just what this roar sounded like. If you've ever been to a zoo where there's lions, and you hear one of the lions roar, you know that you could feel it inside of your body because it's so deep. That's how it felt when this thing roared, but not how it sounded. It was this primal roar. It sounded like it could be a mixture of a man and an animal, and it was deafening. There were parts of it that sounded high-pitched, but also parts of it that were so deep that you could feel it in your eardrums when they rumbled inside your head. Jim was still trying to wrangle all of us kids up, trying to pull us away from the scene and push us back towards camp, but some of our curiosities were just so heightened that we wanted to stay and watch, and we were trying to hide behind this big tree so we could get a good look at what was going on. And then I noticed that across the clearing was this man yelling to the dog. It was yelling at the other creature too, but it was calling the dog, trying to get it to come away from this thing, trying to get it to heel, to run. But obviously, this dog wasn't listening, and it was entangled in this fight with this creature, where I was sure was going to be a fight to the death. And I still, to this day, remember the name of that dog. The dog's name was Jojo. From what I could tell, Jojo looked like he was bleeding, but he still didn't back down and kept lunging at this creature. I don't know if Jojo was trying to defend its owner or trying to defend himself because this werewolf attacked him, but either way, this dog was definitely brave. The Dogman, or werewolf, or whatever it was, kept swatting and roaring, trying to get to this dog, but every time the Dogman swatted, Jojo would dodge out of the way and lunge at him. I could see wounds on the limbs of this Dogman, and one on its face where the blood was trickling by its ear, but it didn't look like Jojo was doing much damage to this werewolf monster at all. I could tell, though, that Jojo was definitely wounded. Finally, that werewolf creature, I guess, had had enough, and turned tail and ran off into the forest. When it ran, it almost looked like a primate does when it runs, but I guess this could have been because one or both of the front legs were injured by Jojo during the fight. Then, Jojo the dog chased the werewolf into the tree line, and you can hear it roaring as it ran away, but Jojo didn't actually follow him into the trees. He turned around and came running back to the guy that was screaming at him, and that damn dog was even wagging his tail as he came back to his owner. I guess that was the point where Jim figured it wasn't safe anymore, like it was safe in the beginning. But since that werewolf wasn't distracted by Jojo anymore, he figured that thing could turn around and turn its sights on us. So he told us that now we definitely needed to get the hell out of there and get back to camp. I remember Jim had to physically carry Bradley Bowman out of there because he wouldn't leave the scene. Bradley was actually one of the kids that ran off in the first place, so he deserved to get ass whooping if you ask me. But Jim was basically hissing at us that we needed to get the hell out of there or he was going to whoop us all himself. As we ran through the woods, I could see that all of us, including myself, were absolutely scared, and we needed to get back to our camp so we could feel the safety of our larger numbers, and possibly even get out of there. The whole way back to camp, Jim just kept telling us it was a wolf. He just kept repeating, "It was just a big wolf. It was just a big wolf." Yeah, right. That sure as hell was no regular wolf that dog was fighting. Maybe a werewolf, but sure as hell no regular wolf. When we did get back to our campsite, Jim ran over to our other scout leader, an older man that we called Mr. Thomas, and they walked out a ways to have a conversation. When they came back, both of them seemed agitated, and we ended up going home early that same day. They told us that it wasn't safe there because there was a wolf running around, and Mr. Thomas had been radioed that we needed to evacuate the area. Honestly, I think they made the whole thing up. I think Jim told Mr. Thomas what he'd really seen, and they decided that it was in our best interest to just get the hell out of the area. I don't know if Jim used the word wolf, or if he used the word werewolf during his conversation with Mr. Thomas, but whatever was said during that conversation made Mr. Thomas think twice about staying there for another night, and it made him just as nervous as Jim was. When we got back, though, basically, the whole thing was covered up as a wolf encounter. I'll ask you again, what kind of canine creature swipes its claws out during a fight? A wolf doesn't do that. This thing had hands, too, not paws. This thing was bigger than any wolf or dog I have ever seen. It definitely wasn't a wolf. For years, all of us boys that kept in touch stuck to the stories from what we saw with our own eyes. We knew what we saw. We knew it wasn't a wolf. Unfortunately, though, as the years passed, all of us started to go our own ways and lose touch with each other. Some of us moved out of the state, others passed away, but I don't actually keep in touch with any of the boys that I was in that troop with, let alone the rest of them that saw that creature when I did. In my research on this creature, I've come to the conclusion that what I encountered was not a full-grown dogman, even though it looked huge to an 11-year-old boy, don't get me wrong. Compared to that dog, it looked huge too, but usually a dogman sighting has an even more massive creature than what I witnessed. That actually sent shivers down my spine thinking about it. This thing was gigantic and dwarfed all of us, and Jojo. I can't imagine something that looks that ferocious being even bigger. I think it was a young male dogman that tried to pick a fight with his dog, instead of steering clear of it, and the dog ended up fighting back. Had this been a full-grown dogman, I believe the outcome would have been drastically different, and that poor dog would have just been an afternoon snack. But because this dogman was either a juvenile or a young male, it didn't have the mass or the experience that an older dogman would have, and Jojo was able to chase it off. One thing's for sure, though, I will never look at the forest the same way. I respected the forest back then, but now I have this deep, deep respect for the forest and the creatures in there that we know of, and the creatures that hide in the shadows that we can't even think of. Sincerely, Lenny.
Hello. I would like to tell you of an encounter I had many years ago in my native country of Norway. It was with what I had always thought as a werewolf, or wolfman, but my wife, who is an American, had informed me that what I saw was something actually called a dogman. When this happened to me, I was barely 20 years old. I had not met my wife yet, nor for another 2 years would I know her. This is when I was foolish enough to go out into the woods alone. Trust me, I do not recommend that anyone ever do that, not after you hear what I saw out there. I live in the western part of Norway, and used to take pleasure going into the woods to hike, take pictures, and go on solo camping trips. Again, this is when I was foolish enough to do this all by myself. After what happened to me, it was a very long time before I stepped foot back into the forest. It wasn't until I moved to the United States to be close to my wife's elderly parents that I ever even went camping again. The first few times I went back into the woods, I did not sleep peacefully. Every little noise woke me up and startled me. I was worried for my children, who were camping in the trailer with us. But back to what happened to me. It was during a solo trip. The first day and night, it was very peaceful and natural. Nothing out of the ordinary happened to me. I had hiked into a spot, which took almost 2 hours and was a very steep journey. The first day I was there, I had spent relaxing from my journey to the spot that I liked. Take a note that I had been to this specific area quite a few times before this, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened either. This was during your typical Norwegian summer, when the sun does not go down for very long. Our days typically last up to 19 hours. This was the perfect time to camp, in my opinion, because you had a lot of daylight to use to explore. After I rested, I settled into my camping spot. I took off to hike around the area and find spots that I knew and loved. There was a very large rock that I liked to climb and read my book on top of. I found it and started reading until I felt hungry. Then I went back to my camp to eat. Just like I said, everything about this first day was normal. When I awoke the next morning, it was almost as if the atmosphere around me had completely changed. The forest seemed less alive. There was not many creatures talking to each other that day. It also felt different, like when you're on a slide at the park before you shock yourself, like the air was statically charged. It was very unusual, and made me feel very uneasy, but I did not want to leave. I enjoyed this place. It was among my favorite places to be. So I shook off that dreadful feeling and went about my day. I made breakfast for myself, and then went to explore and read my book again. At lunchtime, I was cooking my food, but I could have sworn I heard something scream or roar. It was so loud that I could hear it over my headphones that I was using. During this encounter with a scream, it sounded like this beastly yell. I have never heard anything like that, but I have heard recordings of the American Sasquatch yelling into the night, and it sounded similar, but not quite the same. Where the Sasquatch recordings were deep and sounded almost like a primate, these screams were higher pitched and sounded more like a coyote call. Except, we don't have coyotes in Norway. We have wolves, but this did not sound like a wolf. It sounded like a scream or a yell. I could have mistaken what it sounded like because of my music playing, but I am certain of what I heard because I heard it again later that day. This was more than enough to keep me close to my campsite for the rest of the day. I did not know what in the world it could be, and I did not want to risk finding out in the middle of nowhere. I sat by my fire to read my book and still enjoyed the time. I didn't hear the scream again for a long time, and even started thinking to myself that I had either imagined it or mistook it for something else. I eventually pushed it out of my mind and took a small walk around the area. I needed more firewood, among other things, and I was not afraid at this point. While I was out there, though, it seemed to be even more silent than it was earlier. Nothing was making any noise at all, except for the sound of something moving behind me. I admit, at this point, I was getting scared. Whatever was moving around sounded very large. I spun around because I was afraid of it coming towards me, but I couldn't see anything at all. Whatever was moving around was very good at keeping itself hidden. I was wondering what could be so large and so hidden at once. I heard a deep growling noise and decided it was time to go back to the safety of my camp. I carried what wood I had collected and headed back. Like I said, there are occasional wolves here, but I have never seen one myself. I've only seen deer, fox, and birds in this area. Either way, I did not want to be attacked by a wolf or even a bear. I needed to get back. While I was walking, it felt very much like something was following me and watching me. It's that feeling you get when you know someone is there that you can't see, but they can see you. I was very eager to get back to my camp at this point, and I spent some time after that just being aware of my surroundings. I was listening to the noises of the forest, trying to hear either those heavy footsteps or the growling again. I didn't hear anything, and eventually the forest became noisy again. I was calling myself foolish again, because I let my imagination get the better of me. What else could possibly be out here with me? Maybe it was another camper that was just having a little bit of fun with me. As the day started to turn to night, it looked like a clear, beautiful Norwegian evening. It really is something there. I miss being there a lot now that I'm in the States. Remember, this was a Norwegian summer night, so it was still very light outside. I made more food. I like to eat, if you can't tell. I was reading my book, and time must have gotten away from me, because before I knew it, it was getting a little dark. It was still light enough to see outside, but that meant it was getting very late. I wanted to get some rest, because I planned on going for a long hike the next day, before packing up and hiking back out to my car. I gave myself time to finish the chapter and have a snack before I would put out my fire and crawl into my tent, but the thing in the forest had other plans. I couldn't even finish my chapter before it made itself known again. All I know is that I started feeling that static feeling again, and I was hearing a buzz in my head. Then the forest went silent again, like they knew that something was coming for me, and that they didn't want to let it know that they were there, because they were afraid it would get them too. My breath caught in my throat. Something inside of me was telling me to run and get away from there, but my legs suddenly felt like cement. I was afraid that if I stood up, I would just fall right over. Please understand that these feelings of dread hit me before I even saw this wolf man. That terror is on another level that I have never felt before. All I could do at this point was hold my breath and listen for anything that was headed my way. I kicked myself for not listening during the day. I should have left then. I was also damning myself for not bringing a rifle. I had a very small handgun, but nothing that could stop more than a man. My instincts were telling me that this thing was dangerous and violent and that I needed to get out of there. I forced myself to my feet and packed a backpack with what I thought I needed to take with me. I kept my handgun on my hip, put out my fire, and decided it was time to head to my car. I would still be able to see, and I did not want to take the chance of this thing coming up to me with just my tent to protect me. I remember thinking there was a chance that I would feel very foolish in the morning, but at this point I was in a panic and just needed to get out of there. I decided it was better to be safe than sorry. As I was walking through the forest, I heard that scream again. It was coming from behind me, but it sounded too close for comfort. My blood ran cold. Nothing out here makes a sound like that, and it was not a camper pulling a joke. It was unnatural and unearthly. It scared me out of my wits. I picked up my pace, starting to actually panic now. It was a very steep journey, and I continued to slip downhill as I tried to move quickly in low light. I knew I was cut up, and both of my elbows were burning from a nasty fall, but I wanted to get out of there while I could. I tried to keep moving quickly. My adrenaline was helping, but it was very late at this point, and I was becoming fatigued. I kept hearing this monster screaming on and off. When it did, it was like the noises it made cut through the dusky sky, and the whole forest felt the fear that I was feeling. It sounded like it was keeping pace with me. It never sounded any further away, but it eventually sounded closer. I was starting to slow down now too. My legs were throbbing. I was sure the last time I fell I broke a finger. The pain was incredible. It must have been over an hour since I started my journey back when I saw this thing for myself. I started hearing growling. That's what made me realize how close this thing was. When I turned around, it was behind me, and I almost fell over. I never could have guessed what it was that was following me. My brain couldn't even understand what I was looking at while I was staring at it. It took every ounce of willpower not to turn and run. For all I knew, this thing would chase me down just like a wolf chases a deer. It was still light enough in the late night that I could take in many of the details. It was standing on just two legs, not like a dog does when it's trying to do a trick, but rather standing just like a man would. It was breathing heavy, like it had ran a great distance, probably to track me down and eat me, I was thinking to myself. It was extremely tall, probably well over 7 feet. Understandably, I did not walk over to measure this thing in meters. It was also very wide in the chest and had very thick, powerful-looking back legs. One of its arms was slung on a tree, like it was just casually watching me, saying hello, while the other was hanging down towards the ground. They were very long arms, and also powerful-looking, but not as thick as the back legs were. This creature was covered in thick fur from head to toe. It was gray and brown in color. It seriously looked like someone had taken the head off of an extremely large wolf and placed it on the body of this monster. The head was entirely wolf, except it looked very, very aggressive. It was staring at me, not taking its gaze off me, and then it dropped down on all fours very slowly, but still in a very fluid motion. Now that you mention it, I did hear something of a popping noise, but never linked the two together. When it got on all fours, this thing looked just as natural as when it was on 2 legs. And then it started walking towards me. It was crouching low, like it was stalking me, like a cat does, but even on all fours, it was still very tall. It was making a low growling noise as it started getting closer. I started backing away. I wanted to run so badly, but I was too afraid. I had completely forgotten about my gun on me until this point, and I slowly, and very shakily, I need to add, lifted it up and fired towards this thing. I'm sure I missed it, but the pop was loud enough to startle it. At least I think so, because it leapt backwards and took off in the other direction. I took that opportunity to run for it and summoned everything I could just to keep running. I could still hear it, behind me somewhere, making a barking or yapping noise. It would let out those screams too. It sounded wild and feral and very angry. It was like something out of the scariest scary movie that you can think of. I was running through the forest, through the dusk light, trying to get away from something that looked just like a movie monster werewolf. At different points in time, I could hear it crashing behind me, off to the side of me, but I didn't dare look away. I just concentrated on the terrain in front of me. When I got close enough to my car, I set off the alarm. I thought that maybe something like that would scare it away. I don't know if it worked or if it let me go, because I was leaving the forest. But all of a sudden, I couldn't hear it making noises anymore. I know that if it wanted to catch me and tackle me, it would have. It could have pounced on me while we were standing so close to each other. I just don't know why it didn't. Maybe it just wanted me out of the forest, or maybe it was having fun. I don't know. I got to my car, and of course I was so shaky I couldn't get the door unlocked. Thank God for automatic locks now. I make sure all my cars have them, especially since this encounter. I finally got in my car and sped away from that hell as fast as I could. I did not sleep for days. I would doze off because I was exhausted, but then I would have a nightmare about that thing and wake right back up. Both of my brothers that I told believed my story and said it was a werewolf. I believed that for many years. I wouldn't talk about it to anyone, just my 2 brothers, since I knew that I could trust them. I would not set foot back in that forest, and begged everyone I knew not to go in there either. It was about 2 years after my encounter that I met an American woman named Charlotte, whom I fell deeply in love with. We were married and spent several years in Norway together. I was lucky enough for her to give me 4 children, all of whom are very healthy. I could not be any more in love with my family than I am right now. I told her what had happened to me that night. I asked her to be my wife and apologized for keeping it a secret for so long. I explained to her that I didn't like talking about it because it would cause me great fear all over again. Because she's such an amazing woman, she believed me and only had questions and support for me. We moved to the United States 4 years ago to be with Charlotte's parents, who are both in bad health. It was here that I first started camping again, but while I was out there, the memories came back to me. And that's when I decided it was time to find out what it was that I saw that night. With Charlotte's help, we began to read about werewolves and Dogman, and we realized it was one of these creatures that I encountered. I do not remember seeing a tail. It may or may not have had one, but I couldn't distinguish the color of the eyes either. I'm writing to you in hopes that you or someone you know can shed light on which creature this was. It's my understanding that they are two separate entities, and I would like to know what I saw. And so I will leave you with this, my new friend. When someone tells you there are no monsters out there, do not believe them. I saw one with my own 2 eyes, and I could swear to you that these things are very real. Thank you again. Anders. My name is Kelly. I'm a 34-year-old woman from Ohio. I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. I have a husband I've been married to for 12 years. I'm a receptionist at a dental office. I'm normal, average, nothing extraordinary about me, except for the story that I have to tell you. This happened in Ohio, close to Germantown, but not in Germantown. It was dusk, not quite night yet. It was September 22nd, 2003. I was coming home from visiting my parents. My dad had a near miss with some medical issues, and 2 weeks prior to my encounter, he had had surgery. So visiting them daily was something that I was doing at that point. I was about 30 minutes from my own home on this back road when it happened. Now the road that I'm on is a curvy road, and since it was starting to get dark, I was going slower than I normally would during the day. I remember the sun setting, and it was glaring in my eyes. I was looking for a pair of sunglasses right before this happened to me. I was going even slower as I was looking for my sunglasses, and when I looked up, I saw this big mass on the shoulder of the road. At first glance, I thought it was a bush, not gonna lie. But the closer I got, I saw it was actually an animal. The first thing I thought was, what kind of coat is that? It was thick and shaggy, so I thought maybe it was a bear. Except we don't have a lot of bear in Ohio here. There's a few small populations in the state, but none where I was at. I'm not gonna lie about this either. I thought, cool, a bear. Seeing something like that in the wild, it was exciting to me. But then my eyes adjusted to this decreasing sunlight, and I got closer to this thing. My eyes focused on it, and I realized that if it was a bear, it was a badly misshapen bear. The way it was crouched down wasn't like a bear at all. In fact, it almost had this human quality to it, the way this thing was sitting. And then whatever it is, looks right up at me. This was no bear at all. It actually looked more like a wolf, but as far as I know, there are no wolves in Ohio. This thing was definitely canine-like though. From what I saw at this point, it had a long muzzle, not the short, stubby muzzle like a bear, and it had big, pointy ears, and eyes that were reflecting the light. And when it looked up at me, it snarled, and I could see these giant teeth, and it just looked so mean. It had this long tail, and it looked gigantic even in that sitting position. It wasn't crouching, it was more like sitting on its side, like you would see a mermaid do in a picture. How they kind of sit with their legs off to the side position. That's what that thing was doing. Next to this thing was the body of what I can only assume was a mangled little deer. That poor thing looked like something had grabbed it and started ripping it apart. There was blood on the side of the road, like this thing had killed it right there and started to eat it. Or maybe it'd even been hit by a car and this thing found it and started eating it. I stopped my car. I was too scared to pass because I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't know what this thing was. It bared its teeth at me again, and I could see blood on its mouth. And its teeth were covered in blood, and there were bits of flesh on its muzzle. Even sitting down like that, I knew this thing was huge. And then it shifted its body, and I thought it was going to stand up on all fours. But to my astonishment and horror, this thing stood up on 2 legs. Not 4. It was taller than tall. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, and I'm not even exaggerating. It was massive muscles on top of muscles on top of muscles. It had long arms that almost went down to its knees, and it had these clawed hands at the end of the arms. The way it stood reminds me of how a canine stands, right on their toes. Its hair was dark and long and shaggy. And it just stood there, looking more human than any animal should ever look. If I wasn't mistaken, and if I didn't know better, I would say that I was looking to an honest-to-God werewolf. The hair on his chest was thinner and lighter, and I could actually see the muscles on its chest. Its thighs were bigger than any man's muscles that I've ever seen in my entire life. The hair around its head and shoulders was shaggy. It was darker than the rest of its body, and it almost looked like a mane, making this thing look even more intimidating than it already did. And then, as if I needed to be any more scared than I already was, this thing started walking towards the street until it was standing there in the road with its arms down at its sides but its palms facing me, and it was glaring at me like it was daring me to pass. At this point I was trembling because I was so scared, and I was starting to sweat. My mouth was dry, and I couldn't see or hear anything else but what was right in front of me. This thing didn't move any closer. It just stood there staring at me and baring its teeth. I watched the meat and blood dangle from its mouth, thinking that that's what was going to become of me. When it bared its fangs again, it just had this angry expression on its face. Like I stumbled upon it, or I interrupted it. I could see those huge canines, and I could swear the rest of the teeth were pointed as well. This thing looked 100% like a killing machine. It shifted over to where it was walking again on two legs like a normal human man. It grabbed the deer, lifted it up, and slung it over its shoulder. And then it took off into the tree line. It didn't run or move quickly. This thing just casually walked over there like it had nothing to fear, like it knew that it was on the very top of the food chain. It just grabbed that little deer and muscled it onto its shoulders and walked off. I got the intense feeling that this thing was mad as hell that I interrupted the meal, and that it had gone into the street to scare me, maybe to scare me the other direction. It was just mad. It wasn't scared. It was inconvenienced. It wanted to go elsewhere so it could eat in peace. I sat there for a minute, staring at the trees, trying to watch where it went. But at this point, it was starting to get dark, and the sun was almost completely gone now. I couldn't see it anymore. I was afraid that it was going to circle around and rip the door from the car and turn me into its next meal. I turned back around and I went right back to my parents' house. The whole way there, I was speechless. It was like my brain was numb. I guess I was trying to comprehend what it was that I just saw. Being around Germantown, I've heard the tales and the legends of the Dogman being seen around there. Everywhere else thinks that they're just legends, except for places like Bray Road and those places in Michigan. I never gave them two thoughts that they were actually real until I saw one for myself that night. Well, let me tell you, they are incredibly 100% real. When I got back to my parents' house, they were confused as to why I was back. They could tell that I was visibly scared, though, because I was still shaking. I know I had tears in my eyes. I was never good in a crisis or the bravest person in the world. My parents told me later that I was babbling about what I had seen, and I told them that I was thirsty. Other than that, they couldn't really make out anything that was going on at that point. I guess I told them everything I saw. I described the monster that I saw, and that it was feasting on a deer, and that it carried it away after it stood up and stared at me. But I don't remember telling them anything like that. I do remember later that we talked about it. We talked about what it could have been. I was convinced that I saw a werewolf, but my parents were convinced that I saw the Dogman. and admitted that sometimes they hear these weird howling noises, not close to their property but off in the distance, but still loud enough to send shivers down their spines. I was kind of mad that they'd never told me anything like that before, but I guess they were trying to protect me and the kids because they didn't want to scare us or risk us not coming over anymore. I still have to drive down that road sometimes, but I try to avoid driving down it if I can. If I have to, I'll go out of my way to avoid that road, even if it means adding extra time to my commute. Luckily, I've never seen that thing again, but believe me, I am very aware of all my surroundings every single time I'm on that road. In fact, anywhere near that road, I'm on high alert. I tried to almost never drive that road with my children in the car, unless it's in the middle of the day. I'll actually go very far out of my way to avoid driving down that road at night if my kids are in the car. You hear all these stories about people witnessing these creatures or other creatures they can't identify. Things that shouldn't really exist. Fairy tales. Make-believe stories. You'd never expect you'd be the one that has an encounter. You'd never expect to be the one emailing somebody that they don't even know, telling them to share this story so other people can be informed about what's really out there. Thank you for sharing it. I don't like talking about it myself, so if you want to talk about it, be my guest. I'll stay in my house at night.
Okay, this happened to me last year in Ohio, and I still have so many questions about it. I still have a hard time coming to grips with it and accepting that monsters really are real, and that I saw one firsthand. So, bear with me here, please. I guess I should start by telling you about myself. My name is Wendy, and I'm 18 years old. I was 17 when this sighting happened, though. I'm a pretty shy person, not your stereotypical teenager. I like to be by myself and explore over going to parties and flirting with boys. I guess that was what started my troubles. I was out by myself when this happened. I'm also using my talk-to-text app, so if this sounds really informal, that's why. Anyways, like I said, this happened in Ohio. I'd rather not say the exact location, but if you really want to know, I think I can trust you to keep it a secret. But I guess to describe where I live, I actually have to tell you that I live on the eastern part of the state, and I live really close to the Appalachian Mountains. I was out in the woods when this happened to me. It changed my life because now I know what's really out there. It was a Saturday, around this time of the year actually, May 23rd. Because of all the COVID-19 stuff going on, I would just spend my weekends walking around the forested areas and exploring. There really wasn't much else I could do anyways, with the world shut down and all. I'd come across this big man-made box up in a tree on a hike a few times before this. I guess it was a deer blind. Basically, it looked like a big wooden box with one side missing and a window cut in the other three sides. It was accessible from a ladder that also looked very man-made. Basically, 2x4s nailed together to form this makeshift ladder. I thought it was neat, and I had climbed up there the first time I saw it. This time, though, I had a backpack with me, with some snacks, water, and the book I was reading at the time. It was 4 Past Midnight by Stephen King. I was reading the library policeman portion when this happened. That's not too important to know, but if I was listening to somebody tell me this story, I'd be curious. So I climbed up into the blind to read some of the book and just forget about how weird the world was lately. At this time, there were a lot of people that thought this was Armageddon or some shit like that. I just wanted to feel carefree for a while, but I guess it didn't really happen that way. I'd been up there for a while and actually read a lot, and I was really into it, so I have no idea just how long I was up there. But I remember hearing this weird sound. It was like a deep, deep growl, but it didn't exactly sound close. It sounded far off, which was weird to me because it sounded so loud. After that, I set my book down and listened for it again, and that's when I realized how freaking quiet it was around me. It was like I was actually inside the library. There were no animals making any kind of sound at all. And then I started hearing this crunch, crunch, crunch noise coming from the woods, and I started freaking out. My first thought was it was the guy that owned the blind, and I was in deep shit, or with some other person, and I really didn't want to have a run-in with some stranger. I mean, I'm a teenage girl that's 5'2", can barely defend herself, and weighs about 110 pounds. Only, it wasn't some guy that walked out of the woods. And in retrospect, I think a guy walking out of the woods would have been the least of my concerns. This was something, not someone. I barely noticed it at first because it was moving so slowly, and it was really well hidden for as big as this thing turned out to be. When I first saw it, it was just peeking around the corner of this tree, and I was just peeking out around the window. So I don't think it saw me, but luckily I saw it. Now, I fully believe it not only knew that I was there, but it had smelled me or sensed me way before that. And I think that's why it was moving really cautiously at first. But when it came out into the open, I saw its whole body, and I actually had to cover my mouth to keep from screaming. For lack of a better term, even though I'm sure everyone listening knows exactly what a dogman is, what I was looking at looked like your classic effing werewolf. I mean, the head looked like a wolf, but a monster wolf, something from a scary movie. Its head was really big. The muzzle was super long, and the ears stuck straight up out into the air. I could even see the skin on the front of the ear, where there wasn't fur. It had a big, wet, black nose, and it kept sniffing the air with it. It was looking around every couple of seconds, and would open its big-ass mouth, and I could see all these terrible, horrible teeth. I could also hear it breathing. Of course it was standing on 2 legs, and those legs were like a gym addict kind of muscular. It stood like a dog, on its toes, and the fur on its legs was shaggy and kind of matted, like it was losing its coat, or shedding or something. The waist and torso looked stretched out to me, like longer than a human's, but maybe not for this creature. The proportions just didn't make sense to me though. The whole coat was gray and brown and tan. It looked like the colors were made to blend into the woods, which I can tell you, it really did blend in. By now, I'm so scared, I feel like puking, crying, and screaming for my mommy. If you'd never felt fear like that, you're lucky. It was like unbearable how scary it really was. And it only got scarier because this thing walked right under the tree and right under the blind and started growling again. Then making this weird, almost whining noise. But the whine was also mixed in with the growl. And it was so loud, I could actually feel it, and I was shaking from it. Not just because I was scared, but because it felt like my insides were vibrating. Then the freaking blind started shaking, like this thing was trying to tear the whole tree down. At this point, I'm screaming. I'm not even stifling myself anymore. I knew that it knew I was there, and so I was not being quiet. I'm trying to be as loud as possible to scare this thing away. And then I hear these snapping noises and think the blind is starting to give. But it turns out later that this werewolf thing was ripping the steps off of the ladder. Now you have to realize, I think I'm dead at this point. I just knew that that thing was going to pull me down, destroy the blind, and eat me. It's growling and grunting. I'm screaming for help, not even trying to scare it away at this point now. Just screaming and hoping somebody hears me to come help me. The noises that this thing was making were out of this world. Crazy, primal noises, like it wanted me, and it wasn't going to stop until it had me. I actually peed. I was so scared. Then everything stopped, and I held my breath. I guess I was just waiting for it to attack again. When it didn't attack, I peeked out of the window and saw it standing there, just staring up at me, like it was trying to figure out how to get to me. And I saw an intelligence in those eyes that I haven't even seen in the primates that I see at the zoo. I screamed again, also crying my eyes out. I was trapped. I had nowhere to go, and that thing was waiting for me to come down, or trying to figure out how to get to me. Either way, I thought I was toast. Then it started grunting again. It almost sounded like grunts that cavemen make in those movies. That's what I describe it as, at least. There were these spots on the floor of the blind that I could look through and saw it moving back and forth under there, just pacing and looking up. It had such a human quality that it was just surreal to me. I had the feeling that it was frustrated that it couldn't get to me. It let out a couple of barks and then got down on four legs and ran around the tree a couple of times, barking and yipping. I started screaming again, but then it stopped and looked up at me on the other side that didn't have the wall. And it actually cocked its head like a person would do and huffed, like a frustrated, I give up huff. And then it ran off while it was still on four legs. I got the hell out of there too, in the other direction, which was not in the direction of my house. But I needed to get out of that tree, and I needed to get out of the forest, and I was out in the open, so I could get the hell out of there. When I went to go down is when I noticed the steps were ripped off. The ladder was a mess, and I ended up having to jump a few feet down. And let me tell you, it's a good thing that I like track and field, because I tore out of there as fast as I could, and I didn't stop to take a breather. Not until I was out of the forest and knew that I was safe. I left my backpack and my book and everything else there. I don't know how far up in the tree the blind actually was, but when I jumped, the steps were broken over my head. So this thing could reach up at least 6 or 7 feet, but I think it was even taller than that. It had to weigh a couple of 100 pounds too, maybe even more. I can't really describe the size of this thing, but it just looked massive. I made it home though, and I cried the whole way back and kept looking around to see if it was chasing me, but I made it home. I didn't tell anyone for a really long time and had trouble sleeping for months after that. I would actually stay up most of the night and sleep during the day, which my schedule allowed me since it was distance learning and everybody knows that was a joke. And then it was summertime, so I didn't have school. I never will go back there. I have no intention of ever going into that area of the forest ever again. Not even to show my friends where it happened. And I told every one of the people that I share my story with that if I find out they went looking for this thing, I'd be really, really upset and maybe not even talk to them again. I don't want anything happening to anyone because of me. I know it wasn't a werewolf that I saw. I know it was a dogman. It was daytime. I mean, werewolves only come out at night, right? People I tell say that I'm crazy for believing in all of these things, but if this thing is out there, then other things have to be too. Anyways, thank you for listening, and hopefully this will make it on your channel. I think you do really good work sharing the truth and letting people tell their stories for others to believe too. The woods scare me now. I don't ever want to go back in them unless I have to. It sucks, but that's the reality. What are you gonna do, right? I still haven't even finished 4 Past Midnight. Just reading any part of it sends me right back to that day. I just can't do it. I know a lot of people out there, especially a lot of people that listen to these types of stories on YouTube, want to go out and find this thing. But I'd really suggest otherwise. And it's my advice to stay away from these things because even though I got away, it doesn't mean other people will too. And in fact, a lot of the missing persons around the woods could be because of something like this. I hope you have a good day. Thanks again for sharing my story. Sincerely, Wendy.
When my encounter happened with a dogman, it happened in Louisiana, about an hour out of Mississippi. It was in 1998 in the middle of the night. My name's Garrett. I'm in my early 60s now, and at that point, I'd been driving trucks for about 15 years. Most of the time, it was only in Louisiana. I was driving all those trucks to make a living. On occasion, though, I'd be contracted to drive to different states. I called these the long ones. I've been married to my wife for 20 years. We had 5 children, hence the reason that I had to take up the long ones and make money to support my family. It wasn't that bad, though. I'd listen to the radio during the day, and when I got tired, I had a bunk above my cab. I packed the essentials for the long ones. Pillows, pictures of my family, the good book, and a sawed-off shotgun, just in case. Although I never actually needed to pull the trigger on that gun. I got used to driving till about midnight sometimes. Other times, I'd stretch it to even 1 o'clock in the morning. But that was back then, when I was a young buck. Then I'd pull into a rest stop, or even just a parking lot, take a nap to get some shut-eye. On this occasion, I pulled into a truck stop. It looked run down, and it was in the middle of nowhere. When I pulled in, there were 3 other vehicles, 1 rig, and 2 small cars. I ate the rest of the food that I had bought for dinner, and I got out to pee. Now this place was very, very out in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing else around it for a few miles. This was an area full of thick trees and fields, and that's about it. And when I say truck stop, I don't mean these fancy ones nowadays like Pilot. This was literally somewhere where a truck could pull over so the driver could get some shut-eye. And one really disgusting run-down bathroom. There were a couple of lights that illuminated the rest stop, but the light that was right outside of the John was broken. Of course. When I was doing my business, though, I was hit with the worst smell that I've ever smelled in my entire life. It was this rancid odor, like something wild hadn't been bathed in a very, very long time. Like blood and poop and wild animal. It happens in places like these sometimes. They're just not kept up, and the people passing through don't bother to take care of their business the way that I did. Sometimes there's nobody out there to clean them for a very long time, so places like this can sometimes have that horrible smell and be pretty disgusting. I went back to my bunk, talked with God for a little bit, and then I went to sleep. I woke up later to this bump at the driver's side door. At first, I woke up thinking maybe it was my imagination, or that I was dreaming. But then, I stopped and listened, and I heard the thump again. Someone was definitely at the door. Naturally, I thought I was being robbed. I grabbed the sawed-off shotgun. I sat up and called out to whoever was out there. "Listen, friend, I have a gun in here. I don't want to use it, but if you force me to, I will. I don't have any money to rob. Just go away and mind your own business." The noises of this person trying to get in stopped, but I could hear this growling noise. I squinted to get a better look in the dark since there was only a few lights out there illuminating the darkness, and the driver's side door was facing away from them. What I thought I saw wasn't possible. What I saw looked like dog ears on a forehead full of fur. I got the gun ready. I didn't know what in the world was happening. Something out there was trying to get in. I could actually hear the door being jiggled, like it was trying to open the handle. Thank God I remembered to lock the doors. That noise stopped, and then all of a sudden, I heard this big thump on the roof, and movement around there. What in the world could have gotten up there without me hearing it climb? I started praying for strength and courage and protection. I heard this long, scratching noise on the roof like claws on metal. And then I heard it at the door too. Something was still trying to get in. And that's when I thought to myself, there's 2 of these things out there. Now what you need to know about me is I'm a realistic man. Seeing is believing. Of course, I have my faith in God. He's my Father and my King, but I don't believe in other things like that unless they're mentioned in the Bible. So the thought of something that looks like a big dog or wolf out there was beyond me. The only thing I could think was that it was 2 punks out there dressed up in suits trying to scare the daylights out of me. So I called out again. "I know you punks are out there, and like I said, I don't want to use this gun, but if you force me to, I will defend myself." This time, though, when I called out, the sounds actually didn't stop. All of a sudden, all hell broke loose. I saw lights flashing. I heard a horn blaring. Someone was out there in their car making all kinds of a ruckus. Then, the punk who was on the roof leapt off of it, and he was big enough for me to feel it actually leap off of the roof and cause the cab to shake. It was at that point I realized that maybe something else was going on here. After a minute or two, somebody called out to see if I was okay. It was a younger man that looked pretty shaken up. He asked if we could go somewhere where more people would be, and for some reason or another, I just had this profound trust in him. I followed him to a 24/7 gas station, and he told me the story of what he saw. He told me his name was Jake. He had pulled in after a long night of driving. He saw these creatures, yes, creatures, attacking my rig. He called them creatures. I remember just thinking, what in the heck are you talking about, my friend? He said the creatures that he saw were big, as in tall, and very muscular, and they looked like wolves running around on two legs. He referred to them as werewolves, but I shook my head and said, "Son, those things don't exist." He shook his head back at me and said, "Let me tell you something. What I saw attacking your vehicle, they were werewolves, unless you can describe something else that looks just like them." He said when he shined his headlights at them, he could see them very well, because at first he too thought it was somebody messing with my truck, just trying to break in, and he wanted to lend a helping hand for another trucker. But when the lights hit these creatures, he knew it was something else entirely. These things were covered in hair, and taller than your average person. I mean a lot taller. He said they had long ears and long muzzles, clawed hands, and big, thick, strong legs. They had these tan-colored furs. It was shaggy, and their eyes reflected yellow in the headlights. He said he flashed his high beams to scare them off, and one of them actually blocked the lights out of its eyes with these hands, and that's when he got a good look at those claws. Yeah, this fellow described them as hands. I was thinking to myself that he must be nuts, but I was starting to think also that I didn't have another explanation for what had happened. I mean, after all, I did see the top of one of their heads, right? When he shined the lights on them, these things bared their teeth, and they ran off on two legs, faster than any human being was capable of. The size of the steps were enormous. When he saw the second one run off from the other side of the big rig and run into the tree line with the other one, he was dumbfounded. I commented that must have been the guy that jumped off the roof, but he shook his head and said no. Those were the two that were out there on the ground, circling your rig. The third one didn't jump off until a couple of seconds after that. And now I know why he was so shaken up. I thought maybe there were two, but there was a third. I was downright flabbergasted. There was a third one out there that I had no idea about. I told him it had to have been people in costumes, but again, this gentleman shook his head. No way. The way these things moved, they were faster than any person I'd ever seen in my life. When the third one jumped off the roof, it jumped farther than any man possibly could, landed on its feet with the grace of a cat, and ran into the woods with the rest of the pack. And the way it ran was like a dog, putting weight on its toes. No man runs like that. No man can even fake that. I must have thanked Jake a dozen times. We talked for a couple hours about what he had seen, what I witnessed, and I came to the conclusion that there are things out there that the Bible doesn't mention, or maybe the Bible just refers to them as demons and we don't exactly know what they look like. I know a lot of people out there have their own opinion about what these things are, but as a man of faith, I have my opinions too. And it's okay if our opinions don't match up, because the important thing is knowing that these things really are out there. Who really cares what they are? You just gotta be safe. Make sure that they don't kill you. Jake came to the conclusion that they were werewolves that we witnessed, but I don't believe in werewolves. Jake put these creatures that were on the ground at least 9 feet tall. That would explain why I could see the ears on the tops of one of their heads. I've done a lot of research about these dogmen that people claim to have seen now, and 7 or 8 feet tall seem to be the average height. Is it possible that a 9-foot tall one is just fully grown, or maybe a bigger member of its species? Maybe the 9 feet tall is just an exaggeration that our minds are playing on us. I did find scratches on the sides of my truck in the green paint by the doors, both on the driver's side and the passenger. I still go on drives, but I'm retiring soon, and I'm very happy about that. Not because I'm afraid of seeing one of these creatures again. I've just put in all my due time, and it's time to relax. I believe that this man intervened by the grace of God. I don't think he's my guardian angel or anything like that. I just think that the Father put him in the right place at the right time, and I thank him for that every day. I know it goes without saying, but I'm glad I made it out of there alive and got to go home to my family, who, by the way, believe everything that I told them. I have no reason to lie. I'm not sharing my last name or my exact location. Just know that it was almost on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. I'm told these things usually run wild around here. I don't know why. I hope you take that into consideration and keep me in good faith knowing that what I tell you is the truth. Thank you for reading this, and thank you for being open about your situations as well. I know you've seen some stuff too. I hope everybody listening has a good night, keeps an open mind, and if you're in a situation like this, maintain a level head and get out of there safely. Again, thank you for taking the time to read this, Supernaturalist. And thank you, Creatures of the Night, for taking time to listen to an old man's story. Hello there. I live in Mississippi, and I encountered a dogman in June. I really don't want my name getting out there as the guy that saw a werewolf, so let's just refer to me as Bob. You hear stories around here about these weird creatures stalking the area, looking in windows and chasing cars, but until that night, I didn't believe them. So I live in this 2-story house, and when my encounter happened, I was just settling down for the night. My normal routine is take a shower, pour myself a drink, and sip on it as I look out my bedroom window and watch the peacefulness of the night. Well, on this night, it was anything but peaceful, believe me. I first noticed something in my neighbor's backyard as it was moving around in the shadows. It looked to me like it was sniffing around, although I couldn't make out any details. I watched it for a bit, thinking it might be her new dog since she'd just lost her old terrier a week or so prior. This thing looked bigger than her last dog. A lot bigger. The only thing that illuminated her backyard was a little porch light, and it really didn't give off much light either, but when this thing went past the light, I saw it for what it really was. It was enormous, and it looked like a wolf, not a dog. But how could it be a wolf? And why was it that big? It was bigger than any wolf or dog I'd ever seen. And something about it was just wrong. It was gray, or at least it looked gray in that yellowish light that the porch light was giving off. It had big, powerful-looking legs and a very large head with a long muzzle. The ears looked long to me, and skinny, and it looked like it had a bushy tail. Seeing that was enough for me to turn out my light, but it didn't stop me from watching it. I just wanted the cover of the darkness so I could see this thing without it seeing me. It went back into the shadows, but now that I knew what I was looking for, it was a little easier to see. And it looked like it was digging up the ground in her backyard. I had to steady myself and try to figure out just what the hell it was that I was seeing because everything was just so weird at that moment. I called my neighbor and told her that I was witnessing something in her backyard, and I could hear her start breathing faster and faster. She was silent for a moment, and then told me she'd gone upstairs. Then she asked what she should do. I was clueless. I didn't know what was even going on, let alone what I could tell this poor lady what to do. She told me she was getting her gun, and I told her I didn't think that she should go after whatever that thing was in the backyard. She said if it was to come in her house, that's what the gun was for. I told her that was probably a good idea, and I begged her not to go outside. I think at this point we were both just considering that the things you hear around here might actually be true, but neither one of us wanted to admit that we were looking at something that was called a Dogman. Believe me, my head was spinning, and we were both talking in whispers by now too, although I don't really know why, considering I was in an entirely different house, and I doubted that thing could hear me. She told me she couldn't see anything from her vantage point. I looked up at her window and saw the tiniest slit of light coming from it. She was peering outside too. I told her where it was, and she was silent for a long time. I asked her if she was okay, and she whispered, "That's where I buried Oscar. Is it digging up my dog?" I tried to make out more of the scene, but I couldn't see anything else in the shadows. I realized I was holding my breath and exhaled, and then told her to call animal control. She didn't want to disconnect from me, but I told her I'd be here when she was finished, and she could call me right back. As I waited for the phone to vibrate again, I watched the shadowy figure moving around the same spot, and thought to myself that it probably smelled the decay of the dog and wanted to eat it. The motion changed after that, and it looked like it had stopped digging and was now tugging on something. I swear to you, it looked like it was crouched down on its hind legs and using its front legs to tug on what I assumed at this point was the dog corpse. When the phone started vibrating again, I almost shit myself. My neighbor told me that nobody answered at animal control. I told her that I thought it was digging up her dog, and she wanted to go down and shoot it. I talked my crazy neighbor out of going and fighting a monster. I mean, she wasn't Van Helsing, right? She said she was calling the cops then, and I said that was probably a good idea too, and begged her to still stay inside, no matter what that thing was doing to poor Oscar. As she called the cops and stayed on the phone with them, I saw it again as it came back into the light. Only this time, there were two different things about it. The first was that it had Oscar dangling from its jaws. Even in the dull light, I could tell it was the deceased dog. And the more important detail? It was standing on its back two legs, walking around like a person. My breath caught in my throat. My legs began to shake, and I thought they were going to give out completely. I grabbed the windowsill to brace myself. Everything I ever heard about these things was true. These things aren't only real, but they have no problems coming into civilization. My mind started to swirl as I thought of all the times that somebody told me any encounter that they thought they had with this creature. I always just shrugged it off and thought it was their imagination or that they were trying to dick with me, but now that I saw one for myself, every single thing I ever heard, it was all true. I got a really good look at it this time. It was covered in fur. Tall. Taller than an extremely tall man. Its body looked human, except for the way that the legs bent, like it was standing on its toes. The head was definitely canine though. Just like a wolf. It looked like someone plucked the head off of a huge wolf and stuck it on a man's body. I was horrified as I watched it pull at Oscar. It was tugging pieces of it out of its mouth, and it was using its front paws as hands. I got nauseous thinking about how it was eating the rotting flesh of an animal, and I wanted to vomit all over myself. Then, this thing leapt over the fence. I'm not talking about it grabbed it and hopped over. I mean this thing jumped over the 6-foot fence and cleared it. I watched and waited until the cops arrived. I watched as they went into the backyard with flashlights and guns, saw them investigate the empty grave, looked into the hollow hole that Oscar used to be in, and watched my neighbor come out to the porch, still in a panic. After a long time, she called me again, and told me they found nothing, except for the empty grave. They didn't find poor Oscar's body either. I expected that, though. I saw that poor dog inside that thing's huge mouth. I didn't mention that part to my neighbor. I figured I'd spare her the heartache. By this time, it was 3 a.m. and I was exhausted. Once my neighbor's son arrived, she felt safe enough to hang up. I laid down and quickly fell asleep, although that was a restless sleep with dreams of that thing in her backyard. I only slept a couple hours, too. I went to visit my neighbor the next day, and I investigated the grave myself. Sure enough, had used its claws to dig it up. I asked her what exactly she told the cops, and she said she told them that a large animal was in her backyard and that she was afraid for her life. They told her to stay in the house, and they would send someone over immediately. Sounds to me, though, like they've had this problem before. Maybe they've heard the same stories that I did. Maybe this is just gonna be another encounter that they talk to their buddies about over a beer. As for why it dug up poor Oscar's body, I still don't have real answers. Maybe this particular one was injured. Maybe as a species they're scavengers when they have to be, and hunters when they can be. Who knows? I saw what I saw and I know what happened. I still look out of my window every night, although now I have a rifle by my bed. My neighbor and I don't really talk much about that incident. She moved in with her boyfriend in November. For the record, I don't live in Taylor, although I know about what goes on there. I guess I live close enough to still be in the hot zone. I try to get everything I need done before the sun sets after seeing that thing. After what I saw, I don't like nighttime anymore. I'm afraid of what's hiding in the shadows. Sincerely, Bob. I would like you to listen to my Dogman encounter, and I would like you to help me tell the world what I have seen, and make them understand I know what I've seen and I'm not crazy. Because of this encounter, it's left me uneasy, and I'm scared people won't take me seriously. Because of that, I won't give my name, the owner of the land's name, or my friend's name who was there with me when we had this encounter. Growing up, my best friend and I always loved the woods and the outdoors, and because of this, we saw an opportunity to go out into the woods, so we took it. Anytime, anywhere, if we had that opportunity, we went out into the woods. It was just like our religion. Out there, we saw a lot of animals, and we've seen some things that look like Bigfoot, but I'm not here to talk about him, because as far as I'm concerned, he's just a gentle giant. I'm here to talk about something I've seen that has caused me to lose interest in my beloved woods. A family friend of my father's side asked me and my friend if we could get rid of some coyotes that had been stalking his property. Because of his age, he couldn't do it himself, so he had asked us. When we had the time, we went out to his property, just like he asked. We decided to go to the back section of the property because that's where we thought we'd have the best chance of running into these coyotes. I was armed with a 45-70 lever-action rifle. My buddy had a 12-gauge pump shotgun, and we both had a Smith & Wesson M&P 45. The day before, we'd gone out and set up a hunting blind just off an old cornfield that hasn't been used in a long time. As we're walking up to this blind from the ranger, we noticed that the forest was dead silent. Looking back on it, we should have paid attention to that. We should have took the warning that nature was trying to give us. But it was early, and we wanted to get this hunt over with. And to be truthful, it was kind of exciting to go out there on this hunt. So, we just basically had other things on our mind. And unfortunately, we ignored nature's warning. So after about 200 yards, we make it to the blind, and like a flick of a switch, the forest had come back to life. At this point, it was starting to get late in the afternoon, and all of a sudden, we hear some coyotes crying and running towards us. We got our guns ready. I'm not 100% sure how many ran into the field, but at about 50 yards from us, we opened up on them. We'd gotten 3, and from what we noticed, there were decent-sized coyotes out there. About half an hour later, we get out of the blind to collect these coyotes. We knew that after we shot them, the other ones probably wouldn't come back. As soon as we both got out of the blind, I just had this bad feeling come over me, and the woods went quiet again. And when I say bad, it was like my body or my instincts were telling me that something wasn't right and we had to leave. But again, I just ignored it, because at this point, we have maybe 15 minutes of light left, and we want to get into the little ranger before it gets dark. As we walk up on these coyotes, we get this nasty smell of urine mixed with that wet dog smell. At first, we just thought it was the coyotes, but it turns out it wasn't. And that's when I noticed something in the tree line that was maybe about 30 yards away. It looked like a big-ass mastiff. Its fur was this grayish-red color. It had pointy ears, but its head was much bigger than a mastiff's head. And it had these amber-looking eyes. And they seemed to illuminate, like when you shine a flashlight on them. But there wasn't any light shining on these eyes. This thing looked at us as if it was confused by what we were doing, and it showed its teeth. That's when my friend decided to raise his gun, but I grabbed it and shoved it down, whispering to him, "No, you'll just piss him off." As I'm saying that, this thing stands up on its back legs. I shit you not. It went from a quadruped to a biped in an instant. And now this growling is getting a lot worse and a lot louder. What you need to know about me is I'm 6'2", 275 pounds. I wrestled and played football in high school and college, and my buddy is just a little bit smaller than me. But he's just as strong as me. This thing, though, it stood over the top of us by at least a foot, and it almost made me shit myself. I felt dwarfed by this thing. I knew that the two of us couldn't take this creature on if we wanted to, and believe me, wrestling this creature or fending off when it was attacking is not something that I wanted to do at all. This standoff between me and my friend and this creature seemed to last forever, but in reality, it maybe lasted a couple of seconds. I just know that when you're in that kind of situation, time slows down. And then, this thing let out this blood-curdling howl and runs up on all fours, picks up two of the dead coyotes, puts them under its arms, and runs back into the woods on two legs. And that's when I noticed my buddy take a couple of shots at it. I was pissed at him for that. I knew that that thing was just going to get pissed off. After my friend had his filling of shooting at this thing, I told him to run, and we took off. I don't think I've ever ran that fast in my life. At this point, I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to see that thing. But I knew that it was there, because I could hear it running right next to us. It sounded like it was right on the side of us, keeping pace with us. We got to the little ranger, and I stop at the bed, lay my gun in it, and look around to see if I could see anything. I honestly didn't think I did, but I had this feeling as if we had more than one pair of eyes looking at us. Like, maybe another one of those things, or maybe it was able to, I don't know, communicate with the coyotes. Maybe it's that was staring at us, but I don't know. Then my buddy started yelling to me to get my ass in the Ranger. I did, and I stepped on the gas back to the house. I told my family friend what we saw, and he said he hasn't seen them in years, and he thought he just had coyotes back there in the woods. I didn't ask what them were, because I knew what he was talking about, and I didn't want any more details. A couple of days later, though, he took us out to check in the field, the same one that we were at a couple of days before when we saw that creature. But this time, he brought his son, who happened to come home on leave from the Marines, and his 3 big Rottweilers. We were also armed with AR-15s and a .308 Winchester. As we get to the field, we noticed coyote body parts were all over the field. It looked like a battle happened or something. And believe me, those coyotes didn't come out on top. But from just looking around for a while, that family friend told us that they left, but they'd be back, and they wouldn't be happy when they returned. Finally, I asked him who they were. He looked at me like I was stupid, like I hadn't just seen these creatures for myself. He just stared at me for a second, and then he said, "The Wolfmen." That was enough for me. We got out of there shortly after that. A little while after that encounter, That man sold the property and moved down to Texas. I personally haven't been within 25 miles of that property since then. We act like these things aren't real, but trust me, friends, they are, and they're dangerous. More dangerous than you can imagine. Maybe more dangerous than we can even fathom. So please, if you encounter one, stay calm. Get the hell out of that area as safe as you can, but also as fast as you can. It's taken a long time to finally identify what exactly that creature was that charged me all those years ago in that small park in southern Indiana. You see, it happened back in the Dark Ages, in the summer of 1993. The internet was unheard of. Home computers were very rare. Phones were still for houses, and UB40 was tearing up the airwaves with their rendition of Elvis Presley's classic, I Can't Help Falling in Love with You. I was 16 that summer. It was one of those summers I'll never forget. A lot happened to me that summer. From riding around in a stolen car, moving away from all of my friends, and even learning how to play chess. It was a summer to remember, for sure. Still though, after all these years, the one event that stands out over all the rest was the night I came face to face with what I call Piggly Wiggly. I'm now 41, and that sighting has changed the way that I look at the world and nature, but especially the way that I think about the supernatural. I didn't know much about cryptids at that time. Like I said, no internet. I had of course heard of Bigfoot and thought it was a myth, or perhaps a case of mistaken identity. I'd seen werewolf movies, of course, but at that time thought they were nothing more than folklore and Hollywood nonsense. I thought they were made up to scare people in the days of the Salem witch hunts, or to keep children close to their homes at night. I don't believe like that anymore. I can't. I have been forever changed by what I encountered that summer night. I was never much of a stoner. Pot always had effects on me that I deemed less than enjoyable. First, it always made me very, very paranoid. Second, it made me very hungry. And lastly, very sleepy. Despite never really enjoying it, I would partake from time to time with friends, just in the spirit of going along to get along. Such was the case the first time Piggly Wiggly ever entered my reality. Jeremy was new to the apartment complex, but he and I hit it off right away. He also got along with my very best friend Charlie. Jeremy had a very troubled home life, and his mother was a very avid pot smoker. Thus, he had access to it pretty much all the time. One day, he invited Charlie and me to go out into the woods with him, behind the apartments, so we could smoke a little. I say the woods in quotations, as they're not really what I think of when I think of woods. Not the kind of area you would expect to experience nature, or anything like that at all. It was just a bunch of trees for maybe 2 or 3 football fields in length, and as wide as 2 or 3 football fields as well. It had basically one trail that led from the apartments to a little park where we used to go play basketball. Apart from that, it had a creek bed that ran adjacent to the trail on the south side, with maybe another 50 to 100 yards of woods as far as the side of the creek. And then it was just houses. Lots of houses. So, like I said, not a place you would expect to encounter nature. I had lived with my dad in West Virginia for several years, and had hiked up in the real woods and encountered real nature. We even had a face-to-face encounter with a bear once on an afternoon hike in a West Virginia state park. At that time, I doubted if these little woods even had deer. I'd seen squirrels, of course, but that's all I figured lived in that tiny section of woods. One important thing to note, however, is that on the north side of the woods was a park, and it had a fenced-in rock quarry. Anyone who has ever studied deep underground military bases might find this fact interesting. I don't know if this quarry was linked to any of those supposed underground secret bases, but it's just an interesting side note. Anyways, as I was saying, the 3 of us walked back into the woods to find a safe place to smoke. We got far enough off the trail where we felt secure, and actually came all the way to the creek. We decided this was secluded enough to smoke a little. We took turns hitting the joint, and as one of us would smoke, the other two would kind of face away from the creek, just watching towards the trail to make sure that nobody was heading our way. I had hit it 2 or 3 times already, and felt that first wave of paranoia start to creep in. I was thinking, I sure hope the FBI aren't out here on patrol. Now, I know, the thought of FBI agents in a tiny wooded section of a local neighborhood park is absurd. But remember, pot always made me stupid paranoid. The thought was still in my head when I heard the sounds for the first time. They were from the other side of the creek. I heard footsteps running in a mad dash, running down the creek bed, splashing through the shallow water. I knew that all that was left for the runner to do was come up to the creek bed that was on our side of the creek, exactly where Charlie was standing and smoking the joint. Jeremy and I were facing the other way, but we both heard the splashing water, and I think most of southern Indiana must have heard Charlie when he screamed, "Run!" We darted off through the woods and back towards the trail. I had this visual image in my head as I darted off, of 2 men with blue windbreakers and ball caps with the letters FBI on them, hot on our trail. I ran even faster, not sure exactly where Charlie and Jeremy were in relation to me. I could hear them, but I was running so hard that my eyes had started to tear up, and mixed with the buzz from the THC, it was as if I was running through a tunnel, and everything in my peripheral vision was darkened. I just kept listening for my friends' footsteps and adjusting my direction towards them. As I was running, I ran right through a giant spider web. You see, this park was full of these nasty spider webs that year. They were huge, perfectly circular, and made these large, nasty webs that were made by even larger and nastier black and yellow spiders. They were creepy, and I hate spiders. I realized I now had a thick web all over my head and stuck to my face, while still running full speed through the woods. If that wasn't bad enough, it got even worse. As I was wiping off the web from my face and out of my hair, one of those ugly spiders came dangling from my head and was swinging right in front of my face. I never touch bugs, especially spiders. I hate them with a passion. Still, without thinking about it, I swatted that ugly mother away from me, and the momentum made him sail through the air, but only right back into my face. About 90 seconds after the initial call to run, all 3 of us made it out of the woods, past the park, and into the neighborhood. Charlie had made it there first. I was last. I finally got rid of that spider, though. I saw Charlie slow down and begin to walk, and since he was the one who knew what was going on, I figured it was safe to stop running too. I looked at my friend and asked with full sincerity, "Was it the FBI?" "What?" "No," Charlie hesitantly said. "It was a monster." I laughed right away. Oh my goodness. Here I thought I was being chased by authorities, and it was one of my best friend's imaginations that caused us to run. His face was pale. He was shaking. And although I knew he was not joking, I couldn't help but tease him. "Yeah, right, like a Piggly Wiggly monster?" I don't know why I said that. I guess I'd seen a Piggly Wiggly grocery store once or twice in my lifetime, and that's why it came out of my mouth. I'll never know. Still, the name stuck, and all these years later, the creature is still called that by my old friends and myself. I could tell Charlie didn't want to talk about it, but I couldn't let it go. We took the long way back to my apartment, navigating through the neighborhood streets and staying away from the woods. The whole way back, I kept pressing him to talk to me, but he was very reluctant to speak. I was never known to go easy on my friends when they said or did something foolish, so I could understand why he didn't want to open up. He knew I didn't believe him already, and I had teased him when he first said it was a monster. But his behavior made me think it was more than just that, though. It seemed almost as if he was hiding something from me. Charlie and I didn't hide anything from each other, especially in those days. We were closer than brothers. We knew everything about one another. Or, so I thought, I guess. When we got back to my place, Charlie said there was something he wanted to tell us. He said it's something he was sworn to secrecy about, and that's why he had never told me. By this time, my buzz was gone, and if the chase didn't sober me up, this completely surprising revelation
that Charlie had a secret that he never shared with me was plenty enough to do the trick. The next part of this story is what happened to Charlie about 3 years prior to that day. He says he was camping with some friends in those woods very near to that park. If I remember correctly, there were about 6 of them in the tent that night. 2 of the boys were brothers that I met when I first moved into the apartments, but they moved very shortly after I got there. Besides the brothers and Charlie, I don't remember who else he said was there that night. It was dark, and the boys were in their tent telling stories and just doing what teenage campers do. He said they kept hearing a rustling sound, maybe 30 to 60 feet away from in some taller bush. They tried to ignore it at first, but it just wouldn't stop. A couple of the boys decided to take some flashlights and check it out. 2 of the boys walked out into the brush where the sound was coming from and shined their lights at the thing moving around. In horror, they both turned towards the tent where the other campers were watching with their heads sticking out of the zipper and yelled for everybody to run. At that point, this monster came charging at the boys. He headed straight towards the tent, and it was a mad scramble as the boys tried to get out of the tent and away from this beast. They left the tent and all their gear there, obviously. They all made it out safely and retreated to the apartment of the 2 brothers, where they all stayed for the rest of the night. They told their dad, who happened to be a police officer. He took their story seriously enough that he took another officer with him the next day and searched in the woods. From what Charlie told me, he said the brothers told him that their dad searched and searched the woods and found what appeared to be a homeless man sleeping near a creek bed near the quarry. This would have had to have been a different creek than the one that we were at that day, as the creek and the quarry were on opposite sides of the trail. I'm guessing this was beyond the no trespassing fence line that belongs to the quarry. The sleeping man was woke up and saw the officers and ran. That's all he was told happened that day. But after that, the boy's dad called all the boys and warned them to never speak of this to anyone ever again. Then, the dad took the boys and moved away. This part I can confirm. The family did move away suddenly, right after I moved in. I sat there, taking all of this in. Charlie was not lying. He may have been completely wrong about what happened, as I was pretty sure he was. But what he was saying, he sincerely believed happened to him. I didn't believe there was a monster living in those shallow woods, not for a second. But still, the thought of it being true excited me. I had to know. I had to find out for myself. I decided we had to go out and find out. Jeremy was more of a skeptic than even I was, but he was all for the monster hunt as well. Charlie was very, very much against it though. It took a lot for me to convince him. I used the old reverse psychology trick saying, well, no one will believe you unless we see it for ourselves. And eventually, something I said finally got through to him, and he agreed to go with us. I came up with a plan to find the Piggly Wiggly monster. I would take some stakes out of my freezer and tie them to a tree about 3/4 of the way to the park along the trail. Then we would take some flashlights after dark and walk along the trail until we arrived at the park to see if this thing was real or not. We would stop along the way and see if the stakes were still hanging on the tree, or perhaps catch this supposed beast in the act of eating them. We went and enlisted 2 other friends of ours to join the search party. I told them my plan, and took one with me to verify that I set up the bait. I didn't want to be accused of rigging the outcome. We walked about 3/4 of the way to the park, and then I found a tree that would be an easy spot at night, and I climbed about 10 feet from the ground. I didn't want it to be low enough for a dog to get to it. I tied it up and we walked back. I have to say, I was growing very excited for this adventure. I spent the rest of the day telling other friends what we were doing and trying to get them to come along. In the end, though, only the original 5 said yes. That night, when it got dark, we met at my house. We only had 2 flashlights, and Charlie brought a small baseball bat. We went over the plans again. I told them we would walk the whole trail to the park, and on the way out, we would check the bait. We started towards the woods, and we could just barely see the trail when one of the boys, who agreed to come Piggly Wiggly hunting, got cold feet and said, "I have to go home and take a dump." Of course, I used this to tease him of being a scaredy cat. Honestly though, I couldn't remember how anyone would want to miss out on this fun. So now we were 4. As we approached the woods, I was surprised to see how timid Jeremy had become. He believed in this story less than any of us, yet I could sense a little fear oozing from him. I wasn't afraid at all, and decided to take the lead position. Besides, I was the one that hung the stakes, and would know when we got to that tree. It was dark on that trail. The treetops covered any light the moon could have supplied. It still seemed fun to me as we began down that trail towards the park. I knew everyone behind me was a little scared, but honestly, I don't think I was. Not yet, anyways. I'd spent so much time in much deeper woods, often by myself, and this to me was not really the woods at all, so there was nothing for me to be afraid of. Besides, I kept telling myself, nothing could live in this tiny wooded area. However, out of respect for Charlie, who I knew didn't want to be there, I decided not to clown around and try to scare the others. We were only about a quarter of the way to the park when those sounds started. It sounded like something came from the direction we were headed to. I swear, it sounded like someone or something was breaking sticks. Snap, snap, and then nothing for a few minutes. And then snap, snap, snap. I had to admit that that was weird. But in my mind, only a human would be doing that. Why would a Piggly Wiggly monster be breaking sticks? Then again, why would a person be at the park at night breaking sticks either? It made no sense to me either way. As we progressed, the sound was louder and louder as we got closer to the park, and I did start to get that creepy feeling in my stomach. Because the others too were getting creeped out by the sounds as well, a mutiny was about to begin. The other guys were talking about going back. I kept trying to press them by saying, "Just a little further to the tree, guys. We have to see if the stake is still up there." I used all the power of persuasion that I had acquired in my 16 years on Earth. I didn't want to turn back yet, and by now, I was a little creeped out too, and I definitely didn't want to go the rest of the way by myself. After what seemed like it took 3 times the normal amount of time, we finally arrived at that tree. I took a flashlight and began to search for my stakes. By this time, the cracking of sticks had stopped, and it was very quiet all around us. Too quiet all around us. I waved my flashlight to and fro and back and forth. Nothing. The stakes were gone. Admittedly, now I was very creeped out. What in these woods could climb a tree? What in these woods would even eat a steak? I felt fear begin to grow in my bosom. I did not want to let it show, though. I said, "Let's get out of here," in the most calm voice that I could muster at that moment. I was the leader, and I decided we were closer to the park than the apartments. The park had lights on the far end and houses just past it. I wanted so badly to be in that neighborhood by this time. Besides, we'd not heard the breaking stick sounds from the park for several minutes. I didn't run. I didn't want to spook the others, but I did pick up the pace tremendously, and nobody there complained about that. The 4th kid that joined was whimpering a little the rest of the way, which actually made me more afraid. I kept thinking to myself, what have I gotten us into? Then we came to the end of the trail and out of the woods. I was relieved. Not too far off the street were their lights and all the houses. We kept on walking right through the park, and that's when I saw it. Piggly Wiggly. Or more accurately, something that looked a lot like a werewolf. It was standing just outside the moonlight in the shadows of a park picnic shelter. It was far enough away that I couldn't get a great bit of detail, but close enough to know it wasn't human. It was standing on 2 legs, a little hunched over, hairy, with long, strong arms, and maybe 6 foot tall when standing erect. At first, I thought it was my imagination. It had to be my imagination playing tricks on me. It's hard to describe what you think when your natural mind comes into contact with the supernatural. It's confusing and overwhelming, and very real, and yet unbelievable all at once. It feels very similar to being in a dream. The boy behind me who had been whimpering stopped walking as well. I could tell he too was seeing what I was seeing. And then Charlie spotted the figure. All this seemed like minutes,
but was actually only seconds. The creature was definitely staring at us. Then he stood up, and now seeing its ship position, I knew it was not my imagination anymore. We took off and sprinted to the house line just outside the park. When this thing stood up, it was well over 6 feet tall. We were gasping in disbelief. When we stopped, we were talking over one another about what we just saw. You see, when Charlie told us the story, he never told us what it looked like. What the heck was that thing? We kept asking over each other. A monkey? A Bigfoot? A werewolf? We were all teared up and in shock. Well, all of us except Jeremy. Because you see, he was the last in our single file line, and by the time he reached the end of the woods where we had all spotted the Piggly Wiggly, the three of us had already taken off running. He hadn't seen anything, but not wanting to be left alone, he ran with us. Still afraid, but now annoyed, I thought to myself, great. Without Jeremy, the most skeptical of all of us, to collaborate this story, we might as well have not even seen this thing at all. Without Jeremy believing us, this whole expedition was fruitless. I had to make him believe, and the only way for me to do that was to show him this creature myself. The other two boys refused to take one step closer to the park. They were much wiser than I was. I walked back about 200 feet or so with Jeremy. I stayed within the light of the street lamp that lit up the driveway of the park. I felt for some reason that being in the light we were safe. I have no idea why I thought that. We could see the picnic shelters fine from there, but I didn't see the monster at all. He was gone. I was bummed that the monster was no longer standing where he was before. I thought, great, now he's gonna think we're all crazy, just like how I thought Charlie was all day. That serves me right, I guess. I sighed very heavily in defeat and said to him, "He was right over there, man, I swear." I pointed to the dark shelter. But as I turned to where Jeremy had been standing, I noticed I was all alone. Jeremy was gone. I thought to myself, what the hell is that all about? As I straightened my head back to its natural position, I saw Piggly Wiggly charging at me full speed. He was already within the light of the street lamp, and now I had a perfect view of this freak from less than 20 feet away. It had a long muzzle like a wolf. It was covered in brown fur with some grays mixed in. Around its head was even longer hair, almost like a lion's mane. It was very muscular, and when it ran, it would touch its arms like an ape to the ground for stability. Its face was canine, not quite like a wolf, but definitely a dog. I took all this in as I breathed in a very tight and shallow breath. My mind was processing information at a rapid pace as fight or flight kicked in. I sure as hell had no intentions of fighting. I turned and ran faster than I ever had or ever have since. I even passed Jeremy, who had spotted the beast before me and failed to say anything to me before fleeing. Some people might think that was a turd-headed move, as I did at that time. Later, though, he admitted to me he tried to yell, but in fear, nothing came out of his mouth. He had seen this thing as it approached us before it came into the light. He didn't get a great detail, but he saw enough to satisfy his skeptical mind. He knew he was looking at a bipedal dog creature. He would later describe it as a dog bear, looking like an ape when it ran. We finally made it back home safely. I took my dog to the park the next day. She was going nuts. I let her go and she kept barking at a tree that had fallen. I inspected the tree and noticed a bunch of broken sticks beside it. I immediately thought of the sounds from the night before, and then I noticed something else. It was inside a hollow tree. Bones. Lots of small animal bones. I don't know if they were local dogs or squirrels or what. I don't know, and I didn't bother to find out. I've never hunted the Piggly Wiggly monster again after that. Now, thanks to the internet and the collective hive mindset, I'm fairly certain that what almost caught me all those years ago was a Dogman. Probably the Type 3 variation. It wasn't a bear or a lion. It wasn't a Sasquatch. It wasn't an ape or a werewolf. Yes, it had characteristics of all of these, but it was very much canine. It was a Dogman. I like to camp, and I like to hike in the woods, but now I never go alone. More than that, I never, ever, ever go into the woods after dark. You never know what's watching you. Hello, my friend. I hope this finds you well. I will now undertake to write a short summary of my encounter for your presentation. I do request that my name or address not be used. You know it, but I would like you to keep it a secret. I would like it posted simply as Anonymous in Wisconsin. My story can be assisted by a little bit about myself first, so you understand where I'm coming from in my explanation of my encounter with the unexplained. I'm a third-generation Wisconsinite, and was born and raised in rural Wisconsin. I grew up amid woods, lakes, and fields. I don't scare easily, and I'm accustomed to the night and to wildlife. I currently live in the same place near where I saw the Dogman, and have lived here for many years. Wildlife, which I encounter on a regular basis, includes small critters like raccoons and foxes, turkeys, pheasants, sandhill cranes, owls, and eagles. I have likewise encountered larger animals, such as deer, coyote, black bear, and even a cougar along the roads where I live. To city dwellers, this may sound exotic, but for us in these parts, it's not surprising. Just another day of life. I know the difference between a bear and what I saw. I know the difference between a big dog and what I saw. I know the difference between a wolf or a coyote and what I saw. What I saw was not only surprisingly unusual, but was not explainable in terms of commonly accepted terms. I've not always lived here. I moved away as a young man to pursue higher studies and obtain university degrees and certifications. I lived abroad and learned several languages and used to teach. I returned back to Wisconsin after many years and attended to family duties, but still carry with me my knowledge and experience in exercising critical thinking. I'm a Roman Catholic and very spiritual, but not given to superstition, and I'm certainly not a credulous person. I consider myself open-minded on the mysteries of what lies beyond human imagination. I've never seen a flying saucer, nor have I seen a ghost. I don't criticize those who have claimed to see such things, but I myself have not been able to witness such paranormal occurrences. Although, to be fully transparent, I can say that I have had unusual experiences before and since the Dogman encounter. But why I happened to see the Dogman doing what he was doing is as much as a mystery to me as it is to you, the listener of my narration. I just don't know. All I know is what I saw and what happened afterwards. What did I see, you ask? Well, I was driving along the same road which leads to my rural home near central Wisconsin. I noticed something big and black in a ditch on the opposite side of the road. It was at this point of the road where I had previously noticed the carcass of a full-grown deer, which evidently had been hit by a vehicle and landed in a ditch. It was in the autumn of the year, and I was both working and attending a technical college part-time. This was in order to obtain certification in a field of manufacturing in which I was employed. The corn was still high in the fields and not yet harvested. It was still light, and I was not thinking of anything in particular, but the movements of the black thing in the ditch by the deer carcass did attract my attention. While I was approaching that point in the road, which I would pass on my way to the city, I had the feeling that I should slow down and witness what I saw. I thought at first it was a black garbage bag or tarp which someone had discarded. However, as I got closer while driving my vehicle, I could see it had been more clearly defined than just a bag. It had a clear shape, and I slowed a bit to make out what this dark shape was. At this point I was thinking, perhaps a bear? No, it didn't have a bear shape. It was thinner and taller. The closer I got, the more clearly I could discern its shape. It was definitely big. How big is impossible to guess, but it was big enough to make the deer carcass look relatively small in comparison. It was dark, maybe not totally black, as I had first supposed, but quite nearly so. It had two large claw-like appendages, somewhat like hands with which it was grasping the body of the dead deer, which it appeared to be eating with its long canine muzzle, or snout. It had large upright points on its head, which I supposed to be the ears, much like that of a German shepherd, only fuzzier. The whole thing seemed covered in dark fur or hair. As I was passing by it, it looked up from its meal of the deer carcass, and it seemed to observe my passing vehicle with only modest curiosity. Its eyes and snout glistened, and it turned back its head to continue eating. Needless to say, I was taken aback, but had no intentions of stopping or turning around for a better look. I told myself that whatever the hell that thing was, I would let it attend to its business, and I would attend to mine, which had nothing to do with Dogman. Live and let live is my motto. And I planned on living and not investigating this creature. I didn't see the whole creature, mind you. I only saw the upper half, as it was in a deep ditch, and also had the entire deer in front of it. I had the impression, in fact, that it may have been kneeling or crouching down as it was in the process of eating that deer carcass when I saw it. I saw no tail, and I didn't turn around to look. Was I scared? Not really. Was I curious? Of course. But I reminded myself of how curiosity killed the cat. As I drove to my destination, I tried to process my experience and to try to make sense of what I had seen. Was it real? Was I imagining things? Was it all in my head? Or was this creature objectively real and outside my own subjective perception? I was not drinking, nor taking drugs. I was not sleeping or hallucinating. I had not told anyone yet, and I debated within myself if I ever would. What would I say? Who would I tell? Certainly no one at work or at school. I would be met with skepticism and scorn. I did not consider this being a threat. It was simply eating roadkill like any scavenger would. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. Like I said, live and let live. I decided not to bring it up to anyone at work or school. I was a grown man in my 40s, and I didn't need the subjective ridicule. Upon my return home, I'd be passing the same part of the road where I saw the Dogman eating the deer carcass. By that time, it was already dark. As I approached that part of the road, I put my headlights on high beam and kept my eyes peeled for anything unusual. I figured that whatever it was, it had to have left by now, so I felt I could slow down and look for any traces of its visit. At first, I was relieved that I saw no Dogman. Good, I thought. Maybe it was my imagination after all. However, while I saw no Dogman, it dawned on me to my dismay that neither was there any deer carcass, or indeed any remains of a deer at all. I was horrified as I grasped the fact that whatever this Dogman was, he had disposed of an entire deer. We're talking legs, body, head, and all. What the hell kind of animal is capable of that, I thought to myself. Worse yet, what else is it capable of? This was an important question, as this was only about 1 mile from the driveway of my own home. Whatever this creature is, it is physically real, no apparition, no wispy creature of the night. It is real. It's big. And it has an appetite that's capable of eating an entire full-grown deer, or at least strong enough to carry it off. I would have rather seen a ghost. The next day I went back there. No deer. I was not mistaken. I decided to tell my father. He was elderly and in failing health and was living with me at the time, so I could take care of him. He was not only my dad, but my best friend. I confided in him what I had experienced. At first, he thought I was joking or must have been mistaken. I dropped it. How could I blame him for not believing me right away? It was an incredible account, and I was still having trouble believing it myself. We were in the habit of going for a daily walk, so we got out our walking sticks and headed down the long, winding driveway which leads to our garage. This is the road that we lived on, the very same road on which I had seen the Dogman. When we got to the road, I noticed something laying in front of my mailbox. I picked it up. I stood there in shocked disbelief at what I held in my hand. It was the strip of deer hide. What would a strip of deer hide, with its hair still on it, be doing lying in front of my mailbox? There was no roadkill around that I could see. The conclusion which dawned upon me was chilling. The Dogman knew where I lived, and it left its calling card in the form of a tattered deer hide. I knew it was from the carcass that I saw it eating the previous day. Something in me just knew it. I showed my father. He'd been a deer hunter and recognized immediately what I handed him to examine. I explained to him what I thought it meant. We looked at each other in the eyes, and he believed me. We continued our walk in silence, but on the way back he gave me the wise advice of an old man. Son, it's better that you not tell people about this for now. And I agreed. Eventually, in strict confidence, I did inform only 3 other people. I emailed a friend on the East Coast who was interested in such things. He believed me. I also told a friend whom I'd rented my home from, and also a friend who was a retired priest. These were all people who knew me and whom I could trust. I asked them not to talk about it with others. Otherwise, in all these years, I have told no one until now, when I'm sharing it with you and giving you permission to tell the world. You see, I did not want to be either ridiculed nor called a liar. I did not want either my personal or professional reputation to be subject to criticism, just for sharing what I had witnessed. It just wasn't worth it to me. I know what I saw, and I had no business trying to convince other people that I saw the same thing. I did not want to pursue it any further. I was once told by a priest that when you gaze into the unknown, then the unknown can gaze back, and I wanted no part of it. No gazing for me. Now I must admit, I had heard about a creature like this. I had read about the so-called Beast of Bray Road. Could this be the same kind of creature? I would never have gone out looking for such things, but apparently I didn't need to. A couple of days later, I was walking by the beach near our dock. We live along a reservoir, mind you, and I noticed tracks in the sand. Big paw prints. Too big to be anything that lived around here. A week later, as I pulled up to the end of my driveway from a drive to the city, I noticed something blocking my entrance to the road. It was a dead fawn. It was lying right in the middle of my driveway. What had killed it? And why was it in my driveway? I didn't know, but I dragged it into the weeds in the ditch. I had to get to my classes. I just did my best to ignore these things and chalk them up to being mysteries for which I had no answer, and therefore it didn't matter. Since that time, almost a decade ago, my father has passed, Requiescat in pace, and I've had no further encounters with the Dogman. I'm in a different profession, and I feel more secure financially and professionally. However, I am still careful not to subject myself to skepticism and ridicule, which is why I don't want either my name nor location disclosed publicly. Hopefully, the Dogman is no longer roaming these parts and won't resent me for sharing this story. If I were no longer living in this residence, I would have little hesitation in disclosing my location. However, I'm doubtful that it would be appreciated by local residents. As it is, my main hesitation about disclosing this information would be if this Dogman is some sort of supernatural creature with whom bad misfortune would be associated. Native people with whom I've spoken about these things have respect for the spiritual realm, which we rationalistic modern white men lack. And I certainly don't mean any disrespect towards these entities by disclosing this experience to you and your listeners. I believe there's more to reality than what meets the eye, and as long as we respect each other, then there's nothing to fear. Idle curiosity and monster hunting are not what I would consider to be respectful, so I don't endorse that or share my experience with that motive. I hope that your channel continues to promote knowledge of the other side, in the same way nature channels promote knowledge of nature, in the interest of enrichment of our minds and souls. We are truly part of a wonderful and mysterious universe, and I thank you for taking the time to share this experience for me. Anonymous in Wisconsin. I've always considered myself as having bad luck, especially when you count my multiple run-ins with the paranormal, from skinwalkers all the way to an encounter with a ghost. But this is the most terrifying encounter that I've ever had. When I was 11, my dad had taken me and my younger brother deer hunting on a ranch in Alice, Texas. He picked us up from our mom's house at 10 p.m., and we spent the next 2 hours driving to said ranch. When we got there, we found our grandpa and our older brother trying to get the entrance open, cussing and swearing and rattling the keys for a good few minutes before we got the gate open. It was going to be one of those events. We drove about 10 minutes to get to camp on a long, gloomy dirt road, and when we got there, my dad helped me and my little brother unpack. He was only 7 at the time. The next morning, Dad woke us up around 5 in the morning to get ready for hunting. I drew the short straw and ended up having to take my little brother with me. I'm not much of a complainer, but when it came to my little brother back then, he was quite clumsy and noisy. Anyways, Dad walked us to one of the 5 deer blinds around the property and gave us a quick briefing about gun safety. Now, you might be thinking that leaving a gun with an 11 and 7-year-old is not a smart idea, but from the time I was little, he had taught me about this hunting program, and that includes how to handle firearms. He gave us a briefing, and my little brother climbed into the blind. My dad handed me my rifle, which wasn't anything too fancy, just a 22-something suited for a child. Not too much of a kick, so I was still happy that I got to use it. We must have sat there for about 3 hours, and the feeders have a timed release on the corn for about 30 minutes. They go by, and there's some movement in the brush ahead. Out from the brush emerged a 10-point buck and 2 does. My little brother had started to reach for my rifle, which I had propped up against the wall. I carefully swatted his hand away, and he looked up at me with this face that I could only describe as a mix between annoyance and anger. He slumped down in his chair, tears in his eyes and lip quivering. I told him I was sorry for hitting him, and at the time I was conflicted with myself. Seeing my brother like this just really didn't sit with me well, so I grabbed the rifle and told him if I saw that we had a shot, I'd like to see what he could do. He just looked at me and nodded. As I aimed through the scope to see if he could take a shot, I had the buck in my crosshairs. But then the does' heads snapped up from eating the corn off the ground, and then the bucks did as well. I assumed they must have heard me or my little brother, but I didn't remember him crying loudly, or the rifle thud against the wooden slot or anything. So it had to be something else, because it wasn't either of us making noise. I've seen this before in documentaries. Their wide-eyed stares and their fixated eyes at the brush. It was like a switch, you know? The forest, or brush booming with insects and birds chirping, suddenly just stopped. Only the wind and occasional breathing from me and the deer. They say when a whole forest goes quiet, some big type of predator is about to make its appearance. But the only things we have this far down south in Texas are coyotes, especially at that ranch. The deer seemed to snap out of their trance and ran off in the opposite direction from where they came. I sat back down with my little brother, who was about to fall asleep, and I propped my rifle against the wall. I double-checked that it was steady and that the door was locked with the bolt in and the padlock secure. Hours passed and it was late evening. We were all ready to get out of the blind when my brother tugged my arm and pointed at something near the feeder. I looked back and saw something large and bulky on all fours sniffing loudly at the feeders. I assumed it was a wild boar, which are present on the ranch, so I grabbed my rifle and sat down in my chair to take aim. Between the fading sunlight and the lack of lighting in the blind, I could barely make out this thing. But as the moon came out, I got a better look at this thing. And no, it was not your typical full moon bullshit about werewolves. It was a waxing moon, and it was just little enough light to figure out what was going on. While I was staring at this thing, chills ran up my spine. What I originally thought was a boar was this large dog thing. It had the head of a German Shepherd, but much bigger. Its upper torso was like a man's, but just covered in this dark black fur, and its ears were sharp and perked up like a dog. Its muzzle was exactly like a canine should be. Out of nowhere, this thing stands up on its hind legs and starts sniffing the air. I looked at my brother, who was as white as a ghost, and tears ran down his eyes. When I looked back, it was in the front of the window of the blind peeking in. Its long, sharp yellow teeth dripping in saliva and a substance I couldn't see at the time. Its eyes were piercing yellow, and I swear I saw it smile. Sometimes there's things that science cannot explain, nor our brains, for certain reasons. Maybe it's some kind of protection, so we don't admit what it was that we saw. But this thing, it looked just like a werewolf. After a couple minutes, which have those stereotyped felt like eternity moments, I started freaking out because it started walking around the blind with loud, heavy footsteps, circling the blind, claws dragging across the wood walls. Its loud sniffing echoing in the silent forest. After 5 minutes, those footsteps stopped and I heard a loud thud on the blind again. This thing was up on the roof. I took my rifle off the safety and took aim at the roof and pulled the trigger. I hit something as a blood-curdling howl erupted from the roof. Then a loud thud and quick, heavy footsteps running towards the brush. A few minutes later, our father picked us up and we told him about our experience. He told us that we were just seeing things, eyes merely playing tricks. But we insisted, so he checked the trail cams, and the one near our blind, he saw reflected eyes right near the blind. Most people know canine eyes reflect light in the dark, and most predators' eyes do too. So he thought it was just a coyote. But he quickly realized how massive this thing was because of the height of the eyes. After a few days, we left, and I've never had another run-in with it since. I used to work midnights at a gas station a few miles from the Kentucky Dam, which is a few miles from the beginning of the LBL in Grand Rivers. And it was on one of these midnight shifts I had 2 visitors that would change my outlook on the subject of werewolves, and make me a believer in what I had seen myself a few years back in the same area, but had kept it between myself and 2 other family members that were with me at the time. But that's another story to write down. This story was never in the paper, never on the news. It never had any media attention at all. It was kept hush-hush, and a sacred silence was demanded on all of those involved. It couldn't get out. Ever. It was a few weeks before the beginning of the tourist season, and the tourists were the locals' way of surviving. They were the bread and butter, so to speak. A story like this would be something screaming like shark at the Daytona beach. The people would stop coming out, just out of fear alone. I wasn't a witness to the fact, just a third person, making an observation and having conversations with 2 individuals who were a part of the incident, who were involved in the whole ordeal. They just came from the crime scene down in the middle of the LBL after being there for over 8 hours. It was around 3 in the morning, and they were taking a much-needed reality break. They were 2 officers of the law. 2 grown men who both appeared shaken beyond description. A mixture of fear and confusion, shock and disbelief emanated from both of them. One was paler than the other. It was like a deathly pale over his skin. And it was this officer, who I'll call Officer Adam to protect their identities, that had to sit on the curb of the gas pumps, head between his legs, and expel the last bit of his stomach contents. The other officer, who I'll call Officer Bill, came in for some coffee for himself and a cup of water for his partner, then rejoined Adam outside. There were no other customers, so I went outside with him to see if I could offer some assistance with the ill man. He gladly took a few Rolaids that I had extended in my hand. With his own shaky fingers, he struggled to get them into his mouth. For quite a long while, the only thing that was heard were the crickets in the nearby fields, the sounds of bugs hitting the fluorescent lights above us, hanging from the gas station canopy, and the distant sound of highway traffic that was far and few between, as it was the wee hours of the morning. My mind was buzzing with various scenarios. I wanted to know the cause of their distress. Was it a tragic car accident? Possibly a motorcycle wreck? A boating mishap with drowning victims? A murder? A dead body discovered? Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. That's why the cat has 9 lives. I don't remember sitting down, but after about 15 minutes of this hushed stillness, I found myself beside them both on the curb, staring out into the darkness of the nearby corn pastures, and letting my mind paint the pictures of imaginary traumas. Adam spoke first, breaking the silence of obscurity. I can't believe it. It's not possible. I just can't believe it. In a hushed agreement that was almost inaudible, Bill replied, I know. It is so unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this before. There was a long pause, a deep breath, and then he continued. I've never even heard of anything like this before. Now I looked at Bill and then at Adam. They were both gazing, open-eyed, unblinking, out into the inky color of the night. Adam's bottom lip was trembling slightly, and I guarantee you it wasn't from the slight chill of the late spring air. Something had filled them with some kind of congested fear. After a few more moments of silent reserve, my patience was rewarded with some slow, fragmented description of their past 8 hours. Bill turned his wide azure blue eyes towards me. They were glazed and bloodshot, tired, frightened eyes. With a weary, shaken voice, he began to unfold the tale that would forever be embedded within my spirit, like a nasty shadow that lingers around the corner waiting to pounce, to awaken your inner fears once again. Why he decided to tell me, of all people, is beyond my comprehension. Maybe it was an avenue he felt safe to travel upon, to get this off of his chest, off of his mind. They were both frequent customers, and we knew each other on a first-name basis, but to divulge such a torrid account of great magnitude, well, I can only say that the fear inside of them both at that moment in time had to be released. It had to be eased and extracted from their souls, or else they may have gone mad with unbalanced thoughts. Without interrupting, I sat entranced, listening to every word, absorbing them like an opiate, a spellbinding narcotic that hypnotized me into forgetting the world even existed for the next half hour or so. This is what they said. They'd gotten a call to help with an investigation at one of the many rural campgrounds down in the LBL. The tourist season was about to start in a few weeks, so as usual there were some early arrivals that had come to claim prime camping spots before the area was overrun with tents and campers and travel trailers. The sun was setting low in the sky when they arrived at the scene. Several other official vehicles were already there. There were many more to come, as they would soon find out. Many coming from other counties, and a few coming from other states. Several of these were coroners from different counties. One coroner vehicle was already present, as well as an ambulance, which would prove useless, as there was no one to save. The victims were all dead. Quite dead. Completely, totally, and thoroughly deceased. A young married couple that had come down to take it easy for a few days. They were the first to discover this ghastly scene. Neither of them wanted to stay behind while the other went for help, so they both nervously traveled to the nearest town, Grand Rivers, and called the authorities. They did not return to the LBL. They merely gave the arriving officer directions to the area of discovery and rented a local hotel room. With the sun going down, it got dark pretty fast, so there was a flurry of floodlights from the cruisers being pointed in all directions, along with the excited movements of $50 flashlights being held by nervous, restless hands, searching the trees, the ground, the leaves, the shadows. There was a parked motorhome at the site, its frame being lit by the campfire close by. A fire that had gone almost out on its own, but had been rekindled by the new crowd of men in uniforms so they could have more light and warmth. The front and back doors of the home were open, one of the doors hanging by one hinge in a crooked slant. Through the windows, they could see zigzagged movements of luminosity as the beams from the flashlights searched the interior. Bloody handprints slid down the thin metal wall close to the front door, and more bloody hand paintings could be seen along the length towards the back door, their images dancing eerily in the firelight like some ancient tribal symbols. Bill and Adam did not even want to imagine what it was like inside that motorhome, but then again, they'd soon find out that it wasn't what was inside, but what was outside that would change their lives forever. There was already crime scene tape placed in numerous scattered parts of the area, and little white flags on metal stakes stuck into the ground marking evidence. Evidence of ripped clothing, bodies and body parts, separated limbs and piles of bowels, pieces of loose flesh clinging to muscle tissue. What used to be 3 bodies that just hours before had been a happy family on a happy vacation to create happy memories for years to come. A father, a mother, and a young son. The happiness was gone, destroyed by a psychotic madman. Or was it madmen? It was a murderous rage that had taken place, one so abhorrently appalling that there were few witnesses to the scene that had kept their composure or held their recently eaten dinners down. At first sight, the victims appeared to be butchered by some unnamable weapon, possibly an axe or a chainsaw. But upon further inspection by the first arriving coroner, the wounds on the bodies were determined to not have been caused by a sharp instrument, but rather some piercing, well-defined claws. The other wounds by some keen, mordantly long incisors. Was it a wildcat, or a bear, or wolves? The coroner shook his head in a baffled disagreement with the other ones. Guess from each coroner rung out through the night. The officers tried to determine what had happened too, but everybody was dumbfounded. The claw marks, for instance, on the back of the father's corpse were distinctively made by 4 long claws with a smaller digit, like a thumb on one side. The span was wider than the man's print, wider and different than a bear's mark, with deep, deliberate gouges in the flesh. Rake marks from an angry, unknown source trying to grab its prey was no doubt trying to escape. The wildcat, the wolves, those theories were dismissed by the open wound marks that were apparently made by some more grandiose animal source. The bite marks were much larger than any mountain lion or wolf or coyote. Whatever did it had a longer snout and more sizable teeth. There were also indentations and indications in the larger areas of the cadavers, of bite marks where the flesh, meat, and bone had been yanked away from the body. Like a human who bites into an apple and leaves the impressions of his teeth and teeth marks, so were the open wounds on the individuals. Bears, well, they aren't native to the area, but who knows? Maybe a grizzly did sneak in some way, but that was far-fetched. He would have had to have traveled several states and crossed several rivers to get close to this part of Kentucky. Everyone present was betting on the bear hypothesis anyway, and no one even thought of anything else to be the cause of such a savage attack. A bear. It had to be a bear. From the back door of the motorhome, an officer stepped down slowly, holding his hands. Inside were some type of garment. It was a dress. A small dress. One that would have had to fit a small girl of around 5 years old. He informed the onlookers that there were more little girls' clothes packed inside the coach. This meant there was another missing person, or an absent body, a member of their family. They all prayed she was still alive, somehow, hiding somewhere, and a new search began. As time went by, additional law enforcement employees arrived, as well as a few volunteer rescue squad members. Groups were spread out in assigned areas to examine and explore. Another coroner arrived to assist in the identification and causes of death, and much later a third one showed, this one from a nearby state. All types of samples were placed in plastic bags, marked as evidence, and carefully stowed away. As they were packing up what appeared to be one of the father's arms, one of the doctors noticed something wrapped between the dead fingers. Some tweezers slowly untangled a long clump of gray and brown hair. This too was placed in a bag, marked and put away to be analyzed at a lab later. From somewhere in the nearby woods, about 50 yards from the campfire, a scream was heard. It was a man's shriek that turned into a long wail, and then to whimpering. As others arrived, they could see by the gleam of several flashlights that the cop was holding his hat in one hand and his light in the other. There was blood on his face, the front of his shirt, and the brim of his hat. More blood could be seen dripping on him. It was coming from above. High in the trees, the flashlight swung, searching for the source of the mysterious bleeding. And a very small hand could be seen dangling down from a tree limb way up high, as well as a slender, lifeless leg that still had a white sock on the foot. The missing child had been located. It had been Adam that the blood had trickled on, hitting his hat first, making him look up, and then feeling the thick, cold fluid sprinkling his face, and then sliding down his neatly buttoned shirt. It had been Adam that had screamed. The little girl had apparently been carried up to the tree and leisurely eaten upon while carefully laid across a large tree branch. Most of the same gray and brown hair was found sticking in the bark of the tree nearby. After about 7 hours, most of the officers were sent away as a new team of investigators arrived. They were told not to talk to anyone of the incident, especially not the media. I'm sure that besides Adam and Bill, there were others who had to confess what they saw that night, if in fact this whole event ever even really happened. Witnesses that had to divulge the awful secret of the atrocious discovery at one of the campgrounds at the LBL. About a month after sitting outside with Adam and Bill that night, they stopped in again during one of my midnight shifts. They were both rather more serious in nature, not like before the incident. They used to kid around while drinking their sodas and eating a snack or two. But now they had both seemed to age in some odd way. Streaks of gray hair that hadn't been there before highlighted both of the heads of hair. Their faces had lines of worry and showed signs of stress. I'd see them again many times afterwards, but on this particular evening, they informed me that they got word about some of the lab tests that were taken that dreadful night. The tests on the saliva taken from the bite marks and from the hair found on the man's fingers and in the bark of the tree came back with an unknown species of origin. The closest animal that could be compared to it was that of Canis lupus, a wolf. Whether Adam and Bill had played an elaborate hoax on me, I'll never really know for sure, but the sincerity and the fear painted a picture of truth in their eyes and actions. There were several more stories that I've heard about this werewolf over in the LBL that have been told to me over the years since this particular incident. There were several camp groups of Boy Scouts that had seen it. Several more campers, fishermen, boaters, that had seen it from the safety of their boats, floating in some of the many bays that touched upon the shoreline. Hikers and bikers have heard its howling and have seen something stalking them while they were on the rural trails, hiding amongst the trees. Hunters have come across deer carcasses that have been brutally torn apart. There was even a pair of curious gravestone robbers who had a fearful encounter with it at one of the old cemeteries. It had actually come up to their car as they were leaving and shook the back end of the vehicle up and down, leaving terrible scratch marks in the trunk lid as it tried to hold on to the little Toyota. The tires were spinning in the wet grass as they tried to get away. These two individuals didn't stop driving until they were about 40 miles away, and only then did they dare to stop to investigate the damage done by the beast. I myself have seen those scratches, much too wide for any man to have made them. They looked like they'd been made by a heavy metal garden rake. But you'll never read about it in the papers, or hear about it on the news, or get a confession from any of the law enforcement officials or man of office. The media will say it's just a bunch of hoo-ha, or just pranks, silly stories, urban legends, or lies. They say they're tall tales. This is tourism country, and that means millions of dollars to the area. So you can't scare off business, can you? My name is Carrie. I'm 32 years old, and this happened to me when I was 17. I live in the lower peninsula of Michigan, in a pretty small town. Around here, there's this legend, or what I thought was a legend until I witnessed it myself. It's called the Michigan Dogman. It looks like a werewolf, but it's not one. It's something else. It has a wolf-like head and a human-like body, apparently with blue or amber eyes. It's larger than an average man, by a lot. Some people say it's more than 8 feet tall. It also walks on 2 legs and has a knack for scaring the living shit out of people. Allegedly, this thing shows up in 10-year cycles. I call bullshit on that part. It shows up when it wants to. The stories have been around a long time. I've always believed in them for some reason. I guess that made my encounter just a little bit easier for me to digest. I'm an open-minded person, maybe even a little gullible. I used to read the weekly world news when my Aunt Stacy would buy it and leave it on the coffee table for me to read. In 1997, we were supposed to be invaded by vampires from Europe, and that was supposed to trigger Armageddon. I guess I've always been a sucker for the supernatural. I have an aunt named Stacy, the one that read the Weekly World News. I would spend a lot of time with her once my Uncle Bob passed away. She was an older gal. Really, she's my great aunt, but calling her that just seemed dumb to me, so she was always just Aunt Stacy. Anyways, she was the toughest lady that I'd ever met. She was about 70 years old or so by this time. She could drink any of the guys in my family under the table, had one hell of a dictionary of curse words at her disposal, and refused any kind of help once Uncle Bob passed. She'd go out and hunt by herself, and wasn't afraid of using the rifles that she and Uncle Bob had collected over the years. Really, the only person she seemed to enjoy having around was me. It was during the summer I was 17 that we decided that I'd stay with her all summer. She lived a few hours north of us, and it just seemed silly to keep going back and forth when I would just end up there all the time anyways. So, I packed a few bags and we had a girls' summer. It was during this summer that everything changed as far as how I look at the world. Like I said, I was always a sucker for anything paranormal, but this just confirmed everything that I'd ever thought was real. So this all started when she basically told me that I was going hunting with her. Now, even though I love Stacy to death, I never really had anything to do with her hunting adventures. I could never kill an animal, as I'm pretty squeamish and a really big sissy. So when she told me I was coming along, I just brought a book and figured I'd spend the day sitting in her deer blind, just reading while she scouted the land for something to shoot. I also really don't like the woods. There's bugs and snakes and other things that I'm not a big fan of. Nevertheless, I went deer hunting with dear old Stacy. I figured at the very least we could have a fun day together. If I knew then what I know now, I'd have locked the old lady up in the house and thrown away the key. But anyways, we packed a lunch, her ammunition, deer spray or whatever it was, and my book, and then we set off earlier than I would have even been awake. We went out to a deer blind that she and Uncle Bob had built themselves and settled in. This was really far out in the woods. I have no idea how far, but I know we walked a really long time. It took like an hour to get out there, it seemed. For a while, I just sat there and read while she was doing her thing. I kept thinking about how gross it was going to be when she bagged a deer and had to gut it. I was hoping so much that she didn't ask me to help her. I might have thrown up on her if she did. While I was reading, I saw her get up out of the corner of my eye. I looked up, expecting her to take her shot soon, but instead, I see this look of absolute fear on her face. Now, I've never seen her anything close to nervous, let alone have this look of fear on her face. I went to ask her what was wrong, but she looked at me and placed her finger over my mouth, shaking her head no. It was very clear to me that she wanted me to be quiet. I sat my book down and tried to see out of the blind, but from my vantage point, I couldn't see a damn thing. She covered the entrance to the blind with the little wooden cover and sat down, repeating the quiet motion that she just did to me. Not gonna lie, I was pretty spooked at this point, and my heart was starting to beat fast. Whatever was out there was bad news. We sat in the same spot for so long that my butt started to go numb, but I wasn't moving unless Aunt Stacy gave me the cue. I wasn't the kind of person to take charge. She was definitely leading this little excursion, and if she didn't want me to move yet, I wasn't going to. Finally, after what felt like hours, she took her hand off of my knee and started packing up. She put her finger to her mouth again, and I just helped her do it in silence. We got out of the blind as quietly as possible and started heading back towards her place. She kept looking over her shoulder and wouldn't let me fall behind her. I kept looking over my shoulder too. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I sure as hell wasn't going to be caught off guard. Finally, I had to ask her what was going on. She looked at me with this completely grim expression on her face, and all she said was, "It was the Michigan Dogman." I actually started to laugh. I thought she was just messing around with me and had just pranked the hell out of me, but she shushed me again and told me to pick up the pace. The look on her face made me think that she was serious, so I just kept walking. She started walking even faster, and I had no choice but to pick up my pace too if I wanted to keep up with this little old lady. It didn't take nearly as long to get back as it did to get there. And when we did get back, she brought her dog in the house. This big old lab named Smokey. She stood on the porch for about 10 minutes too, just staring out into the woods with her rifle. It was with her the whole time. Every time she was out there, for the rest of the time I was there, that rifle was there, slung over her shoulder. She looked like she was waiting for something to come out of the woods so she could open fire. She chain smoked while she was standing there too. Usually I'd see her have 1 or 2 cigarettes a day. In those 10 minutes, she smoked 3 of them. When she finally came inside, she poured herself a shot of whiskey too, and told me it was to calm her nerves. I was just sitting at the kitchen table, watching her do all of this, and thinking that I must have fallen into some kind of Wes Craven alternate universe or something. I asked her if she really saw the Dogman, or if it could have been something else. This is what she said, because it's something that I'll never forget. She told me, "I suppose it could have been a bear. If a bear walks around on 2 legs and looks like a werewolf. If it wasn't that kind of bear, then it was the damn Dogman. Now go around and make sure all the doors and windows are locked, because if it got our scent, it'll be here soon enough." That was it. I seriously thought of calling my parents and telling them that they needed to come pick me and Aunt Stacy up, because she'd gone completely off of the deep end. But there was just something about the way that she was looking and acting that I couldn't help but believe her. I mean, these legends had to come from somewhere, right? Did she really just see the Dogman? I think she did. We had dinner together that night, and it was very tense and quiet. She wasn't the usual talkative Aunt Stacy that I'd always been around. She'd spend a lot of time looking out the windows and double and even triple checking all the locks on the doors and windows. I just sat on the couch for a while in silence, watching her, thinking about what else it could have been, wondering what this would mean if she really saw the Dogman. I went to bed a little after midnight that night. I sat there with Aunt Stacy trying to have a normal conversation, but it was still very tense, and she still seemed really upset and detached. It was like her mind was 1,000 miles somewhere else. Or maybe her mind was still back in the forest, trying to comprehend what it was that we saw. Later on that night, it was about 2:15 in the morning, I woke up to Smokey going crazy. He had ran out of Aunt Stacy's room, and then was barking from the hallway all the way to the front door. He was going nuts, and Aunt Stacy couldn't even control him. She had her rifle with her, and told me that that thing was outside. Immediately, I was on the verge of tears. I wanted to cry, but I also knew that I needed to have a level head in case Aunt Stacy needed my help. Smokey was going absolutely batshit crazy, clawing at the door, chewing at the wall. I'd never seen him like this. Normally, he's just this big, goofy lab, but I guess in the presence of this predator that was threatening his family, he turned into a big, protective dog. Neither of us actually looked outside. I think both of us were just too afraid. What I do know is that at the front door where Smokey was going crazy, there was this gigantic slam, like somebody threw both their fists at the door at once. It actually rattled the picture of Aunt Stacy and Uncle Bob that was next to the door to the point where it fell to the ground and the glass shattered. Aunt Stacy just backed away from the door and pointed the rifle at it in case whatever was on the other side came on to the inside. She looked over at me and told me that everything was going to be fine, that she would never let anything hurt me. Even from where I was, and even though that thing was outside, I could still smell this undefinable, disgusting odor. If I had to put a definition on it, then it would be wet fur and maybe decaying flesh. There was a very strong smell of very potent pee. It sounded like something heavy was walking around on the porch, but after a few minutes the sounds disappeared. Smokey settled down a little bit too, but the hair was still raised on the back of his neck, and he was still really uneasy. He was walking around in circles by the door now, and he was whining, but sometimes he would growl too, that crazy demeanor had stopped. Stacy told me that she thought it left, and that we should try to get some sleep. Yeah, right. I was never sleeping again, especially in this house. There was a freaking Dogman outside, and this lady wanted me to just go get some sleep? I thought about calling my parents again and telling them that not only was Stacy crazy because she thought she saw a Dogman, but it turns out she actually did see a Dogman, and the reason she's crazy is because she wanted me to go back to bed. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep that night. In fact, I sat on my bed with all the lights on and just stared around the room. Even if it wasn't the Dogman, something was out there that was causing Smokey to go crazy, and it didn't smell human. Hell, I'd never smelled anything so gross in my entire life. What could be that potent that I could smell it from outside while I was inside? I guess it could have been a bear trying to get in. I'd feel a lot safer if it was just a bear. How weird is that to even say out loud? That you think that you want a bear to attack your house? I guess it beats the alternative, right? The next morning I was dead tired, and decided to actually get some shut-eye, and I ended up sleeping until past noon. When I got up, Stacy had lunch ready, and didn't mention the previous night at all. I saw the rifle propped up in the living room though, and figured that she'd just had it in case. Smokey was also acting normal. He hadn't shown any signs that he was nervous or upset with anything that was outside. And for a moment, just a moment, I had hoped that it was all just some big jacked up dream, but I know that it wasn't. The next few days were very uneventful, and in fact, I tried to push everything that happened out of my mind, as maybe this was just some horrible experience that we would never have to go through again. I didn't want to go back home, because I love being with Aunt Stacy so much, and if there was something out there that could hurt her, I wanted to be there to make sure that she was okay. Then one night, after 1 in the morning, Aunt Stacy woke me up. I bolted upright and she clasped her hand over my mouth and whispered to me that it was back. She told me that it wasn't trying to get in, and was actually just sniffing around the property. She'd heard something knock over the garbage cans and got up with her gun to take a look. I could hear Smokey growling behind her though, but it wasn't like the last time, so I don't think it was close to the house. She brought me to her room, which was the only room on the second story, and told me that it was right there, but I couldn't see anything at first. As I looked out the window, squinting and trying to get my eyes to adjust to the darkness, I finally saw this big mass moving around. Both of us just stared out the window. She pointed out into the darkness that it was in the shadows at first, and then stepped into the light, and I could see the back of this thing. It really was gigantic. I couldn't get too much detail because it was pretty dark and it was kind of far away, but from what I could gather, it did look very wolf-like. It was covered in this dark hair, although I couldn't tell you if it was some shade of brown or black, but it was definitely walking on 2 legs, and it definitely looked like your stereotypical werewolf. It had those legs that look like they're bent backwards, but after some research and talking to you, I figured out that it's actually called digigrade, which means they just walk on their toes, and the part that sticks out is actually the heel of their foot. This thing was moving around slowly and cautiously, like it was investigating the territory that it was in. Either way, my blood ran cold. Absolutely cold. And my throat caught my breath. I couldn't breathe, and then Aunt Stacy put a hand on my shoulder and told me that she thought it was going to be okay. I looked over at her like she was crazy, and she just shrugged. She told me that that thing was just out there, doing what it does, and if it wanted to come in, it would have come in the other night, even with Smokey out there trying to protect us. Sure, it made sense to me, but like I told you at the beginning of this email, I'm a pretty big sissy, and I actually started crying because I was so afraid. It wasn't like I was sobbing or anything. It was more like when you experience something so intense that your eyes just start to water. Except my eyes didn't stop watering. This thing stayed out on the property for a few more minutes and lifted its head to sniff the air. And that's when I could really make out how wolf-like the muzzle looked. I'm sorry I couldn't get any other details from this thing, but that's all I saw. After those few minutes, it went back into the forest. Again, I stayed up the rest of the night with Aunt Stacy. I was too terrified to talk about it, but she was sitting in the living room with me, humming and petting Smokey. In the morning, we sat over a very nice breakfast that she had made especially for the occasion, and we talked about what we had seen. She asked me to describe what I saw. When I told her the few details that I could make out, She confirmed that's what she saw too, but then I asked her what she saw when we were in the blind. She told me that she would place this thing at about 7.5 feet tall, and the fur actually was a brown and black color. She said that the fur was very shaggy, and in some parts it was matted like a dog that was kept outside for a while and not taken care of. She told me that she saw claws on the hands, and that the hands on the front legs looked very human-like. Back then I didn't think of asking her if there was a tail, and she's not really in the position to tell me what she saw anymore. Her memory is going too much nowadays. She told me if she hadn't known about the legend of the Dogman, she would have thought that she was looking at a real-life werewolf. When she saw it moving around on 2 legs and it was sniffing around like it was looking for something, she thinks that it had actually caught the scent that day, and it followed us home that night. She wasn't sure that it wanted to actually cause any harm because, like she said, if it had wanted to come in, it would have. With those claws and teeth, it would have made short work of all 3 of us, including Smokey. It still wasn't a very comforting thought. Just because it didn't break into the house didn't mean it wouldn't attack us in the woods or even in our own yard. There was a lot more of that conversation in the morning, but I really don't want to bore you with the details. The important part is we never saw it again. But I've heard a lot of other people talk about how they've seen it too, which is why I don't believe in that every 10 years bullshit. Aunt Stacy lived in that house for another 7 years, until she actually moved in with me when she finally admitted that she needed some help. I went and visited all the time, even after that encounter. I did learn to shoot her rifle within the next couple of days after seeing that thing though, and I think for the most part I've actually toughened up. Who knows when you're going to need to fight for your life against some unknown monster. We talked about that thing all the time. We still do when she's coherent enough to talk about it. And to this day, she believes it was the Michigan Dogman. And you know what? I agree with her. Legends are born from truth. And I think everything that people say about the Michigan Dogman, with the exception of that 10 years thing, is probably pretty accurate. That thing's out there. It walks on 2 legs. It lives in the forest. And it sure as hell resembles your stereotypical movie werewolf. Although, I don't think that that's what this thing is. I have no idea what it is, but I'm sure it's not a guy that turns into this monster on the full moon. Because all the times that I saw it, or experienced it, it wasn't during a full moon. And one of the times was during the day. So I still ask, what the hell is this thing? And what the hell does it want? Personally, I don't believe in werewolves or creatures like Bigfoot, but I do believe that there are monsters out there. In fact, I have a story that I can share with you in which I have an experience with a monster all of my own. It was one night when I was left home alone by myself playing video games when my parents were out, and what I believe was a monster tried to break into my house. I use the term monster because that's the only way I know how to accurately describe the way that this thing looked and acted. In reality, it closely resembled a werewolf, but I try to be logical about it and realize that werewolves aren't supposed to be real. I mean, I personally don't believe that there are people that turn into these things under a full moon. I cannot deny, though, that the thing that I saw that night was most certainly real. Had it gotten into my house like it wanted to, there's no telling if I'd be here today to tell you my story. All around our house, we had a yard, and in the back was probably about 3 acres of small woods. Those woods led directly to a neighbor's house. Directly in front of the house was our driveway that led to the road, and on the other side of the road were tall hedges. Had we not had those hedges, there wouldn't be much privacy, and maybe if we didn't have that much privacy or we were closer to the neighbors, this might not have happened at all. Anyways, this happened to me when I was 15 and still in high school. A freshman. My parents were out for a date night, and when they did that, they usually didn't get back until super late, usually after midnight. So I was left at home to play video games and watch TV. You know, just typical teenager stuff. I loved having the house to myself. Since my parents have a large screen TV in the living room, I hooked up my PS3 and I was playing games on it. I'll give you a quick layout of our house so the story makes sense to you. As soon as you walk into the front door, that TV is directly to the right and facing to the left. To the left of the TV is the couch, which faces the TV, and there's a large window perpendicular to the front door. From the outside, if you were looking in that front window, you'd have full view of the living room, as well as the dining area, which sits back behind the living room. If you're in the living room and you walk past the TV, you can go down the right hall, and that's my parents' room and a small bathroom. If you turn left and go that way down even further, you'll see another small hallway which leads to my bedroom and my small bathroom. Now that you get kind of what my house looks like, this is what happened. I stopped playing games and went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. As I'm walking back from the kitchen, I noticed something that I didn't see before. A pair of big red eyes peering at me through the window. I saw this face that I could only describe as something that looked almost like a werewolf. When I saw those eyes, I just lost it, and I turned around and ran and locked myself in my bedroom. I was already freaking out. I felt like a little kid who just saw a monster. When I went into my room, though, I started looking through the blinds, just a little bit, because I didn't want to move the blinds much so that thing would know where I was. But I knew that it had seen me run into my room, because like I said, you can get a very good look at the house by looking in the window that it was at. Then it started moving. I followed the movement. It followed me towards my bedroom. Then it moved over to the front of my window. Because of its big silhouette, this thing must have been around 7 to 8 feet tall. It had a long tail, which curled up behind it. My mind was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought I was looking at a werewolf, but I kept telling myself that werewolves didn't exist. But my mind had already decided what it was even before I saw it in full. The shape of this thing just gave it away. I'd broken my window blinds months before this by wrestling too much with one of my friends, and it was never fixed. Pretty crappy during this situation where you're face to face with a monster. They didn't quite close all the way, which meant that this thing had free rein to fully look into my windows right at me. There's virtually nothing I could do but try and hide all the way in a corner in the shadows. I had my light off, and I was hiding while this thing scanned my room, looking for me. I really couldn't believe what I was looking at. It just had to be a werewolf. Its head and its mane looked just like a werewolf that you would see in Bad Moon. It looked to be huge, and it stood upright on 2 legs. It was covered in long dark fur that almost looked matted. It had pointed ears just like a dog does. The eyes glowed a deep, dull red with these hints of yellow in them. Its face was what really confused me, though, because it looked totally like something that defied all understanding. It leaned in so close to the glass that you could see its breath on the window and the condensation on the glass as it exhaled. I don't think it could see me, though, because my light was off, but after a few moments, it pulled its head back and walked around to the other side of the house. This thing was heavy, and you could tell that it weighed a lot because every time it took a step, you could hear the thud on the ground. I jumped up and quickly locked my door and ran back to the corner to sit down again, listening intently for whatever this thing was going to do next. I sat there panicked, hyperventilating, and sweating. I remember faintly hearing my game, which was paused, and then it was silent for a moment. And I just kept listening and listening. And that's when I heard the back sliding glass door begin to rattle. I was horrified. This thing was trying to open the sliding glass door to get into the house. It was shaking harder and harder, more and more violent each time it tried to get in. I began to cry. I was so scared. Then I realized, in my haste, I left my phone in the living room, so I had nothing to use to call for help. There was nobody that I could reach out to. I didn't know what to do. At the time of this, it was maybe 9:45, and I knew that my parents wouldn't be home for a few more hours. I had no way of contacting anybody, and nothing I could do but wait for that thing to get into the house. I was terrified that if this thing did manage to break inside, that I would be a goner. I tried and tried to find some way that I could get out of there, but I didn't want to risk running out of the door or crawling through my window for that thing to get me. And then it just continued to try and try at the door. Eventually, it stopped trying altogether. I didn't hear anything more after that. I didn't hear it walk away like I heard it walk around the house. I still heard my game, which was just a faint noise now, but it was still sitting there paused. I decided I would just sit there and wait until my parents got back. I didn't know how long it was going to be, but eventually they came home, and luckily it was only around 11 p.m. It felt like I'd been waiting for hours, though. They got back early because my mother has this chronic habit of coming down with terrible migraines, and that night she just happened to get one of them and wanted to cut the date short. When they came home, they were both wondering why I'd locked myself in my room with all of the lights off. When I told them I thought I heard an intruder trying to break into the house, my father looked at me very strangely, and when I told him that that thing was at the back door, he investigated it to see if there really was somebody trying to break in. There were no signs, though. No footprints, no smudges on the glass. It's like I just hallucinated the whole thing or something. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. I'm no fool, and I wouldn't dare tell my parents this because they would never ever believe me. Fast forward in time. I'm an adult now, and that's still the most horrific thing that I've ever experienced. I didn't believe in monsters before that, but I do now, and I know for a fact that they're real.
My name is Eric, and I'm an officer of the Department of Fish and Wildlife in Washington. I have a wife and 4 children. A typical day of my job can range from calls about bears, coyotes, cougars, or wolves, all the way to human problems, like poachers, druggies, and scumbags. So, I never know just what my day is going to entail, but what I'm about to tell you is the weirdest case I've ever been involved in. Now know this about me. I've been shot at. I've actually been stabbed. I've been involved in over 100 successful drug busts. I've been chased by a bear. I've used a tranquilizer gun to relocate bears and cougars. I've even been kicked by a deer I was trying to pull out of a fence. It broke my radius when it kicked me. But with this case, I've never seen anything more strange. It was 9:45 on a Tuesday night. It was early April of 2003. This couple had some property out in Stevenson, and they called about a large wolf on their property. But both the owner and his wife felt unsafe, and they told dispatch they were actually in fear of their lives. Now, I've dealt with a wolf before. They're smart and powerful, but they don't like confrontation. Usually they'll just skedaddle if there's people around the area. I just happened to be on call that weekend, and I had to drive about 45 minutes to Stevenson. Then I drove about another 6 miles or so to their cabin off this old road. I was literally out in the middle of nowhere at this point. I parked my vehicle and got out and took a look around, shining my flashlight around trying to catch a glimpse of this wolf that these people were scared from. But I didn't see anything. In fact, nothing out of the ordinary was going on, except for how quiet it was that night. Anybody that's ever been out in the forest knows how loud it is, even at night. It doesn't matter if it's day or night, actually. There's always some kind of critter chattering around. But this air was just dead silent that night. I knocked on the door, and I was greeted by the old man and his wife. For this case, we're just going to refer to them as James and Annie. They invited me in, and I asked them to tell me what they saw, since I didn't see any wolf out on the property. James told me that they both witnessed this wolf. They told me that the first thing they saw was it just running around on all fours, just around their property. And I thought to myself, well, of course it was running around on all fours, it's a wolf. What else would it be doing? I asked them how big it was.
They told me it was the largest wolf they'd ever seen. And it wasn't the color of any wolf they'd ever seen either. It was a dark brown with long shaggy hair and a tan chest. But the size of this thing is what they couldn't believe. When I was listening to them, I really didn't believe it either, to be honest. James told me he put this wolf at no less than 500 pounds. I actually laughed and said, "Sir, wolves don't get that big here." But Annie stepped in and confirmed what they'd seen. She told me at first she thought it was a bear until she saw its muzzle. That's just how big this creature was. A wolf the size of a bear. To humor them, I asked what else happened, and they said it was running around and stopping and then sniffing the air and stretching out. They said from foot to shoulder this thing was probably 4 feet tall, maybe even taller. And again I told them with all the respect that I could muster, that wolves just don't get that big. At this point, James got a little angry and told me, "I know what I saw. Now could you please just listen to what I'm telling you? I swear to you I'm telling the truth. We are not crazy." I decided right there to just hear them out, giving them the respect that they deserved. I sat down on their couch with them and listened as they told me the story. All the while they were talking, I was thinking to myself that this has got to be a case of mistaken identity. Of course it's just a bear out there. They told me they didn't see a bear, but wolves couldn't be the size of a bear. It was just impossible. The only thing that confused me was these people here could distinguish between a wolf and a bear. They'd seem like they'd been out in the woods their entire lives. So then I just started thinking to myself, well, what else could it have been then? They told me as they watched this thing stop and stretch out again, and then it looked like its joints were shifting or something. At this point, they stopped using the term wolf and actually started using the term werewolf. I stopped them right there and said, "You mean to tell me you think there was a werewolf out on your property tonight just looking around your windows?" Annie asked if I was calling them liars, but I shook my head and said, "Absolutely not, ma'am. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what you saw, and I don't think it was a werewolf." They said this werewolf stood up on 2 legs and began walking around and looking around their property like it was trying to find something. At this point, I could see both of them shivering, and their eyes were tearing up from fright as they told me what they saw. I made a mental note to myself that even if this was a case of mistaken identity, these two seemed very scared, and at least that made me believe that they'd seen something out there. Annie told me that when she saw this thing stand up, she'd never been more frightened in her entire life. They told me they saw this thing in their kitchen window, looking right in like it was trying to find them or something. I asked them to show me the window, and they took me to the kitchen. I looked out the window and noticed that the ground was pretty far down from where I was standing. I also noticed that James and Annie were both just standing in the corner. They weren't actually in the kitchen, just peering through the doorway. Again, I noted how scared they were. I told them I was going outside to get a better look. They both decided to stay inside. I went over to the window and looked at this thing. It was directly above my head. I'm 6'2", so if this was a wolf, it had to be some kind of deformity, because no wolf could stand over 6'2" and look in a window. So again, I thought to myself, it had to have been a bear, but I kept thinking that these people swear it wasn't a bear, and like I said before, they seemed to be people that had been out in the woods their entire lives. They wouldn't just mistake a wolf and a bear. I looked around again, and there was nothing. I looked around the window to see if maybe this wolf or bear or whatever it was standing on something to peer into the window, but there was nothing that me or the wolf could have stood on. I looked up at the window again, and finally saw James and Annie brave enough to be in their kitchen, although they were both just staring out of the window at me. They had concern written all over their faces. I didn't believe that they saw a werewolf, but they seemed so sincere that I couldn't help but want to help them. I went back inside, and I did my due diligence trying to get to the bottom of this report. I asked them if they'd been drinking or doing drugs. They told me that there wasn't even any alcohol in the house, but then James chuckled and said, "Not after tonight, though. I'm getting me a drink again." I asked for the description of this creature again. They said when it stood up, it was peering into the window, but almost like it was hunched over, looking down through the window. So they actually put this creature at about 7 feet tall when it was standing on 2 legs, and about 4 feet tall, maybe even taller than that when it was on all 4s. They repeated the color to me. Dark brown, with a very shaggy pelt. Shaggier than the gray wolves that they've seen in the area, and this thing had a tan chest. It also had a long bushy tail that almost dragged the ground when it was on all 4s. They told me the paws looked massive, almost the size of a lion's paws that they'd once seen at a zoo at some point in their lives. But it was the front paws they described as something I've never heard anyone describe them as. Hands. They actually called them hands. They didn't say claws. They didn't say paws. They said hands. So I corrected them and said, "You mean paws, right?" They both shook their heads, and James said to me, "No, sir. This thing looked like it could grip something with those hands, like a doorknob or a rabbit if it was trying to eat it. They weren't paws at all, if you ask me." And then they told me it had a long muzzle just like a wolf. Big, tall, triangular, pointy ears, just like a wolf. They said if they didn't know any better, they would have thought it was a wolf. But throwing in the fact that they saw it walking around on 2 legs, and the sheer massive size of this thing, they knew it wasn't just any old wolf. And even if it was a massively overgrown wolf. They brought up the term werewolf again after that, and I repeated their story to them, for clarity's sake. Now, let me get this straight for you guys. Not one single detail in their encounter changed the entire time I was talking to them. I knew they had seen something, but again, I couldn't just place what it was. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what other type of animal could be out there, and I started ticking off the things that it couldn't be. It couldn't be a person playing a prank on them because of how tall this thing was. It couldn't be a wolf because of how big this thing was, and it couldn't be a bear because of the description of the muzzle and the tail. They just don't match a bear, or at least any bear that I know to exist. So I did the only thing I could do. I did one more walk around, trying to find some kind of evidence as to what this thing was that they saw. I promised them that I'd try to get to the bottom of it and find out what it was. I wanted to know what they saw out there too. I walked around one more time, and I do admit that when I shined my flashlight on the ground, I did find something that resembled wolf footprints, but these were bigger than any wolf print I've ever seen in my entire life. At that point, I'll also admit, I did get a slight shiver down my spine, but I couldn't tell if it was because of the cold or if I was actually starting to believe their story. Was there actually something out there that we can't explain? Although, I'm damn sure it wasn't a werewolf that they saw up on their property. I went to the porch again, since they were still inside refusing to come out, and I told them to stay inside for the night, just to be on the safe side, and to call me directly if they needed any more help. I checked on them in the morning, and a couple of days after that, they didn't have any more signs of that creature walking around out there. I guess I just considered it a case closed. Years went by, and I didn't give this case any more thought since they never reported seeing that creature again. It wasn't until years later that I actually heard the term Dogman. I looked it up, and I found out that there are people that see this type of creature all over the world. Now, I'm still not saying I believe this story, but I am a firm believer that if as many people that say they saw this creature are actually telling the truth, then who am I to say that a creature like that doesn't exist? I guess that entire experience and everything I've learned afterwards is just food for thought. Sincerely, Eric in Washington. I know you have no clue who I am, but I would like to share an encounter with you. A story that might be hard to believe, if you wouldn't mind it. They call me Bo, and I'm a former Army mechanic. I had my encounter when I was out hunting deer in New River Park. I'd got there by 7:30 in the morning, and by about noon I decided to walk to my truck to get a sandwich and something to drink. I'm heading back to the woods, just wallowing down the trail, and I hear something from the thicket about 40 to 50 yards away. I stopped and crouched down, readying my rifle in case it was a hog or deer. That way I'd be able to bring home the meat. All of a sudden, though, I see this light brown hair, so I'm thinking maybe it's a deer, and immediately my heart starts to race. But then I hear this noise like a grunt, so I think maybe it's a great big buck, and it's coming this way. This thing has to be massive, so my pulse gets even faster. As this thing continues to move, it slowly walks towards me, and all of a sudden, my heart drops when I realize whatever this thing is too big to be a buck. And there's no way a buck would be walking towards me like that. So I start thinking, maybe it's an elk, since there are a few around here. It slowly continues walking, but the thing that gets me, and still gives me nightmares to this day, is this thing was about 4 to 6 feet tall on all four legs. I'm 6'6", I weigh 200 pounds, and the brush is over my head. Then this thing stands up on two legs, and I see this evil wolf's head rise about a foot from the brush. So this thing has to be easy 8 to 9 feet tall. It starts sniffing the air, then looks at me with its deep, dark red eyes. They were absolutely wild looking, and it had this vicious intent. It felt like it was staring right into my soul. My heart felt like it was going to stop. Being an experienced hunter, I decided to stay completely still, but the fear I felt in that moment was like nothing I had ever felt before. Then this werewolf begins to snarl in my direction, and of course now I'm freaking out. I got my 308 ready and off the safety. If I had to, I'd try and slow it down till I got up to the ridge. Suddenly it dropped down on all fours again and started barreling right at me. I knew if I shot, I'd only get one shot, so I had to wait. As this thing is running full speed, I knew it would be on me in a second. Then all of a sudden, I hear this deafening roar behind me. I hear something running behind me as well, and glance over my shoulder to notice a second werewolf with dark, almost black fur running up behind me. I think to myself, I am completely screwed. The only thing running through my mind was, I have two werewolves running full speed at me. What in the hell was I going to do? I'd never see my family again, that was for sure. The one that was behind me was almost to me. It was faster than the other one, but I could hear the first one I saw getting closer too. And right as this massive creature jumps at me, I try to hit the ground, only to realize they weren't headed to me at all. They were charging each other. I don't even know if they realized I was there. Then they commence in this extremely bloody, brutal battle between the two of them. I'm laying there on my back in shock as they fight, just staring at these two things that aren't even supposed to exist, trying to get my mind to wrap around it, but still unable to move. They're both standing on their hind legs. The lighter brown one gets knocked back by the black one, and they roll down the hill, flipping and swatting and clawing and biting the whole way down. When they were about 20 yards down the hill, I decided that now would be a good time to get the hell out of there and book it. But my legs, they still wouldn't move. I was stuck in this most primal fear, something I'd never felt before. The two now below me on this hill are still fighting, and both are covered in blood and dirt. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I got the feeling back in my legs and began to run. The light brown wolf, who had just been body slammed by that bigger black wolf, clawed with its hind legs and tore into the black wolf's stomach. The brown one got back on its feet and started running in the same direction I was. And now I'm running at full speed. For all I'm worth, I glanced over my shoulder and saw that brown one get caught by the back with one of those black wolf's claws, which dug deep into its side. The black one grabbed the brown one's shoulder in its mouth and flung it back down the hill again. As the brown one tumbled back down the hill, it seemed to be able to get back on all fours and continued running down the hill and back into the brush. I have no clue why I stopped to look back at that big black wolf, which was now staring at me. No good answer for you, so I didn't even ask. I guess I was just curious. I noticed these deep gashes and flesh hanging off of its stomach and sides. The way it looked at me made my blood turn to concrete, because it was just looking at me with this almost human grin across its jaw. Then it let out another ear-shattering roar. It looked at me one more time, then followed the smaller one way down from me. To this day, I believe I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I got to see this encounter with these two dogmen, or werewolves, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know why, but I can still remember the look on that big black wolf's eyes. It just stared at me, stared me down after it won. Like it was saying, I'm the alpha of the woods. They're mine. I just kicked the shit out of this other monster, so if you want to come have at it, I'm game. I have since left my tree stand and a couple $100 worth of gear to rot in those woods. I will not go back in that area, because I know that he ran off one, and now it's probably looking for territory of its own. Those two are kings of that mountain. I'm never going back there. I don't ever want to see those things again. I've sensed that encounter only told my fiancé. We talked it over and both agreed that the older, more Bible-fearing folk around this town would never believe me, so I keep it to myself. I'm happy to share with you. I'm just glad to be home safe with my fiancé. We've since then had a beautiful little girl, and I promised my fiancé that I would never step in the woods of that mountain range again. I don't want to be eaten and miss the life of my child. I'm sorry this was long, but I had to tell the world about this amazing experience I had. I just know that anywhere else I would tell this story, people would scoff at me. They wouldn't believe me. They'd call me a liar or crazy. So I want to thank you for helping me get this off my chest. Your YouTube channel made me realize that others out there have seen this beast as well, and it made it easier for me to talk about it. For the record, these things looked like the Van Helsing werewolf. I'm sorry if this is all messed up and all over the place, but the fear I feel from this still scares the shit out of me, and just typing it down is making me relive that encounter. I'm sitting here shaking, trying to remember every detail that I can for you. These things I saw were absolutely massive, ripped like a bodybuilder, huge arms and broad shoulders. It dwarfed me, and like I said, I'm 6'6". This thing had to be 8 feet tall. I've never felt that inferior around any type of creature. I realized that this thing was the most dangerous thing in the woods, and man is not as far up the food chain as we think. So I hope you use this encounter to let people know that we ain't the top of the food chain like we want to be. I would just like my words to get out to people. Please let them know that Tennessee has these creatures too. But there's people like you that can share their story and get them out there. If anything, it just gets it off of our chest. At most, maybe it'll save someone's life one day. Thanks again for listening to me. I hope you have a good night. And stay safe out in the woods. Because like you said, things really do go bump in the night. Bo from Tennessee. When I had my encounter with the beast, it was a different time. You didn't have the internet at your disposal, so you couldn't just hop on Google and type in, "Did I just see a werewolf?" The only research you could do is if you went to the library and spent hours reading through dusty books or flipping through old newspaper articles. It was the late 70s. Jimmy Carter was president. The world was a lot simpler and a hell of a lot less scary than it is today. Well, until you see what we did. My family lived on a ranch out in the middle of God's nowhere. For privacy's sake to the people that own the land now, I won't give the exact whereabouts, but we were about 45 minutes from Battle Creek, Michigan. It was myself, my parents, my little brother, my grandparents, who owned the ranch, and my Uncle Paul. Uncle Paul didn't have a family of his own, but he treated me and my brother Randy like we were his own kids. He was my favorite uncle. He was the one that did most of the work around the ranch, so he was constantly outside working on this or that. He was also the one that saw the Dogman first. All of us, minus Uncle Paul, were just sitting down for dinner when he came bursting in the front door. I remember the screen door slamming against the wall and all of us jumping, startled by his response to whatever he saw outside. He looked at us, wide-eyed, and said, "There's a giant wolf outside, right outside the trees." He ran to his room at the back of the house to get his gun, and my dad followed him. "Are you going to shoot it?" Randy asked with a little too much excitement. And Grandpa vetoed that idea quickly. "No, he's not," he said sternly. Paul came back into the room, loading his rifle, and told us that he was just going to scare it off. We all followed, eager to see his giant wolf. Paul shot the rifle into the air and started yelling at the wolf before I was even out there. When I made it to the porch, sure enough, there was this huge black wolf sitting on the edge of our property. Uncle Paul wasn't lying. He was the biggest wolf I'd ever seen, still to this day. Paul took another shot towards the wolf and it got up, turned around towards the woods as casual as if he was just strolling around, and headed off into the trees. Before he went into the woods, though, he turned and looked at us, and I swear to you, as I am typing this now, this thing looked like it was angry with us. Downright pissed off even. It bared its teeth at us and trotted into the forest. My mom grabbed me and Randy and ushered us into the house. We had to promise not to go outside by ourselves for the time being, and as much as it made me sad, I promised not to go outside. At the time, I was 13 and Randy was 10. Telling us to stay inside was like giving us a prison sentence. That night, we heard the strangest, most terrifying noises that I could ever imagine, and can barely even describe. They sounded like a man screaming in anger, mixed with some kind of animal howling. I ended up sleeping on the floor of my parents' room while Randy bunked up with Uncle Paul. Those noises were just so scary to us young kids. We also heard the sound of some kind of animal, and it sounded like it was being mauled to death. It was screaming in fright and agony. I was terrified. I didn't know what was going on outside. The next day, after quite a search, my dad and Uncle Paul found one of our neighbor's sheep that had been torn to bits and eaten by something big. When they talked to our neighbor, they said they too had seen that big black wolf the day before and shot at it. If my parents were serious about us kids staying indoors before, it might as well have been carved in stone that we were to stay inside after that. The next night was just as scary as the first. We heard those howl screams again, but this night, about an hour after that, we heard gunshots too. They were coming from the direction of our neighbor that lost his sheep. Gramps, Dad, and Uncle Paul all went outside with their rifles to see if they could see or find anything, but they didn't go too far, because my mom and Grammy were pretty serious about them getting their butts back into the house. I think the two of them would have just dragged them back in if they had to. I didn't get much sleep that night either, and neither did my little brother. We shared my parents' bed with my mom, while my dad and Paul stayed downstairs. And I could hear them talking all night long, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. The next day, they went over to our neighbor's house, and they were gone for a couple of hours. When they came back, they were quiet, which wasn't normal for either of them. I walked in on all the adults talking, and they stopped when I entered the room. Mom told me to go upstairs and to keep Randy out of trouble. I knew they were talking about something they didn't want me hearing, so I just quietly obliged and went upstairs. Later that day, Grammy pulled me into her room and made me promise not to tell Randy anything that she was about to tell me. She was always a believer that I was older than my years and I could handle adult things. She was also stubborn and queen of that ranch, so if she wanted me to know something, she was going to tell me. She told me that our neighbors, Ann and Jim, saw the wolf on their property again that night. But this time, Jim shot it, right in the chest. But it didn't do a damn thing to it. In fact, they think it just made it mad. And the next part is something I will never ever forget. She leaned into me, and that was the first time I'd ever seen her frightened by anything. What you need to know about Grammy is she was the bravest and strongest woman that I've ever met in my entire life. But she looked scared that day. And I know why. Because what she said to me they told your daddy and Polly that it got up off of 4 legs and it ran off on just 2. The way she whispered it sent chills down my spine, and my eyes teared up in fright. I asked what she thought it was, but she told me that she didn't know. For the next 3 days, I was so sick to my stomach by what I learned that I barely ate. Every night was the same. Those god-awful screams would pierce the night 3 or 4 times in a night. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run away from there and never come back. Gramps, Dad, and Paul would take turns staying up, making sure that nothing came close to our house. I could tell that it was wearing on them too, because Gramps was always a clean-cut, nicely dressed man, but after days and days of keeping watch, his beard started coming in. Something else I'd never seen in the 13 years of my life. And then that night, it came back. All of us heard it when it first arrived, and all of us saw it. The werewolf, the wolfman, the dogman, whatever you want to call it. Something big ran across our porch that night. It sounded heavier than a man, and it sounded like it was on 2 legs. The footsteps were thunderous, and we could actually hear the wall shaking and the pictures bouncing back and forth on the wall as this thing ran across the porch. Randy and I jumped up from the table that we were at and started to melt down. Grammy and Mom tried to calm us down while the men stood at attention, ready to protect us and drive that thing off. Grammy ushered all of us upstairs. All of us followed without question. She was stern that evening, and even the men were coming along that night. We were up there about 10 minutes without incident. Paul was looking out the window when he stepped back and made an audible gasp. It made the room even more silent than it already was. "My God in heaven," I remember him whispering. "It's out there, and it really is on 2 legs." Now nothing could stop all of us from looking. Mom wanted me and Randy to stay away from the window, but even my dad told her that we needed to see this. And I could still see that wolf as clear today as I did that night. This thing was only half illuminated by our porch light, but it was enough to give me nightmares for the next decade. It was jet black, and it really was standing on 2 legs. I couldn't see a tail, but the way the legs were bent reminded me of a canine. I could see long arms and what looked to me like actual hands. You emailed me and asked me if it had claws on those hands, but I'm sorry, I have no idea. Its head did look like a werewolf, though, I can tell you that. It had an elongated snout and pointed ears. It was wandering around our property like it was looking for something, and I prayed to God that it wasn't looking for us. For all I knew, it was trying to catch our scents or something. Paul wanted to go out and shoot it, but Grammy said it wasn't going to be killed by a rifle. "Maybe 3 of them will do the trick." That's what Gramps said out loud to us. "This is our place, and no monster is driving me away from everything that I built," I remember him saying. I remember the anger that was in his voice. It wasn't fear at this point. He wanted to go out there and fight this thing. And my grandpa, let me tell you, if he had to, he would have went out there and bare-knuckle boxed this creature to get it off of his property. Because this was the place that he raised his family. And nothing was going to drive him away from that. Even with my grandma telling him to stop, who he usually listened to, he marched right out of the room and down the stairs. Daddy and Uncle Paul followed him. Me and Randy pleaded for them to stop, but my dad turned around, grabbed both of us in a big hug, and told us that everything was going to be fine. What happened next, I only knew through what they told me, and by what I heard. Dad told us later that they opened the door and started shooting at that monster and yelling at it the moment the door was open. They were trying to be as intimidating as possible. I heard at least a dozen shots. I heard them yelling and carrying on. I heard that thing hollering back at them. That howl scream and growls and roars. And then I heard silence. I was bawling. Randy was bawling. I thought that it got them and killed them all. I knew that that thing was going to come into the house, march up the stairs, and take us next. But then, my dad, Uncle Paul, and my grandpa, my heroes, they came back and said it was gone, that they ran it off that night, and then it vanished into the night. Being a 13-year-old girl at that point, these three men were my heroes. I looked at them in such a different way after that. Grammy and Mom and Randy and I went to stay with Grammy's sister Wilma for a couple of days after that. Gramps' dad and Uncle Paul stayed behind. They'd called the sheriff that night, and when he came over, he was as shocked at what he heard as we were. There were prints all over the ground, made by something that resembled a large wolf. But the way these tracks were, it was like it was only walking on two legs, which made our claims irrefutable to the sheriff, at least in my opinion. I think it also helped that the sheriff was one of my dad's friends, and he knew that my dad and the rest of our family wouldn't make up something like that. They took pictures as proof of what happened. Later, Uncle Paul told me that the sheriff and about a dozen badged men were buzzing around our property and Jim and Ann's property for the next couple of days. Wildlife wardens got involved too, but as far as any of us know, that wolfman was never seen again. I did find out, though, that the night Jim shot it, he caught it looking into one of their windows that was about 6 feet off the ground. I don't know whatever happened to those pictures, though. Even though my family was friends with the sheriff, he still had to take them from us. He said he was just doing his job and what he was told to do, and there were no hard feelings. Really, I think they were just trying to cover up what we saw that night. Not our friend, but the people that he worked for. To this day, I can't watch werewolf movies. I can't have my blinds open at night, and I can't listen to stories like this without having nightmares. I'm sure as hell typing all of this up is going to give me one doozy of a nightmare. But I feel it's important to share this, though, because there's more people out there with these encounters than you think. If my encounter gets even one person to come to terms with what they've seen and come forward, then I will have done my job. That's my story. God bless you, and thank you for sharing it. There are 2 times in my life I have been scared to death. Once while I was a member of the armed forces during the Gulf War, and the other when I ran into what I thought at the time was a true-to-life werewolf. I don't talk much about either of these times. I never really talk about my time in the Gulf War. Just know this. When the explosion happened near me, I thought I went deaf. The noise, the flash of light, was brilliant. And then I thought I was dead. By the grace of God, I was barely even injured, but the fear I felt in that moment has only been felt once after that in my life. Everything else just seems trivial. That's as much as I'll talk about the war. My encounter with the supernatural creature is a different story. You sent me a dozen questions, and I'll answer them all, and then give you some extra information that you didn't ask for. For starters, my name is Boggs. Last name, not first. But nobody calls me by my first name anyways. I was 26 years old when I went to the Gulf, and 43 years old when I had my encounter. It happened in the Daniel Boone National Forest. That's in Kentucky. It was around 7:30 in the morning, August 7th. After the war, I started going out to the woods all over the U.S. as part of a therapy for myself. You'll never hear anything as loud as combat. The woods are the opposite of that. Serene. Quiet. Just what I needed. It was the 3rd day I was there, and the 3rd hike I was taking. I used to wander in the woods for hours at a time. I loved it out there, and still do, although now I don't get out as much since age is catching up to me quicker than I'd like. The 2 days before this, I had walked in 2 different directions from my campsite. This is when you could go find yourself a nice quiet spot in the woods and not see another person the whole time that you were out there. It was heaven. The day of the encounter, I was going in yet another direction, just walking as the crow flies. Anywhere I went, I would just keep walking. I'd cross streams, climb over fallen trees, hike up hills or cliffs, and this occasion was no different. I'd been walking about an hour already, and at this point, I'd already covered a few miles. The first thing I noticed was this really bad smell, like rotting innards. I just figured there was some animal somewhere close that had died and started to decompose. I didn't stick around that smell for too long, though. Not only was it nasty, but I didn't want to stumble across anything's meal and have a wild animal to deal with. If I'd only known. So I just kept walking, maybe another 5 to 10 minutes until I smelled it again. I knew I couldn't still be smelling the same thing that I'd caught a whiff of earlier. I'd already walked too far away. And then something else struck me funny in this situation. Normally, as I'd noticed the last 2 days, there were birds of all kinds making noise. Bugs chirping away, other sounds of wildlife. But now there was nothing making any type of noise at all. And then I heard something breathing. It was deep and heavy, like something really big. It took me a moment to pinpoint where it was coming from, and then I noticed this movement in the bushes to my right. These bushes were about 6 feet tall, maybe higher. They were taller than me. I'm 5'10". This thing was perfectly covered by those bushes. I couldn't make it out at first, but I could make out a distinct color difference between the bushes and the mass behind it. There was a light gray in color. It was in contrast to the green of the bushes and the trees. I was as tall as the bushes. It wasn't a mountain lion or anything like that. It was way too tall for that. The top of this thing was bobbing back and forth like its head was moving around on its neck, like maybe it was trying to watch me without revealing itself. I stood there, motionless, not scared, but definitely alarmed. I didn't know what this thing was at first. So I yelled out to it, "Hey, I don't want any trouble. I'm just out here for a walk, and I have a weapon." I was hoping if it was a person I could scare him off. This thing stopped moving when I yelled. It was confirmation for me that there was definitely something alive behind those bushes. But I was lying. I didn't have a weapon on me. In fact, I don't even own a gun anymore. This thing actually backed away from the bushes, keeping out of sight. I could tell it was someone or something hunched over by the way that it moved. It also didn't turn around, it backed away. After that, I couldn't hear the breathing sounds anymore. But the forest didn't come back to life either. I stood there in the same spot for several minutes, maybe even a full 10 minutes, just listening for the sounds of this being to come back, looking around my surroundings the whole time. If this was a person, why the hell were they acting so weird? If it was an animal, I wasn't going to be caught off guard and be attacked. When enough time had passed, I continued my hike. I know a lot of you are thinking, how dumb of an idea was that? Not to mention the fact that I was alone and unarmed. But, like I said, these hikes, they just mean everything to me. They were my release, and if anybody's out there listening that has served this wonderful country, you'll know that you need that release. So I just kept walking, determined not to let some weird encounter ruin my time. For all I knew, it was just some random weirdo watching me from the bushes, or maybe it was somebody that didn't want me to know he was there because he didn't want to talk to me. Maybe he was shy. Who knew? At that point, nothing else weird was going on. But let me tell you, right here and now, it was definitely something weird that was watching me, but not a person. Definitely not a person. It was another 15 minutes or so before I'd have another encounter. I don't think it was the same one. Let me tell you that. I full-heartedly believe that there's more than one of these creatures out there, and I had the misfortune of running into 2 different ones. I heard this grunt, like a deep-chested grunt from something large, and I knew immediately that I was in trouble. It was just this gut feeling that I had. The sound came from my right, and I looked over, catching a glimpse of this thing. It was in the bushes, just like the other one, but this was a very dark gray, not the lighter gray that I'd seen before. But this time, I saw what it was, and like I said before, it looked like a werewolf to me. It was canine. 100% I'm sure of this. But this thing was bipedal. It was built, I mean really built, like a bodybuilder. Even through that shaggy hair, I could see the muscles of this creature. It had long arms that had clawed hands at the end. Not paws exactly, more like raccoon hands. It looked to me like it had fingers. Its neck was thick and muscular too, and it had the head of a wolf. We're talking muzzle, ears, teeth, predatory eyes, the whole 9. And it had to be at least 6.5 feet tall, which now, after researching Dogman like I have, that's actually a pretty small specimen. Let me tell you this though, it could have been 4 feet tall, and I would have still been afraid of this thing. It was a wolf thing, walking around on 2 legs after all, right? It took 1 step forward and tilted its head like it was curious. I was frozen to the spot. It sniffed the air and growled at me. It never took its eyes off me, not once. I had 2 thoughts go through my mind in that time. The first, this isn't what I saw before, so there might be another one out there. And 2, how fast could this thing move? Now I know, running from a wild animal is the last thing you should do, but it was the best of my options. The other being trying to defend myself and fend this thing off, which I doubted would have a happy ending. Even as strong and in shape as I was back then, I doubt I could last long against this thing. My other option, being eaten, and I sure as hell wasn't going to let that happen. I started to back away slowly, but this thing didn't move at first. Then it slowly started following me. I turned and ran for my life. As I did, I saw this thing go down on all 4s and start to follow me. Back then, I had a lot of stamina. I liked to work out. I was hiking and running all the time, so I wasn't too worried about running myself out, but I was definitely concerned with this thing catching up to me. I didn't waste my time looking back. I knew it was giving chase. I didn't need to see how close it was getting. I could hear the footfalls of this thing, and it was making this yapping noise like a high-pitched cry of excitement. My blood ran cold, because I heard another one coming off to the side behind me too. Now there were 2 of them. They were both making that yapping noise like they were communicating to each other during a hunt. I ran flat out for all I was worth. I leapt over logs, got all scratched up from the bushes. I mean, this was downright running for my life. And I was committed to living. I don't know if they tired out. I doubt it. Maybe they got bored. But eventually the yapping stopped, and I couldn't hear them chasing me anymore. That didn't slow me down though. I ran all the way back to my truck, got in, and got the hell out of there. My lungs were on fire at this point. I was drenched in sweat, but you know what? I was alive. When I got out of there, I pulled off to the side of the road, and I just sat there in my truck for so long that I lost track of time. I don't know what I was waiting for. I guess since I was still in the forest, maybe I was waiting for them to show themselves again? Or since there were 2 of them, maybe I was waiting for another one to appear. They were communicating to each other like they were hunting partners, so maybe they were part of a pack. I don't know. Maybe I just felt safe in my truck. Then curiosity started to hit me. I thought for a brief moment of going back, but I thought, hell with that. I don't remember driving back to town after that. All time is lost on me. When I got back, I think I was in shock. I told my buddy about it, and he knew I'd never make shit like that up. He asked me what I thought they were, and I told him they had to be werewolves. Being naive to these things at that point, I remember telling him that they had to be something else, though, because it was the morning and there wasn't a full moon. Can you believe that? Thinking these things could be werewolves. Everybody here knows what I saw. It was a Dogman. After a lot of research, that's when I found out about them. I saw what people described, just like the thing I did, and I knew, for certain, that's what I saw. I've probably watched everything I can on the subject, especially here on YouTube, since the encounters are so numerous. I've listened to all your Dogman stories, and I think you would be the best to tell my encounter. I just like your enthusiasm. It took me a long time to put this encounter into words. I lost some sleep the night I wrote this out to you. Just thinking back on all the details made me pretty jumpy. Drank that night too, not gonna lie. I think these two I encountered were juveniles based on their size. I think they were playing with me, like a cat plays with a mouse. Not in the sense of a dog chasing a ball. I often wonder, still to this day, what would have happened if they decided to catch me. I doubt I outran them. I'm no fool. I know how fast these creatures can move. Maybe they were running me out of their territory. I have a lot of theories. I'm excited to hear what you and your subscribers think. One of my other leading theories is that maybe these two were actually female, and that's why the size difference was there. Maybe they chased me out of there because that was their nesting area, and their den was close by. Maybe they were just protecting their young. I'd like to think that they're smart enough to know that I didn't mean them any harm, and they were just trying to get me out of a certain area so they can protect their pack. I guess it's whatever helps me sleep at night, right? This encounter happened in Southern California on my grandparents' property. Their place is about 4 acres, and their house is close to the road. This encounter happened when I was 6 or 7. I used to visit my grandparents every 2 weeks on the weekend. It was a 3-hour drive from my house through the desert, and my dad and I always took our old Ford F-250 truck, and my dad would buy me things like toys or video games when we visited. This is an important detail to the story, because that day my dad bought me a Nerf gun, and when we arrived he told me to leave it in the truck. We made it there around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the winter, so there was still about half an hour of daylight left. We ate dinner inside, and I began to play with the toy cars my grandpa let me play with when we visited. At one point, I asked my dad to see the keys to the truck so that I could show my grandpa the plastic rifle that I had. My dad answered with a simple sure and handed me the keys from his pocket. Our truck was parked about 30 feet from the house. My grandparents' house is elevated about 5 feet off the ground with a porch that had 2 entrances, which was also elevated. There was a fence to keep people from falling off the porch, which was pretty old and would creak if you leaned against it. With the full moon out that night, it was bright, and it was particularly windy. It was around 9:30 or so when I went outside to retrieve the blaster, and my dad chatted with my grandparents, who only spoke Spanish. I began walking to the truck nearby when I heard rustling in the nearby plants, which I thought nothing of because of the abundance of small animals in this area. Assuming it was a squirrel or rats, I went right to the truck and opened the door. I struggled to find the rifle, so I sat back down in the passenger side seat and looked out the window. Had I not climbed in, I might not be here today to write this story, because that's when I saw it creeping in the tree line, keeping an all too close eye on me. It appeared to be hairy and had dark yellowish eyes that peered back at me. Its fur was black with a tinge of red, and it blended unnaturally well in with the plants. When I noticed it, it came running right towards the truck. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked up from the locking mechanism, and I peered through the window, only to see that thing was gone. But I knew it wasn't really gone. So I waited for my dad to come outside to get me. I was really little, so I didn't think of honking the horn instead of waiting. and I waited for probably 20 minutes. That's when the car suddenly began to shake violently. It rocked back and forth so hard the entire truck moved, but I couldn't tell where the creature was. And then I heard long scratching sounds coming from outside near the rear of the truck, followed by a loud thunk on the side window, and a tap, then another light scratching sound. They say these encounters make grown people feel like children. I felt like I was going to pass out from the sheer fear that I felt, and what I saw next made me feel paralyzed. I looked up and I saw this wolf-like thing staring at me with these dark yellowish eyes. It growled loud enough to hear from inside the truck. It had drool dripping from its mouth. I first thought it was a bear looking at me from the trees, but as this thing peered into the window, I thought it was more like a wolf. When I looked at its arms and the way it looked into the truck, I wasn't sure what the hell it was. Its paws were more like hands, and it just simply watched me from the outside of the truck. It stared at me for a lifetime as I hid. I felt completely helpless, even though I was close to my family. They knew nothing about this creature inches from me, threatening my life. Looking back on it, something that size could have easily smashed through the window. Maybe it knew my family was inside and it was trying to stay quiet. I feel nothing but dread writing this, and looking back on it, it could have broken the window and no alarm would have sounded. So who knows if there would be any remains of me at all that my family could have eventually found. This thing ran away on two legs very fast, and it looked back and made what looked like a terrifying smile. I noticed it had a long bushy tail like a wolf's, and at the end of that moment, my dad finally came outside looking for me. I didn't know what to say or what that thing was. He found me and I was just so scared. He asked what I was afraid of, and I simply told him about my encounter with a bear. My dad saw the scratch on his truck and didn't really care. He was just worried about me. But the story doesn't end there, however, because later that night, that porch creaked and I could hear these heavy footsteps outside. I was asleep alone in the living room. I could see it was the same creature looking through the windows, which were close to my toes, and that thing just stared at me. It scratched at the glass as if measuring the density of it, and then just walked away. In the morning, that window was cracked. I didn't sleep much that night, and I think that thing broke the window to taunt me, as if it was saying I could have gotten you in that truck, and I could have come inside that house. I'm grown now, and 6'2", and unlike others, I want to see this creature again, so I can get a better look at it. I would have taken a picture of the scratch, but my dad had that truck fixed to prevent rust a long time ago. I never saw that thing again, and my grandparents moved closer to us for medical reasons a few years later. So, I might not ever see it again. And while I say I want to see one, I believe it's a good thing that I still haven't. I want to tell you a few things about me first, before I get into my encounter. When this happened, I was only 14 years old. I was with my cousin Tina and my best friend Jamie. They were both 15 years old. We were just a couple of girls that wanted to have a little adventure for a night and never thought anything like this could happen. I mean, how could it? Things like this aren't even supposed to be real. But I can tell you firsthand that they are real. We live in Ohio, near Wayne National Forest. Tina and her parents only lived about 15 minutes from the forest itself. One weekend during the summer of 2014, all three of us were at Tina's house, and we decided that we wanted to go on a girls' camping trip, just for the weekend. At first, our parents were against the idea, but Jamie's sister Michelle was in town during her summer break. She was in college. She said she could tag along if it made the parents feel better. She was 19 at the time that this happened. Of course, all of our parents felt better having Michelle go with us, especially because she was able to drive us to Wayne Forest. We packed what we thought we would need, which turned out to be way too much, and then we loaded up in Michelle's car and headed for our destination. We ended up doing that dispersed camping since the first place we found had too many noisy people and a lot of dogs that were just wandering around, so we drove deeper into the woods and found this quiet spot that would fit our tent. Honestly, I'm not even sure we could camp in that area, let alone have a campfire, but we were responsible about it, and we didn't leave it unattended. Before we even made the campfire, I started getting creeped out, but I just brushed it off as being alone in the woods. We'd never done anything like that before, and I was a mix of fear and excitement. We each went in a different direction to gather firewood, and that's when I initially started feeling weird. You see, I got one of those feelings like I was being watched, and remember looking around when everything became really quiet. I mean, dead silent. It was like all those other encounters that I've read, when everything just stops making noise. It was just this unnatural quiet around me. I feel like there should have been a lot more noise in that forest at that point, especially because it was during the day. As I look around, I felt this chill come over me, and all of a sudden, I was really cold, even though it was July. Again, I thought I was just being silly. I collected my share of the firewood and returned to camp. I guess I brushed off the feelings and just wanted to have fun. In retrospect, though, I should have listened to those instincts. That night, we sat around the campfire and cooked hot dogs and put a lot of other things on our sticks to see what we could cook, including pickles, tomatoes, and gummy worms. The pickles weren't that bad, but the gummy worms just melted right off. Of course, we made s'mores too, and then tried to scare each other by telling scary stories. Mine wasn't very good, because I had to make it on the fly, but Michelle told of this urban legend about a monster that got its tail cut off. The hermit cut off the tail and ate it, and then the monster killed him to get it back. It was pretty good, and pretty creepy, especially because it took place in a forest. After sitting around the fire for a long time, we decided to go to sleep, and all four of us crawled into the little 4-person tent that we brought. It was a tight squeeze, but I admit that after the scary stories, I was glad to be close to the other people. Being in the tent made me feel a little safer too. I guess it's the same mentality of pulling the covers over your head in bed. It's not like either of these things could actually protect you from anything. I guess it was just the fact that we weren't exposed and out in the open. I ended up being the last person to fall asleep, naturally. I guess camping out in the middle of nowhere was a little creepier than I had imagined, so I just laid there, listening to all the sounds of the night and trying to figure out what types of animals were making them. And then, all those noises stopped pretty much at the exact same time. Let me tell you this, if I wasn't creeped out before, this made me really shiver. It was just the eeriest thing to experience. And to top it off, I was sleeping on one of the ends, so I was right next to the tent wall. I laid perfectly still and listened for anything to make a sound. That's when I heard something shuffling around outside of our tent, and it sounded to me like it was getting closer. My heart started pounding and skipping beats. I could hear whatever it was grunting and sniffing around as it got closer. It sounded like it was a pretty large animal too. I remember trying to wiggle back away from the tent wall as much as I could and ended up damn near on top of Tina. She started to move around, like she was waking up, and when she did, I put my hand over her mouth and quietly shushed her. Luckily, I didn't have to explain myself, and she just went along with it. And both of us stayed there huddled together as we listened to whatever it was out there moving around, right around our campsite. At one point, it knocked something over and made a pretty loud noise. We both jumped so high I'm surprised we didn't come out of our sleeping bags. And then Jamie was the next to wake up because of that sound, and she asked what the noise was. And then everything went to hell. I hadn't realized she was awake, or I would have tried to keep her quiet too. All I know is when that thing out there heard her voice, it started growling and running around the tent. It was moving really fast and making this growling noise that sounded too deep to even be real. It's like I could feel this thing growling in my chest. All three of us started freaking out, quietly trying not to hyperventilate and whispering to each other, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And that's what woke up Michelle. She tried to get us to answer her, but she started hearing the noises too and joined in on our mutual freaking out. It stopped running around the tent and started sniffing it. The growling started to get progressively more aggressive too, and all four of us were huddled right in the middle of the tent, crying, still freaking out. I honestly thought it was going to come through that flimsy-ass tent material and attack us, and I still didn't even know what it was. Jamie kept crying out that it was a bear and accusing us of bringing food into the tent, but none of us had, and Michelle said it definitely wasn't a bear out there. There was just enough light to actually see the silhouette of this thing moving around outside. And it looked as big as it sounded. I can't tell you any definite details though. None of us looked out of the tent to see what it was. But there was this odor while it was there, like a manure heap or something like that. Very potent and very disgusting. At one point, it looked like it stood up because the shadow of it loomed over the tent. So much so that I don't even know if we could see the entire shape outside. And then it started moving again, and the shape was different. It looked like it wasn't moving on all fours to me anymore, which damn near made me hyperventilate again. I think I even had an anxiety attack at one point because I could barely breathe. I couldn't really focus and I couldn't stop shaking. This thing moved around our tent for what seemed like hours, and every so often it would press into the tent material, and the tent would start shaking. The whole time it did that, the growls intensified. Tina was praying the majority of the time. She seemed scared but calm at the same time. Later she told me she was praying for Jesus to protect us. I don't know, maybe that's what kept us safe. Maybe that's why that thing eventually left. After scaring the hell out of us for a good solid hour, that is. After a while, it just went away. You could hear it trotting off from our campsite, and the growling disappeared. After a while, there was this long, deep scream from somewhere inside the woods. I know it was that thing. What else could it be? Needless to say, none of us got out of that tent, or even really moved for that matter. And for the rest of the night, every little sound sent us right back into that terrified frenzy. None of us even really talked. We just sat there shaking and whimpering and trying to hug each other for comfort. And then finally, the sun came up, and we were absolutely positive that that thing was gone. We got out of that tent and looked around. Our campsite was destroyed. There were marks all around our site and our tent that looked like something was scratching or digging, and all these weird footprints that looked like they were three-toed. I don't know of any animal that has 3 toes around this area. The creepiest thing we found was our sweatshirts were gone. We had brought them out because once the sun went down it was a little bit cold, but we never ended up wearing them. Jamie, Michelle, and myself had left them outside, and all 3 of them were missing. We searched around the area without going far away from each other, but we never found them. And then to top it off, the area right outside of our campsite in the trees had a very strong smell of animal urine too. It was like this thing was marking its territory, but why the hell would it run off with our sweaters? The footprints didn't look like an average animal. The steps looked too big and looked like they were only moving on 2 feet, which really confirmed that what I had thought the night before was true. That this thing, whatever the hell it was, could shift back and forth from 4 legs to 2 legs. You tell me what kind of animal can do that. After seeing this, we all decided that that was enough investigating and we needed to get the hell out of there. And honestly, I can't even believe that we ended up being there that long after the sun came up. We should have just got the hell out of there, drove away and never looked back. On the way back, all 4 of us shared our version of the events the night before, and for the most part we all agreed on all of the details. When I brought up the fact that I thought it was walking on 2 legs, that seemed to scare the hell out of everyone, because they all realized I was probably right. The 4 of us agreed that it wasn't a bear and it wasn't a person. Everything after that, we'd never know. When we talked about the weird scream that came from the forest, no one knew what it could be, and all of us agreed that it sounded out of this world. We all made a pact that ride home that none of us would ever go back into that forest again, no matter what. When we got back, we told our parents, but they all collectively thought we were overreacting and feeding off of each other's paranoia. It really didn't matter. All 4 of us experienced the same thing, and we can vouch for each other. After our experience, Jamie was the one that did the most research and came across something called the Dogman. She showed us some websites and YouTube videos on them, and all 4 of us strongly believe that it was a Dogman we ran into that night. There's all kinds of sightings in Ohio, especially in Germantown, and even in Wayne Forest. I think we were lucky to be here telling you this story today. I don't know why it didn't slash open that tent and kill us all. We were an easy meal. I'm still creeped out by the fact that it has my sweater, too. Does that mean it knows my scent? All the more reason to stay the hell out of the woods. I will never go back in there. I will never go camping again, anywhere. I beg everyone listening to watch your backs if you're in that position. And don't do anything stupid. Yours truly, Stacy. To whom it may concern, I am writing this to you because I saw something 7 years ago that still haunts me to this day. The only thing I can describe it as is a real physical werewolf. Believe me, I know it sounds crazy, but here on YouTube there are a lot of encounters like this. I am not crazy. I was not and have never been on drugs, and I know what I saw. I never even believed in these type of things before my encounter, and it has raised several questions in my faith since then. I'd like to keep this as private as possible, so I'll be changing the names of the people involved and not giving specific locations. Just know this happened in Ohio, 7 years ago, and I was not the only one seeing this thing. For a little bit of a backstory, my friend David and I worked the late shift at a local restaurant, and we typically didn't get out of the building until after midnight. We were both working the bar lately, so getting out early wasn't really a possibility. I was a 24-year-old woman back then, and David was older than me by 6 months. Neither of us had really been anywhere outside of Ohio. Neither of us had any experience with the supernatural. On the night of our encounter, we were leaving just like normal. The staff was supposed to park around the back of the building in the private parking area, so that's where both of our cars were. We'd gotten to the routine of David walking me to my car since it was late and I'm a girl, so we headed to my car first, which was a few spots down from the garbage area. As we were walking to my car, we started hearing the sounds of something moving in the garbage. It was one of those concrete areas that had several garbages from the restaurant and the other businesses that shared the strip. At first, we thought it was someone throwing garbage away. But it occurred to me that it was actually sounding like someone was moving stuff around inside one of the containers. Maybe it was a homeless person. It's happened before. They're just hungry and looking for something to eat. I thought about slowly going over there and asking if they needed food. I could probably go back and get them something so they didn't have to dig in the trash. Then we heard these weird grunting noises that started coming from the garbage too. They didn't sound human to me. They sounded like a very large animal. So I started thinking it was a bear. Bears can be a problem at this time of the year. You don't seem to see them often, but every couple years we have a problem bear around here. Usually it's a young male that ventures into the area and the wildlife officials have to trank them and move them out. Whatever was in there really stank too. It wasn't the trash that I was smelling. I can tell the difference. This smelled like very strong pee and dirty animal. I decided to just walk to my car and get out of there. But David grabbed my arm though and stopped me, giving me a look that meant we needed to be quiet. He started pulling me back towards the restaurant, and he had this look on his face, like dread. His eyes were huge. Now, I trusted David. I'd known him for years. We went to high school together. I didn't ask questions. I just followed his lead. We didn't turn around to go back. We walked backwards, all the way back to the restaurant around the corner, keeping our eyes on the garbage, and those weird grunting noises just kept coming. The digging sound stopped, and I half expected a bear to climb over the wall, but what I saw next was something I can never unsee. The door to the garbage area was slightly opened, and I saw something peek out of it, slowly and cautiously. It was the muzzle of an animal, but it was too long to be a bear. It looked very canine to me. Then the door pushed open, and a second or two later, this wolf on 2 legs walked out of it. And it just stood there, on 2 legs, looking around, while we hid behind the corner of the building, watching this thing. The only thing I could think was a werewolf. I was actually looking at a real werewolf. You asked me for a description, so here it goes. It looked taller than David, but shorter than the garbage area, so I'd put it around 7 feet tall or so. Way too tall to be a person either way. The lighting in the parking lot made the fur seem to be a medium brown, but it also looked like there were different colors mixed in, like gray and black. The arms were skinny, but very long, and it definitely had claws on its hands. And fingers, not paws. It looked like a dog reared up on its toes. The legs were skinny and long too, and kind of bent at the knee. I've listened to a lot of encounters lately about something called the Dogman and how massive they look, but this didn't look like that. It was skinny and almost emaciated. The stomach area was also very sunken in, and the head on this thing looked like a werewolf, like some nightmare wolf. It was big and had a long snout. I couldn't see any teeth, even when it growled at us. I think we might have just been too far away for that detail. It had long ears that came off the sides of its head, and they almost looked like how a Doberman Pinscher's ears are after they're cropped. I'm also 100% certain that it had a tail. I saw it when it was running to the fence. This thing reminded me of a German Shepherd's tail, long and bushy. When it was out of the garbage, it looked like it was surveying the area, making sure nobody was there or making sure there wasn't a threat or something like that. I could see its chest going in and out as it was breathing. And then it started to sniff the air, holding its nose up in the air and sniffing around. It started doing this weird heaving thing, which sounded like a cross between a laugh and a grunt. It scared the hell out of me. And then I think it smelled us, and it was reacting to our scent because it looked in our direction, bared its teeth, and started to growl. When it did, I started crying. It didn't come towards us, though. Instead, it looked over at this fence that separates our parking lot from an empty field, looked back in our direction, and ran to the fence. When it ran, it was still on two legs, and the distance between steps was huge. It only took about 4 or 5 steps before it got to the fence and leapt completely over it. I mean, this thing cleared that fence with no problem. When it did, it brushed through the trees that are on our side of the fence, and I could see the branches moving back and forth and leaves falling off of them. We both ran back to the restaurant, burst back in, and started talking frantically. Luckily, there were still a couple of closers that hadn't finished up yet, so we weren't alone. We were panicked and sweating and shaking because we were so scared and both trying to talk at the same time. We explained what we saw, and of course, everyone thought it was some kind of prank. But then I started crying again, and they started to believe that we'd seen something, and they wanted to go out and investigate. I was 100% absolutely against the idea, but David reminded me that all our cars were back there, and we would have had to go there eventually anyways. It was better to go with a group of people, so we helped finish their side work, and then we all left together. I was trying to tell everyone that this was exactly how scary movies start, but they were more amused and curious to see what was going on. They didn't see what I saw. Maybe if they did, they wouldn't be so damn curious. We ended up staying out there for like 10 minutes or so, but didn't find anything that pointed to a werewolf walking around. The trash was all over the inside of the trash area. It was a horrible mess. A couple of guys, including David, looked over the fence but couldn't see anything. I was sure that thing was going to pop up and rip one of their heads off, and I couldn't believe that David was being so stupid after he saw what I did. But what really freaked us all out and called off this stupid little investigation was the sound of a howl from somewhere past the field. I know it sounds cliche and all, but that really got everyone moving to their cars. After that night, I was scared to walk back to my car and started parking as far away from the garbage as possible. A couple of guys we worked with teased us and kept talking about Helen's werewolf like it was mine or something. I just smiled and kept telling them they wouldn't think it was so funny if they saw what I saw. And you know what? We never saw it again. I stayed at that restaurant for another 1.5 years before I got a different job. I'm still really good friends with David, and when our families get together for dinners or barbecues, we naturally discuss Helen's werewolf. My husband thinks it's fascinating and always tells David that they should go on some werewolf investigation to see if they can find it. I think it's long gone now. It's been years since this encounter. I don't know if it lived around there or if it just found itself there one night because it was scavenging for food. Like I said, it looked really emaciated and didn't really match up to the big, burly types of werewolves or dogman that I read about or listen to on YouTube. But it's something I'll tell the story of for the rest of my life. My kids aren't old enough to listen to these stories yet because I don't want to freak them out. I mean, they're just little kids and I would hate to give them nightmares. But when they're old enough, I'm definitely going to tell them this story because they should know the truth too. They should know what's out there, and they should know that they need to be aware, especially at night, because these creatures really do exist, and I, for one, hope that myself and my babies never encounter anything like that again. Thanks for sharing this. I really enjoy listening to you. Have a good night. Helen. Hey man, my name is Bear. I live in East Tennessee and I'm 21 years old. I've recently been listening to a lot of Dogman encounters and researching what happened to me 6 years ago when I was 15. This is a story I've only told a few people and could only physically prove it to two, one of which was my father. The other was my best friend, Big Dez. This happened in late summer, maybe July. When this happened, I was living in a rural area known as Lackawanna. It's a Cherokee name, although I'm not sure what it means. It's in Loudoun County, Tennessee. First, let me describe the geography and the lay of the land. The incident occurred at a place known to the locals as the Witch's Circle, and I'd always heard stories of things happening there, but we all chalked it up to silly stories made up to scare people. The stories were that a coven of local Wiccans used to go and meet there for meetings, away from the very Christian prying eyes of the locals. There's a path there that leads to, well, a circle that people used to drive their ATVs on. Until dark. Nobody ever stayed after dark. The circle at the end ended at the Tennessee River. A large river. Think of Tom Sawyer's Mississippi River raft trip, and that's pretty much the Tennessee. Then a year before my incident, someone went back there alone, stayed overnight, and was found crushed to death under his own four-wheeler later on. After that, nobody really talked about that place anymore. I think it was because now, this wasn't just a silly story. Someone that everyone knew had actually died. The folks around here are hardy and used to the outdoors, and most could survive on their own here if they were taught by their family to do so. I taught myself at a very young age how, since I spent so much time outdoors, and still do. But the woods were never the same to me after this. Anyhow, they closed that little dirt road after that, even placed a massive concrete slab like you see in the medians in cities, and that was all the way around so nobody could enter. Well, I've always been brave and adventurous, so I asked my dad if he'd drive me over there so I could go and check it out for myself, see if the stories were true, see if I could find any evidence. My father, who always admired my wild and independent spirit, obliged. He got off work at 5. We were out there soon after that. When we got there, I didn't say anything. I just got out of the truck and started making my way back into the overgrown dirt road. One thing I've always been taught is the importance of listening while in the wilderness. I didn't hear anything. No birds, no deers, nothing rummaging around the brush, no rabbits running around darting from the sound of my footfalls. We're talking nothing. Something just didn't feel right about this. I kept walking though, and you need to understand the way this road was built for following the encounter. I'll describe it to you. It had originally been made by dumping dirt and gravel, so it was raised about 8 feet off the rest of the forest floor. Both sides of the road were extremely overgrown with thick underbrush and saplings fighting for sunlight. I'm maybe 50 yards from the truck, just around the bend, and about 10 yards ahead of me, there was another bend. Imagine it as an S shape. I couldn't see the truck anymore, and my dad couldn't see me. Although I was startled by this strange feeling and the silence of the woods, the ever-approaching nightfall made it even worse. It was getting later in the day now, but still I kept going. The feeling I felt was one of warning, of something watching me hazardously. I fought off those instincts, though. I thought that maybe I was just trying to creep myself out. But I'll never forget that feeling now. I've never had it except for one other time, and I'll mention that later. So I keep myself to the right, walking near the tall, impenetrable brush. Suddenly, this feeling intensified, and for the first time in a very long time, I felt true terror in the wild. I stopped. My heart was now racing, and I just knew something wasn't right. I could no longer deny those instincts that were screaming to me to turn around and get the hell out of there, because something was now hunting me. I looked up, and my eyes met something else's about 5 yards in front of me. I saw it. 2 eyes, black and staring, unblinking, looking right into me. Not human. Predatory. It was then that I realized just how massive this thing was. This damn thing was hunched, almost crouched, hiding itself behind the tall, thick brush, but its head was at least 7 feet up off the ground. What the hell could get that size? I was so terrified and distracted by calculating the size of this thing, I regret to inform you that I didn't see much of its face or snout. Just black skin. Maybe a bit of white where its teeth were. I remember 2 ears that were dog-like, but instead of sticking up, they were slicked back, sort of like when a wolf growls or something. As soon as it realized that I could see it, it reached up with its hand and grabbed a sapling that was maybe 3 inches thick. It jumped backwards, using the spring and resistance of that sapling to soften its fall. It went 8 feet, from that road to the forest floor and into the underbrush. I don't know what it was, but it still terrifies me. What you have to understand about me is I'm a man who's encountered bear in the wild multiple times, sometimes by myself, but I've never felt anything but curiosity at what this thing was doing. This creature, this bear, a creature I had a name for, a creature that I knew what it was capable of. I didn't feel anything like that danger. This thing just jumped back and disappeared so fast that it must have only taken a fraction of a second at most for it to move. For one moment, I froze, and then I realized I wasn't hearing retreating footsteps receding into the woods. I knew. It was still there. Whatever it was just hiding from me. And now, I felt like it was stalking me. I quickly turned around and walked from the right side away from the thick brush out into the middle of the road and ran as fast as I possibly could. I ran backwards until I came around the bend and I could look back and see the truck. Then I turned and bolted. At this point, I was almost crying with fear. I ran to my dad's window and I told him that I saw something in the woods, and he just asked me what it was. I'd only ever heard of Bigfoot, so I said Bigfoot. He laughed at first, but then realized I was so serious. I was almost in tears. Then he took me very seriously. I was shaking, and I told him everything that happened. He seemed intrigued, and he said he wanted to go back and see it. What in the hell is this man thinking, I thought. I begged him, pleaded with him not to go back there, but he was as stubborn as always. I told him it was big. Really, really frickin' big. Only I didn't say frickin'. He told me he was going, and that was that. I was terrified. Now my dad weighs like 400 pounds. He's a big man. I knew this thing could kill him in less than a second, though. I am not the least bit ashamed to admit that I started crying. I told him if he had to go there, if he needed to satisfy his curiosity, then I'd follow him. I wasn't going to let him die. And that's truly what I felt was going to happen if we went back there. And I sure as hell wasn't going to stay there by myself. So, we walked back. Honestly, I was so emotional, things seemed almost numb to me. I think I might have actually been going into shock, honestly. We went to where I told him I saw the damn thing, and sure enough, 2 big-ass indentations on the top of the slope, but dug in, like claws or something, and the tree that I told him it snapped, sure enough, was snapped in about 2 places, 8 feet up off the ground. He took a picture with his old flip phone, but I don't think he has that picture anymore. And honestly, it's a flip phone, so how good would that picture have been anyway? Creepily enough, right where that thing had been standing were 2 small animal skulls and a few bones, but they were old, and I'm sure completely unrelated. But honestly, it just added fuel to the fire. It didn't help the situation at all. And then I remembered that I never heard it leave, so I grabbed my dad and started trying to pull him back up the road. That's when we heard something that sounded like a biped, moving, and moving quickly. Now you asked me how I knew it was a biped. When you're out in nature so much, and you hunt as often as we do, you know the difference. Just trust me on that. We both went quiet and listened. What scares me the most to this day is that they weren't leaving. They were stalking slowly around us, circling into the direction to put itself between us and the truck. To me, it said that thing at least had some kind of intelligence. It knew that it was cutting off our escape route. My dad and I backed up and got the hell out of there as fast as we could. Man, do I hate that memory. The only other incident than the last thing that happened while we were out there, moving back to the truck, was this strange, extremely deep, extremely loud howl that came from over the ridge in the same direction of that thing. And then one night, a few weeks later, I was trying to sleep in my room. My head is by a thin glass window with about an 8-foot drop to the ground outside. There's a tiny goldfish pond out there that we had built a few years before that. This night it was storming something awful. The whole house felt like it was shaking. I tried to watch TV, but it was so loud with thunder and lightning and rain that I couldn't hear and just turned it off. I drifted to sleep before waking to a sound not quite unlike thunder until I fully awoke. Immediately I was startled. I had that feeling again that just something wasn't right. It was still storming outside, but now there was a very low, deep growling noise right outside of my window. My blinds were closed, but they could have been steel, and I still would have been terrified. This wasn't a dog stopping for a drink at the pond. It was coming from near the top of my window, so almost 10 feet up off of where it should have been if it were standing outside. I remembered the massive thing in the woods and shuddered. Honestly, I felt it had recognized my scent or something and found me, and I knew it could easily reach in and tear me to pieces. Talk about fear. I'd never been that scared in my life. All I could do was just listen to it continue to growl until it started getting more violent and threatening. And then I jumped from my bed and ran all the way to my parents' room like one tiny little child. But you know what? That's where we kept all the friggin' guns. And that was it. Didn't see or hear it again. Only other thing I could mention is my dad hearing and seeing proof, and a good friend of mine hearing the howling one night by a fire. That was the last time I've seen or heard anything like it. One other thing though, thinking about its ears, and especially that wolf-like growling, I don't think it was Bigfoot anymore. And most Bigfoot encounters I hear are more curious in nature. This thing just made me feel like it was bloodthirsty. I think I saw a Dogman. Or maybe a werewolf. I'm not sure what it was out there, but it definitely instilled the fear of some kind of monster. What do you think of this? I have 2 Dogman stories for you, but before we get to all that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I've always been intrigued by werewolves ever since I saw the movie Wolfman, the 1941 version. I was 6 years old. I liked the whole myth behind the beast and always believed in them, but there was always something in the back of my head that said otherwise. They can't be real. 2 or so years ago, I started listening to Wolfman encounters from different channels on YouTube, as well as online blogs where people posted their encounters. The encounters I'm going to share are 2 different occasions, but They are both with the same one person in both my encounters. My nickname is King. I don't want to share my real name, just because I don't take being made fun of lightly, and I want to avoid any problems with the law. I'm Mexican, and I've been in Texas almost my whole life. I'm 26 years old, and these are my encounters. My first encounter happened when I was 15. We were at one of my homeboy's grandpa's ranches outside of Houston, Texas, having a small barbecue with carne asada, shooting around and just relaxing. The ranch is a 5,000-acre property, and I'd say 93% of it is woods. There's only about 80 acres cleared to make up for the house, stables, and chicken coops. Altogether, I'd say there were about 48 people that night the first encounter happened. Among all of us were the ranch owners, who were my homeboy's grandparents, my homeboy's parents, and my homeboy, who we'll call Jose for the stories. About 4 other homies and their girlfriends, and the rest were ranch workers and their wives. We were all talking and laughing, having fun, when we started to talk about scary stories and encounters. We'd already ate, and were just relaxing with a beer and smoking out behind the house by the barbecue grill. It's about 4 a.m., and everything seemed normal until we noticed the dogs at the ranch start circling us, looking into the woods directly in front of us. They were all pit bulls trained to take down boar. They were growling and barking, ready to attack. We turned to look towards where the dogs were looking, and we saw 2 yellow-orange eyes at about 90 feet from us, at the height of about 4 feet. We didn't know what it was. Now, all of us have been all over every square inch of this property, during the day, the night, even overnight, and we've never seen anything like it. They didn't look like a coyote's eyes. They were way too high and big to be a coyote's. We all went quiet, and just stared in the direction these eyes are. And then we heard Jose's grandpa say in Spanish, "Son los mismos ojos," which translates to, "It's the same eyes." Jose's father, myself, and a ranch worker turned around to look at him, and saw him grab his AK at that moment, and he turned to me and nodded in approval. I picked up my .357 from the table, and stood up and took aim at whatever that thing was. I was aiming for the eyes area, and I swear I felt like this thing redirected its attention to me. I know it wasn't more than a split second, but it felt like a few minutes passed by, and to be completely honest, I was a little bit scared. Here I was, looking at something I knew nothing about, a creature that stood 4 feet tall and had been looking at us for who knows how long. A creature I didn't know its size, its weight, how fast it could move. I didn't know anything about it. I knew if I missed, which I highly doubted, it would launch itself at us, and we had enough ammunition on us to take it down, but I was still a little scared. As I was beginning to squeeze the trigger, the eyes raised or elevated or something off the ground. They didn't wobble or twitch. It was a smooth, single motion. Only way I could describe it would be when you're crouching and your whole weight is being supported on your toes. Then you begin to get up slowly and the eyes elevate to what I would say would be 8 feet or 9 feet tall. And I swear I felt my hand shake before re-aiming for the eyes and firing a shot. Before I was able to, I heard Jose tell me, "Ready when you are, King," and at the same moment, I fired my shot. Jose's grandpa fired his AK. I fired 2 shots, and he probably let go 10 rounds, and the eyes were gone. I never saw those eyes move at all. All I know is that they were gone. We heard trees shake and branches break as it got further and further, and that was that. By the time I shot the second round, the eyes were not there anymore, and everyone was standing up now, guns in hand, and halfway in aimed position. After a few seconds, when everything calmed down, Jose's dad asked his grandpa, "Was that the same thing?" To which he replied, "Yes." He then walked to the cooler and proceeded to get another beer and ask if anyone wanted another one. That's when Jose told him in Spanish, "Grandpa, if you were serious when you told me the stories of the beast you encountered, you have to tell us what you know so we can be prepared for the next time it comes." His grandpa just sighed and sat down. One thing I would like to point out is that this man is a serious person. Real old school Mexican. No jokes, no lies. Nowadays, he plays with his grandchildren, but he still has that seriousness to him. He was in both the American and Mexican army. Never have I heard him lie about anything, not even to cover our ass about anything. After a swig of his Corona, he told us that he encountered what he believed those eyes belonged to 3 times before that night. He called it a werewolf. First time, he was in Sinaloa, when he was 15 years old out in the Sierra. He was attacked by it while hunting with his father and 3 cousins. They shot at it, but missed. The second time, he was 21 and in Houston, Texas. He saw it on the side of the road, but only for a split second. He said it felt like their eyes locked onto each other's. And then the last time he saw it, he was 40, and it was outside of New Mexico. They were camping, him and his wife. That one charged at them and chased them all the way from the campsite to the tree line before the parking area. He told us that this thing took 3 shots from a 9mm to the chest area, and it didn't do more than flinch. Now this night would be the 4th time he encountered it. He believes they're all different creatures, not the same one. Why they come to him, he doesn't know. We stayed there for another 2 hours, some of us talking, others still trying to comprehend what had happened, and then little by little, we all went to sleep. Although I doubt any of us really slept that night. Jose, his grandpa, his dad, and myself were the last 4 to stay outside, and hadn't said a single word for close to 15 minutes, when Grandpa broke the silence by asking, "Are you guys afraid?" We looked at each other, and I was the one who spoke out. I told them exactly what I felt when I took aim at it. I could tell everyone was surprised, especially coming from me, as I have never choked or thought twice about pulling the trigger. But then Grandpa told me he was scared to fire at it when they were camping too. The next day, around 2 p.m., we were all waking up, and a ranch worker, 2 more of my homies, Jose and I, went to the area where we saw the eyes. We didn't find any trace of blood, but what we did find were the holes the AK rounds made in the trees, and prints all over the place. They looked like dog prints, but completely massive. I wear a size 13 shoe, and these prints were just as big as my boots. Jose's grandpa was on his way out, and he gathered all of us and told us to never ask him about that night, and that now we all know why he's so strict on us not leaving the house without a gun at the ranch. After he left, my homeboys, all the workers, and I agreed that we'll keep an eye out for it, for whatever those eyes belong to, and if we encounter them again, we'd use every single round at this ranch to kill it. We haven't talked about that or witnessed anything else at the ranch, not since that day. But everyone is still on alert at the ranch, day or night. Everyone there is careful and aware of their surroundings. Years later, I had a second encounter with this thing. To this day, I can't go outside the house at night without imagining that that thing is out there. This happened in Spicewood, Texas. We just moved to Lakeway from Austin, and we'd been here for a couple of months when I was leaving a client's home where I was doing some irrigation system repairs. I got a call from Jose, and we talked for a couple of minutes when I heard a saw turn on in the background. I asked if he was still working, and he replied yes. I saw the clock in my truck, and it was around 7 p.m. I told him to send me the address, and I'd go over and help for a few hours. Spicewood is roughly 15 minutes from Lakeway if you take the back roads through the hills, but I was already on the main road, so I just continued my way, which threw me off about an extra 10 minutes or so. By this time, it's starting to get somewhat dark, and I arrived at the house around 7:30 or so. The layout of the property is a little difficult to explain, but I'll try my best as the layout's pretty important to this story. The house is located in a court, and it's the only house there. The last house before the one Jose was working on was about 5 minutes or so back up the road, and that's 5 minutes driving at 55 miles per hour on country roads, so it's pretty far away. The main road goes downhill from the last house all the way up to the court, and the driveway makes an extremely wide U-shape right off of the road, and the main house is about 300 feet into the property along the driveway. The house Jose was remodeling was about 800 to 1,000 feet into the property, and by this time the driveway had a retaining wall on the left side as the driveway also goes downhill. It ends in the garage for a guest house. The retaining wall is about 10 to 12 feet tall, and there's a patch of trees in between the main road and the driveway. It's about 150 feet wide by about 1,000 feet long, and connects to the woods behind the garage and the guest house. To get to the guest house from the garage, it's a walk of around 40 feet down cement steps leading to the first story of the house, which is about 50 feet or so down from the driveway to another level of the property. Now, the way Jose had parked his truck and trailer, I couldn't park any closer than 500 feet from the garage, and there were only 3 lights illuminating the driveway. One was from the main road, but most of that light was blocked out by trees. The second was on the front door of the main house, and the last one was on the garage. It wasn't well lit by any means, but I had enough light to navigate my way through the driveway. I got to the house and started helping around. About an hour into working, we were listening to music and talking when I started to get this uneasy feeling. I can't really explain it. I just felt like something was wrong. I looked out the 3rd-story window and just looked out into the trees when all of a sudden I heard Jose ask, "You good, cuz?" To which I answered, "I'm good. Just got a weird feeling for some reason." I honestly didn't know how to explain it to him, but I felt like someone was looking at me through the window, which of course was impossible. The closest house was a good 30 minutes away on foot. Nobody would be out here walking just because, and the main house was empty as the people there were out in Italy visiting the in-laws. It just felt weird, but familiar. And then I told him, and he said, "You mean like the night at the Ranch King?" And then it hit me. It was exactly like that feeling at the ranch when I saw the yellow eyes. I turned to look at him, and he said, "I've felt it twice before. Never told the workers, but when we stay late at night, I don't let them go out just in case." I asked him if he thought he was being hunted, but he just laughed. We turned back to the window, and I wanted to see if I could see anything. He was walking to the light switch, turned the lights off, and closed the door. The room was in complete darkness, and we stood there looking for the eyes, but we never saw anything. After a couple of minutes, Jose asked if I had my gun on me, to which I replied no. He took one of his twin H&K VP9s from behind his waist and handed it to me. I just stuck it in my back and walked out of the room to continue working. At 10:30, he told everyone to start cleaning up and picking up the tools. By 10:50, we were out the door and chilling on the porch when one of the workers asked if any of us had a lighter. Nobody did, but I told him I had one in the truck. As I made my way to the truck, I started to get that weird feeling again, but I remembered I had Jose's gun, and my .357 mag was in the truck, so I just ignored it. I made my way up the cement steps, up the driveway. When I was halfway to the truck, I heard what sounded like panting, and a dog, maybe semi-running in the trees. That was behind the driveway. I somewhat ignored it, as I'm not scared of any big dogs, and if worse came to happen, I could just scare him with a shot. I kept walking towards my truck when I saw a big black dog come running out from the trees. Made the 10-foot drop from the trees to about 10 feet from the bed of the truck like it was nothing, and just started sniffing the air. Now, I've been around many, many large breed dogs, and seen lots of dog shows on Animal Planet, as well as the world's biggest dog videos on YouTube, and this dog looked like nothing I had ever seen before. It had pointed ears like a Doberman, but the body was all wrong. It looked much too wide and bulky, and it just paced from left paw to right paw, sniffing the air as I continued to get closer. In a way, I guess you could say I was amazed. This big, bulky dog was just so beautiful. I love pit bulls, and I love how their muscles show with the right feeding and exercise, so I wanted to get closer to this dog. I guess my mind had just completely forgotten about our encounter and how I had been feeling part of the night. I walked closer and closer until I was about 30 feet away from this thing, and it must have smelled me because it stopped immediately, turned its head slightly to the side, and that's when I realized I screwed up. This dog had a big giant wolf head on it, like an extra wide German Shepherd head. Then it turned not just its head but its whole body, pivoting on his left rear paw, and from the little light I got from the road I was able to make out part of its detail. I was mesmerized to see a giant wolf-like creature there, but still couldn't see its details, so I reached for my keys and clicked the unlock button on my keyless entry remote. The rear lights turned on and I was able to see it a little better. And that's when it started sniffing and getting closer to me, and it slowly kinda went from forelegs to a crouching-like position on its hind legs. Then it reached to grab onto the bed of the truck, and its hand, hand, a 4-finger, 1-thumbed hand, came closer to me. It was about 10 feet away when it stopped and just looked at me, looking at me from head to toe and then back up, like it was not being aggressive in any way. It was just more like it was analyzing me. At that moment, I slowly reached for the gun on my back, and as I did that, this thing slowly stood up, easily towering over me at about 9 feet tall. As I brought the gun to my side, I took advantage of those few seconds to analyze it, and realized that it was a he. It was a black color and fur, with gray coloring on its chest area and hands. His head was like that of a wolf, but proportionately enlarged, maybe 2 or 2.5 times the normal size of a wolf head. He had pointed ears and a long muzzle, big, circular yellow eyes exactly matching those at the ranch that we saw. He didn't growl or make any threatening facial movements. His arms were long, but muscular, and they ended in those long claws. I could tell that whatever he grabbed onto would easily get shredded into pieces. No doubt about that. His legs were thick and big, perfect for resistance and carrying his weight around. The legs were bent back like a dog's legs and also ended in gigantic rear paws, not feet. It did have a bushy tail, like that of a wolf or maybe a golden retriever. By the time I had finished analyzing it, I had the gun in both hands and was looking at him in the eyes. Then, this thing looked down towards my hands and squinted its eyes slightly, then raised its eyes back up to my face, nodded, and as if saying no with a deep growl. It smelled like wet grass, and moss, and wet dog. I was that close to it. It was pungent. That's when I honestly got scared, and for a slight second, I thought this was it for me. Did he know what I had in my hands? Did he comprehend that it was a gun? Did he know that this thing fired bullets? He sure acted like he did. When he eyed that thing and then growled, I got the distinct impression he knew exactly what a gun was. Just how smart were these things? As I was thinking these questions, I switched the gun from my right hand to the left and proceeded to place it on the hood of my truck, which I was right next to. As soon as I let go of my gun, he let out the deepest, loudest howl I have ever heard. It was so deep and loud I felt it in my chest as if it was a pair of subs, and my ears hurt from the howl. I had to cover my ears with both hands, and then he leapt over the bed of my truck. He cleared it as he ran out into the backyard of the main house, and then disappeared into the woods behind the property. He was fast. Hell, he was more than fast. He was unbelievable. So agile and swift for his size. By the time he disappeared into the woods, Jose was running towards me with his gun in hand, looking everywhere and clearing the area. He asked me with a shaky voice what that was, and I told him it's what his grandfather had warned us about. I didn't want to give details, as his workers were there. When we heard another howl coming from behind us, and another one in front of us overlapping the previous one, we knew that there was more than one. It doesn't take a genius to know one ran to the right, and there was no way he was howling behind and in front of us at the same time. So all of us got in our trucks and got the hell out of there. Jose followed me back into Oak Hill, and we stopped at a bar for a much-needed bottle or two while I explained what happened. We called his grandpa, who was in Sinaloa at the time, but he wasn't at his property at the time. When he finally returned our call, I was already home, but still talked to him about it, and we believe it was probably a different one than the one we encountered at the ranch. For the next 3 weeks or so, I woke up to the slightest noise. It was hell, as our AC came on close to 4 times a night. I couldn't walk outside the house at nighttime without thinking that that thing was out there. My worst fear is that he's out there and tries to come inside while my family's home and I'm not. I talked to my son as well as my homeboys' kids about what happened at the ranch all those years ago, as well as my recent encounter, and they believe me. They all promised to be alert at the ranch, and that if they ever see yellow eyes, they all form a circle protecting each other's backs, walk towards the house, and let us know immediately. I don't know if it's men turning into walking wolves, or a whole different species not yet discovered or what, but what I do know is that that thing recognized my gun as a weapon, and showed signs of disliking it as soon as he saw it. They seem to be masters at hunting. At least, that's what they look like they're built for. And from the way those other howls were spread out. They basically had us cornered from 3 sides. The side they left open was the woods, and my guess is probably because they would get in there and get us before we were able to get to safety. I got a hold of 3 people I know that are Native American and told them my experiences. All 3 of them come from different tribes, and they all have their own take based on their history, but the thing all 3 of them told me was this was the werewolf that protects the tribe. He guards the area, making sure no threat comes to us. He knew you were not an enemy, so he didn't have a reason to attack you. When he saw the weapon, he simply asked for you to put it away, and you did. So he called off the ambush, and they went their way to keep guarding the land. Now I don't know if Spicewood has any links to Native Americans. I don't know if it was a father and brothers protecting their families or what, but I do know that if any of them comes looking for trouble here, any type of bad intention, they won't be as nice this time. Since my encounter, I've called off the kill on sight order at the ranch, and will let these creatures just be themselves. If they are enemies, we'll take care of them the only way we know how. If they were just protecting their own, we understand them 100%. And if they were protecting the land, we get that too. We'll stay out of their way. When I asked Grandpa again about his encounters, he said the first one he encountered, he didn't get too good of a look at it. He couldn't make out its details, or anything, but the second one looked like Michael from Underworld. The third one looked like the Underworld werewolf too. That's the one that took the 3 9mm bullets to the chest and kept chasing them. What's it take to take these suckers down? The best way I could describe the one I saw at the house would be like the one from Van Helsing, when he turns into a werewolf, you know, but slightly more muscular. Other than that, it was exactly the same. It looked like him so much that a couple of nights ago, that movie was being shown on the Sci-Fi Channel. My brother was in my room watching it while I was asleep, and when I woke up and saw the wolf sharpening its claws, I reached for my gun under my pillow and almost shot the damn TV. I was scared for the rest of the night. Thanks for reading my story. I've heard a lot of people not wanting to disclose the locations for fear of visitors or people hunting these things, but honestly, I don't think it's something to worry about. These things can most definitely handle themselves. Bear with me. This happened a long time ago, so the specifics of when and where have escaped me, but the rest of what I saw is something I can never, ever forget, even 30 some odd years down the line. For the longest time, I had no idea or words for this thing other than a werewolf, even though it was in the middle of the day. For years, I only told a couple of people, because I lived in fear of people thinking that I was some kind of kook. I told my friend about it, who I think that thing was chasing when all of this went down. He didn't believe me. He thought it had to be something else. Anything else, really. Because werewolves don't exist, right? Well, my friend, if this makes it to your channel and there's anyone that agrees that they don't exist, They're wrong. I saw one. I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't anything else but a werewolf, or something very similar in appearance. I'll set the stage for you, as best as I can remember. I'd call on my friend Billy, who was in the other car at the time, but sadly he passed away about a year ago. So, this entire account is what I witnessed. My mind isn't what it used to be either. Maybe I remember the encounter so vividly that I can remember it, but I don't know. It seems maybe some of the insignificant parts are the parts that I pushed out of my mind. I think it was 1983. I know it was summertime. August, if I'm not mistaken. So that would make me about 25 years old, if that's the right year. I know it was before either of us met our ladies, so everything before that's kind of hard to keep track of. It happened in Ohio, but for the life of me I can't remember which part. I wasn't from that area. We were just passing through on our way to a weekend show for classic cars that my cousin Jim had told me about. He knew the two of us were very proud of our rides, and we figured we'd jump to the chance to show them off. Plus, I hadn't been to visit in a good long while, so we packed for the adventure and set out for a good time. We both lived in Kendallville, Indiana, and we were driving to Pittsburgh for the show, so it was going to be a long drive, but the both of us were up for the road trip. I just wish we hadn't picked that damn road to drive down, because all of this happened right then and there. Still, it opened my eyes to what could really be out there, and we both made it out alive, so I guess it could be worse, right? I was driving my 1953 Chevy Bel Air. That I remember clearly. Boy, she was a beauty. Billy was driving his 1965 F100, and he was in front of me. Wherever we were, looked just like a back road that takes you away from civilization. One of those roads where you only see the other cars every so often. We hadn't seen another soul for miles, and honestly, I was getting a little bit bored. We still had a few hours worth of driving to get to the show, and Billy was just cruising along, going slower than I would like. If I was in front, I'd be going faster than he'd like, so he insisted that he take the lead. And since I was in my cherry ride, I didn't care. I just wanted to hear that motor purr and drive down to where we were headed. We were in the middle of a cornfield, apparently. I remember cornfields on both sides. Very Texas chainsaw, if you get my drift. I didn't ever get out to see clearly, but the corn itself looked taller than me, and I come in at 6'1". So I'd put that corn at about 7 feet tall or so. Who knows, might even be taller. They all just kind of looked the same as you were zooming by. That's what I was bored for, you see. Nothing but corn, as far as the eye could see. I think I was even zoning out, just focusing on the road lines. Then out of the blue, I realized that something was running through the corn. It was between Billy and myself, like it was chasing after him or something. I was intrigued. You see, it looked like a big, upright creature, so I knew it wasn't some kind of animal, because there wasn't anything that could run on 2 feet like that. I wasn't even sure there was any kind of animal in Ohio that could match that description, to be honest. We were from Indiana, just passing through, so the local wildlife was something that was beyond my knowledge. So I just watched what I thought was a very large man chasing after Billy's truck. Now keep in mind, this thing was still in the corn all the while, so at this point, seeing all the details was hard to do. I thought to myself, damn, that guy's fast. We're going about 40 or so. And like I said, Billy was going slower than I'd like. Still though, you show me any man that could keep pace at 40 miles an hour. That's just not gonna happen. There wasn't anything else to do but watch the situation unfold, so I just drove along, keeping an eye on the road and the other on my mystery creature. The more I watched though, the more unnerved I started to feel, until this stone-cold dread came over my whole body. I started to get peaks of what I was thinking this thing looked like, and I damn near shit myself as I started putting together all the details that I was seeing. Like I said, the initial belief that I had was that I was staring at some kind of werewolf. This creature was too big and too damn fast to be a person. I realized I could see the top of its head bobbing through the top of the corn every now and then too. That would put this damn thing at 7 feet tall, at the very least. I tried to keep pace with this thing as best as I could without tailgating Billy. I was afraid if I did, that he'd pull over and ask me what my problem was, and stopping right now in the middle of nowhere with some kind of beast on our tail was the last thing that I wanted to do. I kept looking over, getting as much detail as I could. And here's what I remember. It looked like a damn wolf, running on 2 legs. It was covered in dark hair. I'm not sure if this hair was black or brown, or if the shadows of the corn made it seem darker, but I know it was covered in hair from the top of its head to its feet. I know it had a canine muzzle. I could see it as it passed through the corn. It moved its arms back and forth like a man would as he ran, bent at the elbows. The strides that this thing took were incredible. It was sprinting at 40 miles per hour and it made it look easy. It was also very large, as in muscular. Even in the corn stalks, I could appreciate that. With your series of questions you sent me, you asked for details, like the eye color and the ear shape and if it had a tail or not, but I can't answer those for you, my friend. The corn made a lot of details obscured. At one point, I believe it looked over at me, like it was curious or maybe even sizing me up to chase me instead of Billy. I just know that at that point, where I could feel it looked at me, it looked directly at me, and that's when I started to panic. I started to get a feeling that if we didn't get out of there fast, our lives might be in danger. This thing gave the overall impression of being completely lethal. It was for sure an apex predator. I remember wondering where it came from and how it could be stopped if it attacked. I needed to get us out of there because as far as I knew, Billy wasn't even aware that this thing was by us. I guess when they say ignorance is bliss, they are only half right. If I honked, he might stop, thinking that something was wrong with my Chevy. If we stopped, I was sure that this thing would kill us both. At this point, it'd been over 2 miles that it maintained this chase. As far as I know, nothing else can do that at that speed for that amount of time. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. I was already convinced it was a werewolf. I wasn't going to do anything that might cause us to die at the hands of it. I could still see it keeping up with us, not giving any indication of getting tired. I kind of stopped paying attention to it. I was more focused on how to get us out of there. But I did keep a glance over at it every now and then, and it stayed pace with us the whole time. Then, I finally figured out what I could do to get him moving. I made sure that nobody else was around, especially in oncoming traffic. That was the nice thing about the road that we were on, you see. You could see for what felt like miles in both directions. When I was sure nobody was coming down the road, I swerved over and sped up, pulling up to Billy's window. I started waving frantically and motioning for him to get going. I was trying my best to make sure he knew how important it was to speed up. And lucky for me, he got the idea and sped his truck up. I slowed and went back to driving behind him. For a minute, I thought this thing was going to keep up with us because as we increased our speed, so did it. But I guess it was too much for it because it started slowing down and went further into the corn. And then I lost sight of it and floored the gas to get the hell out of there. We drove for another good while before we pulled off and back into civilization. I told him everything I saw, and he asked if I was token in the Chevy. I said, no man, I wasn't toking anything. You know I don't token cruise. I told him I wasn't stoned, and I hadn't been stoned for about a week. Of course I did bring my stash with me, but that was for Pittsburgh, and that's a completely different story. I want to stress to you that I was completely sober during this whole damn encounter. I talked to him about it for years and years, always telling him exactly what I saw. But I don't know if he ever really believed me. He used to joke about it with me, though. He never came out right and told me that he didn't believe me. I guess I'll never know now. Over the years, I started telling more and more people. I didn't really have anything to lose. It happened a long time ago. I just wish I could remember exactly where it was, so I could give you guys the location. Hello, my name is Dustin. For privacy purposes, I'm gonna forego giving you my last name. I've seen a lot of weird shit in my time, but what I'm about to share with you really takes the cake. I witnessed this thing twice, and both times, it was just out of this world. I live in Pennsylvania, on Lake Erie, and I'm a security guard by trade. These encounters happened a few years ago when I was still at my first job. Since then, I've left that company and work a different route and a different shift, which thankfully is now during the day. I grew up on ghost stories from my grandma. I could sit for hours listening to all the stories that she would tell me from her time in New York. This was when she was growing up. That place has a lot of history. Old places like that always do, and because of that, I believe a lot of unnatural things have been around there, like ghosts, for example. I had a run-in with a couple of those entities. I believe they were ghosts. Nothing major, not like what I'm about to tell you with the Dogman. The first encounter with the paranormal that I ever had was in this old rundown house that a couple of friends of mine went in with me when we were teenagers. I remember calling out to whatever could be in there to show us a sign that it was there with us. There were a lot of stories about that place being haunted, and I guess I was just curious enough to want to know. All of a sudden, something grabbed my wrist. It felt like a human hand closing around it, and that was enough to send the three of us tearing out of the house like a group of dumb teenagers that we were. I know exactly what it was that I felt. It was the spirit answering my question to whether or not it was there with us. The other time I saw what I also believe was a spiritual activity was when I was at my girlfriend's house, which she also claimed was haunted. I learned my lesson from the first time, and I didn't call out to it. In fact, I didn't want anything to do with it, since that was going to be the first time that I'd be staying over at her house the entire night. But anyways, I was sitting in the living room with her, watching a movie, and this vase flew off the mantel and shattered onto the ground. It scared the crap out of me, because I actually saw it happen. It didn't just fall over, it didn't just tip over. There wasn't any gust of wind that blew it off of the mantel. It actually looked like someone swiped it right off of the mantel. It had force to it, and it actually landed pretty far away from where it was sitting. My girlfriend looked at me, almost like she wasn't scared, and said, "Told you, he's pissed that you're here." All I could do was nod, still in shock of what I saw. I didn't have the faintest clue what to say. I ended up still staying there that night, and nothing else happened, but I didn't get a very good night's sleep. And after that, nothing happened again as far as her ghost went. She moved in with me about 7 months after that. We're married now and expecting our first child in August. Luckily, nothing hitchhiked during her move, and we hadn't had any spiritual activity either. We did tell the next people that rented that house about the ghost. They seemed a little put off that we told them, even annoyed, but I felt like it was my responsibility to tell them that there was something in the house throwing vases off of mantels. I still think it was the right thing to do. The last thing I want to say before I get into these encounters, with what I believe to be a Dogman variant 2, is that I have a very open mind when it comes to these things. I thank my grandma and my own encounters for that. But with that being said, I don't think that everything we encounter is paranormal, and I try to debunk everything I witness and hear before I go around saying it was paranormal. But what I experienced, I have no rational explanation for. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It looked like an overgrown hyena. It didn't look like anything I've ever seen before, not even in my wildest nightmares. If you or anyone listening has a better explanation about what I witnessed, then I'm all ears. During both of my encounters, I was working the graveyard shift, and they were both in the middle of the night when the surroundings were pitch black. I believe the encounters were both the same animal, since they were within 3 miles of each other, and the markings were the same on both of these animals that I witnessed. I was scared both times I encountered this hyena creature, but not terrified. It showed no outward signs of aggression towards me. Maybe annoyance the second time, but I never truly felt fear for my life. The first encounter happened late one night in September when I was on shift. It was my job to make sure there were no idiots breaking into the little stores around one of the beaches on the lake, so I'd spend a little time at each area, then drive to another. There were 4 areas in all that I was responsible for. Every once in a while, I'd find someone walking around drunk, or teenagers thinking they were cool and trying to vandalize. I'd make sure they were still there when the cops arrived to arrest them. The night of my first encounter was boring. Nothing going on until I saw that animal. I was driving down the road and I saw this shape at first, like a big dog or something. It was on the side of the road, so I slowed because I didn't want to hit it in case it ran out in front of me. I was probably going 50 or so at first, but slowed down to about 40. And then I realized it wasn't a dog. I didn't know what it was. It stood on the side of the road for a minute and then darted across it. It was wicked fast and just as tall as my patrol car on all four legs. It was on all fours. The way it ran was this loping sprint, like it would launch itself with its front legs and then push off with its back legs. The back legs were like a dog's, how it runs on its toes and the heel sticks backwards. It had big shoulders and even bigger biceps, big clawed hands for front paws, and normal looking paws on the back. It looked like it was actually holding something in one of the front paws, like a rabbit or something, which was bloody. Because it was holding something, it looked to me like it was using the knuckles of that hand to run. It was this brownish red color, but seemed to have dark brown spots on its sides. It had a large head with long ears that were rounded on top, and a big thick muzzle, which was also rounded. When it ran across the road, it looked at me, and the headlights made the eyes glow this orange color. I'll never forget that. It looked like they were glowing from the inside. It looked like it was panting when it ran. It had a big tongue, long and blue, and it was hanging out the side of its mouth. It had razor-sharp teeth that looked like it could tear you in half. And the face was lighter in color, almost like a tan, but the muzzle was dark brown. It sprinted across the road in a couple of bounds and darted off into the night towards the lake. I was completely caught off guard at the sight of this thing. Obviously, and I had a few choice words that I yelled out even though I was the only one there. I wasn't about to get out and investigate this thing either. Not alone in the middle of the night, thank you. I had no idea what it was. I tried going through a mental list of things it could be, but I kept coming up blank. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't a coyote. It was too big for any of those. I know wolves can get pretty massive, but this thing would dwarf the biggest wolf you've ever seen. We have bears around here, but it sure as hell wasn't a bear either. I was at a loss for an explanation. I kept driving, looking back in my mirror until I made it to the next location that I patrolled. And then I radioed in what I saw. I said there was some weird animal running across the road. They asked what I thought it was, and I told them honestly I had no idea. They said they'd have animal control check it out since they didn't investigate animal problems either. I left it at that for the rest of the night, but when I went back home, I told my girlfriend all about it, and she had a couple ideas as to what it could be. You see, she's into the paranormal like I am. I guess you'd have to be to live in a haunted house and enjoy it, right? But her knowledge far surpasses mine, and she gave me a list of things that she thought it was, like a skinwalker or a shapeshifter, but on the list was something called the Dogman. I looked it up since I had no idea what it was, and I read about the Michigan Dogman. It didn't sound like anything that I had witnessed, so I brushed off the idea of Dogman too. I talked to her about it, and she told me that there was more than one type of Dogman, so I researched more. Then I came to a website that had some really bad photoshopped images of what they think these different types could be, and I was actually surprised by this recreation of something called the Dogman Variant 2, which looks a lot like a hyena. And that's exactly what I saw. I showed her a picture of the Variant 2, and told her it was the thing that ran out in front of me. And she actually wanted to go out and drive around where I saw that hyena thing, but I told her she was crazy. We went out that night for a drive to where I saw it. She usually gets her way. We didn't see anything though. It was about a month after that I had another encounter with that thing, and this one was a lot more personal than the first, since it didn't run away this time. Once again, I was driving on my route, having all but pushed that night out of my head. I guess that's a defense mechanism or something. It was about 2.5 miles up the road from where I saw it the first time, when I saw it again. When my lights hit it, it was hunched over in the middle of the road this time, and I knew immediately what I was dealing with. It was so big, though, that I couldn't go around it. It was only a little 2-lane road, and this creature was blocking my path. It looked up at me from whatever it was eating, There wasn't enough left of whatever it was to clearly identify it at the moment. There was blood and flesh caked to this thing's face. The way it rose up to look at me, though, was so unnerving. It was calm and just pushed up with its front arms to a canine sitting position. There was no fear on this thing whatsoever. It knew that it was the apex predator and that I wasn't going to be able to harm it. I took in the details again. The lighter face with the dark muzzle, the dark brown and red fur, and the spots. It was definitely the same one I saw a month before that. Thank God. I think the only thing more terrifying than seeing this thing is knowing that there's more than one of them out there that you can run into. And I got a better look at the eyes this time. They were glowing again, probably from the headlights, but they really looked like this animal realized what was going on. That's the scary part. It was like it knew what I was, and that it understood that it should leave. It was intelligent. Completely intelligent. Maybe even self-aware. It didn't look at me like my dog looks at me, if that makes any sense. It looked at me like the apes do at the zoo. How there's just more behind those eyes than some kind of wild animal. It sat there for what felt like an eternity at the time, and it just locked eyes with me. And then it slowly stood up and trotted off the same direction it did the first time, which was towards the beach. It stopped on the side of the road and looked back at me, and it was probably thinking to itself, "Dude, this is the second time you've ruined my dinner." I obliged by driving away from the area. I reported it again, but how can you say you saw Dogman Variant 2 and have the local authorities take you seriously? "Excuse me, officer, I've seen it more than once now, and I'm pretty sure you have some kind of hyena creature, or maybe a were-hyena, or some kind of shit like that, wandering around the beach. Do you think you can come out here? I hope you have silver bullets. P.S. Have a nice day." I don't see that conversation going very well. But anyway, I never saw that creature again, and I drove that road for another year before I got a different job. I watched for it every night that I drove down that road, had my camera ready and everything, but I never saw it again. What do you think it was that I saw? I'm dead set on believing that it was that variant too, but if there's something else out there that me and my wife don't know about, by all means, enlighten me. Until then, I'll go on believing what I saw. I saw the Dogman. It wasn't a scary experience like everyone else says it was. In fact, it felt like a spiritual experience for me. Then again, I did have an entire lake in between us. It happened in the summertime on Lake Todd at about 6:30 to 6:45 in the morning. I was just sitting on a rock, enjoying the quiet morning on the lake and watching the sun come up. I had a canteen with coffee in it and was just enjoying the cool morning breeze on my skin. I saw movement across the lake and got excited that it might be some wildlife and I'd get to watch it. But instead, this huge gray wolf walked out of the woods. At first, when it came out, it was walking on four legs, like a normal wolf would do. I watched with a little bit of glee. This was really cool. I didn't even know there was wolves in that area. But then, this wolf trotted down to the bank and sat down on the shore. And it felt like it was staring right at me. And I realized this thing was really, really big. And the way it was sitting just wasn't right. It was more like it was crouching, like a catcher would in baseball. And it just sat there, staring at me, or at least in my direction. Just like I was staring at it. It was like we were both trying to figure each other out, I guess. It started licking at its shoulder for a minute, and I got to see just how big the mouth was. I could probably fit my head in there, literally. This thing was massive. This isn't a normal wolf, I started thinking to myself. Then, after it was done grooming, it turned its attention back towards me and just stared at me again. At this time, I was still excited to be seeing what I thought I was seeing. Even if part of my brain knew that something wasn't right, I guess I was just telling myself that it was just a normal wolf. But then all of those thoughts went right out the window, because then it stood back up and it did this stretching thing. Its butt was higher in the air than its head, and its front legs were stretched out. And then, as I'm sitting here typing this to you right now, I swear to you, this thing stood up on its hind legs. It stood there and kept staring at me. It was like the only reason it stood up was to show me that it was capable of being a biped. It looked pretty tall, maybe 7 feet, maybe more. I'm not really good at that sort of thing, but I know that it was really big. It looked to me like it had ears that were pointed on the top of its head, and it looked pretty muscular too. The rest of the details weren't very clear since it was far away. It stood there like it was perfectly capable of standing on its hind legs, arms dangling at its sides like a person would do, not like a dog's legs would be. Still, even seeing this that I knew couldn't be possible, I was just mesmerized by this creature. I mean, sure, I was a little creeped out too, but I wasn't scared by any means. I just stared right back at this thing. I knew it wasn't a Sasquatch, since it didn't look anything like what I've heard their descriptions are, but I'd never heard of a Dogman at this point. It tilted its head at me like it was curious. Maybe it was confused as to why I wasn't running. I wasn't running because I believe there are things out there that protect the forest. I feel if you have a mutual respect for nature, the protectors won't hurt you. Maybe they can sense that you mean the forest no harm. And I guess that's why I wasn't afraid. And then this thing turned around, still on 2 feet, and slowly walked back into the forest. It walked like a human would, or like a Sasquatch would, just completely comfortable on 2 legs. It turned around once and looked in my direction again, lifted its nose like it was sniffing for something, and then went back into the trees. I watched for a little bit, curious to see if it would come back, but it never came out of the woods again. No, I wasn't afraid it was circling around the lake to get me. I didn't get the impression it wanted to hurt me at all. Some people are afraid of what they don't understand, but I wasn't. You see, I never felt threatened by this creature. I felt like it was more curious of what I was than eager to rip me apart. I left shortly after that, still amazed by what I saw. And then I started thinking, after I figured out what this creature was, that there are encounters where the people are terrified, sure, and they describe these creatures as pure evil, with this just air of malice, and these wicked grins that they give when they know that the people that are seeing them are terrified. But this creature didn't give off any air like that. So maybe these creatures are just like us. Some are good and some are bad. I don't know if we'll ever figure out the truth completely, but that's just my point of view. I hope there's other people out there that share that sentimentality. I would like to hear from you. Thanks. This happened to me and 3 of my friends near Lake Arrowhead in 1999. All 4 of us were only 21 when this happened. It was the first weekend in September, and it was still pretty hot, so we decided to take the weekend to ourselves and go camping. It was myself and my 3 friends, Jeremy, Jonathan, and Aaron. We got there on a Friday afternoon, after we all finished work for the week, and quickly got to setting up our tents. We'd be sharing tents for the weekend, 2 to a tent. Me and Jeremy in one, Aaron and Jonathan in the other. The first night was completely fine, until sometime really late in the night, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning actually. We were all in the tents by then, and dozing off, when we heard these really loud howls. It was enough to send shivers down my spine, because I knew it didn't sound like any wolf I'd ever heard. The most unnerving part about all of it, though, was that the howls came from our left. And then about 20 seconds later, another set of howls, sounding just like the first ones, came from our right. They were both pretty far off in either direction, but whatever these things were, they were definitely communicating with each other, and if they decided to meet up, we might be right in the path between them. I remember hearing Jeremy unbutton the holster from his gun and grunt to me that whatever was out there sounded really big. He just hoped it wasn't hungry. But that was it for the night. We dozed off after that, listening for another howl for a little bit, but nothing ever came of that. And then we fell asleep. The next morning, we talked about it to Aaron and Jonathan, but neither of them had heard it. They were both asleep already. Jeremy just chalked it up to a wolf or a coyote, but I just wasn't so sure. After breakfast, we went on a hike for a few hours, and at one point we came across this area where the trees were all scratched up. They had really big claw marks, about 7 feet off the ground. Jonathan pointed out that bears do that to mark their territory, and he wanted to leave the area so we wouldn't run into whatever bear made those marks. None of us argued with that. We all thought it was a good idea. But I should also mention that around that area was this very distinct smell, like rot. There was a very pungent odor to the whole area, just like rot and death. We got back and basically just hung out the rest of the day. We made dinner, had a few beers, not even enough to get us drunk, just enough to relax. We made a fire again and just sat around laughing with each other and sharing those stories. Jonathan just had a son a few months ago, and he had a bunch of stories that he was sharing with us. It was just a fun time with all my best friends. Then about midnight, everything went to hell. We started hearing that loud barking sound off in the distance. It was weird as all hell. I'd never heard anything like that before, and my mind immediately went back to the howling from the night before. I looked over at Jeremy, and he had this weird expression on his face, like he was waiting for something to happen, like he was going to spring into action or something. It just gave me that feeling that you have in your stomach when you get dropped on a roller coaster. Then everything went absolutely quiet. 1 second, there were all kinds of bugs and birds and frogs and stuff making noise, and then the next, absolutely nothing. The only thing I actually heard was Aaron's breath catching in his throat, and then Jonathan whispering to us, asking what was going on. I could hear the fear in his voice. We all just sat around that campfire, staring at each other, wondering what was going on. I saw Jeremy take out his gun and set it in his lap. I looked around the campfire again at my friends, hoping that at least one of them had a good explanation about what was going on, but they all just looked as scared as I was. And then we heard something walking through the underbrush. It was a very distinct crunching noise that sounded like whatever it was on 2 feet. Very human, very meticulous, very careful, but also very heavy. The noise was coming from behind me, so I spun around to face that direction. I actually scooted closer to Jeremy, too. I guess I just wanted to be by the only person that was smart enough to bring a firearm. Then the footsteps stopped right outside our line of view. It was like whoever or whatever was out there was just playing with us. Like it knew that it was standing right on the cusp of being seen, but it was still being hidden by the shadows. I had this fleeting hope that it was just someone playing a prank on us, but with those weird barks and howls and even those scratches in the trees, my imagination was running wild and definitely getting the better of me. Then that thing started making a sound like it was claws scraping on the bark of a tree, and Jeremy called out that if someone was out there, they better stop because he had a gun. And then those grunting noises started. It sounded almost like a gorilla when they make those grunting noises to intimidate people, but it was just different somehow, more wild. And I know it's weird saying that this noise was more wild than a gorilla, but it's just hard to explain it any other way. I guess feral would be a good term to use too. Jonathan whispered that he thought it was the bear, and it could have been making those scrapes in the tree earlier, and it followed us back to our camp. I actually hoped he was right, because 4 grown men with a firearm could scare away a bear, especially if we were that terrified and needed to defend ourselves, but Whatever my imagination was conjuring up would be a lot more difficult to handle than a bear. I was sure that a damn Sasquatch was about to walk into our view at some point. But man, was I wrong. Looking back, I think Sasquatch would have been less terrifying. When the scraping stopped, the forest was still absolutely silent. It was like every animal, big to small, was hiding from this thing. I wanted to hide too, but we had nowhere to go. And then I smelled that familiar, nasty, rotting smell. And so did my friends, because I could hear them sniffing and gagging. It was bad. It was really strong. And there was also this very strong scent of pee. Just at this point, too. I didn't smell that before, when we saw those scrapings. But I definitely smelt it then. And then that thing started moving again. It seemed like it was actually circling us. We could hear it moving around our camp. And it was still sure to stay out of the light. It was smart. That is for damn sure. It grunted again. But this time it was louder, and if I'm not mistaken, angrier. I really felt like it was trying to intimidate us. Well, let me tell you this. It was definitely accomplishing that. That's for damn sure. Then, any hope that I had that it was a person messing with us flew right out the window. Because this thing let out this roar. This blood-chilling, heart-stopping roar. It was the loudest thing that I've ever heard in my life. I could feel it in my chest. All four of us jumped to our feet and huddled together around the fire. It must have been a sight. 4 grown men, each over 6 feet tall, each fit and athletic, in our prime, clutching each other in the middle of the night, trying to protect ourselves from whatever the hell was out there. All of us shaking in fear, standing by this puny-ass little fire. And that's when something big started moving around in the shadows, and I actually caught a glimpse of it. I heard the crunching as it darted to the left of us. My friends heard the sound too, but they didn't see what I saw. What I saw was big, taller than us, and I mean way taller than us. It looked like it was on 2 legs. I thought about Sasquatch again, and actually said it out loud. Nobody seemed to argue it. Nobody seemed to think that it was different. Maybe they were all thinking the same thing. I pointed out where I had seen a glimpse of that thing, and everyone stared in that direction. But honestly, I think that that thing was just distracting us, because Aaron started yelling and moving away from us in the direction that I saw that thing. But he was looking in the other direction now. We turned to look at what he was yelling about, and that's when we all got to see this thing for the very first time. It was not a Sasquatch. This was something else. When I describe this thing to people, I tell them to think about a Sasquatch, and how it has primate features, very ape-like. Then, I tell them to take away all the primate features and replace them with canine features. That's what I saw. It was 7.5 feet tall, easy, extremely wolf-like, but it was standing on 2 legs. I saw it every time I closed my eyes for months after we came out of that forest, and I can still see it when I close my eyes every now and then. Over 7 feet tall. Fawn, I believe the color is called, that I used to describe this creature. Like a boxer dog. But the fur was long and clumpy though, like an orangutan that I saw at a zoo once. It had longer hair on the chest and its back, which gave it this mane-like appearance. It had a long snout and a black nose that had a scar across the top of the muzzle. That scar went from one side of the lip all the way across the snout to the other side of the lip. The teeth looked sharp and white, and a couple of inches long at least would be my guess. The ears were triangular, like a German Shepherd. I didn't see any tufts of hair on those ears, but it was the eyes that disturbed me the most. Not because of the color, which by the way was this orangey yellow color that almost looked like it gave off its own glow. It wasn't the fact that these things were shining, but it was because of how human they looked. Like I said before, this thing seemed extremely intelligent. But looking at this thing, you could tell that even though we didn't know what it was, it knew what it was. It knew what we were, and it knew what it could do to us, with or without Jeremy's gun. Because now looking back, the sheer mass of this thing, I don't think his pistol would have done much damage. The back legs of this thing were thick and muscular, very strong looking, and it stood what's called digitigrade, like a dog, on its toes. The hair on the legs, though, was thinner, but not thin enough to where I could see skin underneath. It had a broad chest that was also very muscular, and the front legs, or arms I guess, were very long, almost down to the knees. It looked like it could have been on all fours, with no problem. And if it was on all fours, it probably would have had this sloping back like a hyena. I think that covers all the details that you asked about. One other thing. I did not see a tail, but that doesn't mean it couldn't have had a tail. I know all of this sounds terrifying, right? Having this giant werewolf standing just a couple of feet in front of you at your campsite with nothing but a little handgun, but it wasn't over yet. We could hear something else moving in the shadows behind it. I was terrified that it was the other thing that was howling the night before. There were two of them out there, that's for sure, if those howls were coming from these creatures. And the worst part of it was they were between us and the Jeep. The only vehicle that we took out there. The only thing that could help us escape the forest. We could have went into the tent, but that wouldn't have stopped those things from getting to us. They could have slashed open the tent, no problem. I don't even know how long we stood there just staring at this thing. It honestly could have been a couple of seconds, or it could have been a couple of minutes. Time just seemed to tick differently during this encounter, and again, it's hard to explain, but I really don't remember much about the time after it showed itself. I remember seeing it, I remember hearing the other one, and I remember nearly pissing myself because of the boom from Jeremy's gun. He popped off a couple of shots, and I think that might have snapped me out of whatever trance I was in, because I remember after that Jonathan grabbing my arm and basically dragging me to the Jeep after those things darted off into the forest. And then we were speeding away. It's so weird, because I remember every single detail about the rest of the entire trip. I can remember what we were all wearing that day and the day before. I can remember the songs that were on the radio, even how our camp was set up. But those minutes or seconds or however long it was are completely black. Jonathan was practically in hysterics during the drive back. He just kept asking over and over, "What was that? What was that?" Aaron kept telling him he didn't know, and that we didn't know, and to stop asking and just concentrate on driving. Jeremy sat next to me in the back seat in silence. When we got out of the woods, I told Jonathan he needed to stop because I was about to be sick, but he wasn't sure that it was safe to pull over. Aaron told him he could slow down, that he felt the coast was clear. When we pulled over at the gas station, I lost my dinner. I remember staggering towards the truck, holding onto the door to steady myself and looking back at the forest. It was literally miles away now, but it was still so intimidating because of what we just saw. Then I looked at my friends, and they all looked like we'd just been through something horrible and survived it, which I guess we had. All of us were on edge. After that, we planned on driving all the way back to Temecula, but we ended up stopping in Riverside for the night and grabbing a motel room. All four of us stayed in the same room that night because we were so scared. We barely slept, and it was a very restless sleep. We shared beds and didn't even care. We finished the drive in the morning and never went back for our own things. We ended up calling the Forest Service and told them that we were chased out of there by some kind of wolf on two legs, but of course those guys just blew us off. They said all we saw was a bear. It sounded fishy though. Like they'd already told that story. Like it was rehearsed. I know that that thing wasn't a bear. It definitely wasn't a damn bear. And I know 3 other people that saw the same thing that I did. We can all testify that what we saw was something that nobody knows exists, and if they do, they don't want to talk about it. We ended up having the rangers get our things for us, and when we picked them up, all we got was a bunch of attitude and people staring at us like we were crazy. I didn't really care though. We tried to warn these guys, and they didn't believe us. Or if they did, they were covering it up. I think it goes without saying that none of us ever went back there. Actually, the 4 of us never even really take camping trips anymore unless it's in one of those reserve spots where there's a bunch of people around. Definitely no off-the-grid camping. The 4 of us are still extremely close. We see each other all the time. We still talk about that to this day. And once we heard about what a Dogman is, we realized that that might actually be what we saw all those years ago. As far as I know, nobody else has ever witnessed something like that there. Or if they have, they don't talk about it. I openly talk about it. I don't care. I didn't for a long time, because I thought people would think I was crazy, but I need to warn people about what's out there. My kids know about it, and they're old enough to be driving around now. They still want me to take them out there so they can see them for themselves, and I tell them that they're crazy, and if I ever catch them out there investigating, they'll be grounded until they're my age. I hope this story can shed some light on what's truly out there at night, and hopefully it can warn people to go out there with protection, if you have to go out there at all. For me, nowadays I just prefer to stay in the city. I know it sucks here, and there's a lot of people here, but I think in the city you have less of a chance of getting attacked by a dogman. Have a good night.